A decade ago, a pantheon of gods molded all of humanity into players of a vicious game, forcing them to slaughter monsters that became all too real or be slain. Si-hoon Kim, the lone remnant of that apocalyptic world, after surviving until humanity's final breath, met a bitter end, but was granted a single chance to turn back the clock and initiate a second loop. Our hero is now dead set on rewriting this tragic history and challenging the gods at their own cruel sport. He opens his eyes to a brilliant sunlit sky and the sound of chirping birds. By some miracle, he had been sent back before the trial ever began. Even his personal player interface remained dormant and sealed. A woman approaches him in his stupor, gently inquire about the thoughts swirling inside his head. This woman's name is Jisoo Han. A familiar face he was once acquainted with during his college days. She was his junior by a year, and he remembered how she always looked out for everyone, often seeking him out during his moments of lone contemplation. They shared a friendly bond, but fate never allowed them to truly connect until the very end. She playfully teases him, asking if he's dazed from a long night of gaming marathons, and chides that his grades are destined to plummet this term. If he doesn't sharpen his focus, his GPA is irrelevant now, as the semester itself is doomed never to commence. But for now, that truth remains his alone. His thoughts were consumed by the fact that the system had been truthful. Against all odds, it truly sent him back to the genesis of it all, the very day the chaos ignited. In their timeline, the date is August 17th, and if his memory serves him, this was the precise day the game descended upon them. Jisoo sees him drifting into thought once more, and probes if he genuinely spent the whole night lost in video games. She wasn't far off. He just concluded a relentless, high-stakes game of survival. She persists, reminding him about their scheduled classes and the looming final exams that would soon be upon them. But instead of a witty retort, he simply thanks her for her concern, a gesture which causes her face to flush with red. Jisoo had constantly watched over him in his past life, and a deep gratitude always resided in him. But he never had the chance to voice it as he truly wished. Meanwhile, Jisoo spies something that prompts her to suggest moving elsewhere. It's Jong Yun Lee, a pompous fool, who would often torment Si-hoon, branding him a gaming fiend. Our hero can't even recall the man's ultimate fate in the first timeline. That likely implies he failed to even survive the opening trial. For a being of such little consequence, there was no compelling reason to relocate. Before, our protagonist couldn't bear the mere sight of him. There's no cause to mind someone so utterly insignificant. In his reality, an entire decade has passed since he lived through such petty days. Jisoo remains uneasy about their current location, and it would become a nuisance for her if he began speaking to her. So she still insists they should find another spot. Before they can move, however, she spots a commotion happening a short distance from them. The scene she describes triggers a memory from 10 years ago. Just moments before the game began, they were engaged in idle chatter on that day as well, when Jisoo pointed toward a strange event unfolding nearby. She guesses they're filming a movie, when in truth, it's a phenomenon of a different nature. Small, green hands erupt violently from the earth as goblins claw their way into the mortal realm, cackling and shrieking with glee. The surrounding crowd at first assumes it is nothing serious. Some bystanders even raise their mobile devices, believing a film crew is capturing a scene. And these are merely small children in elaborate costumes. Jisoo, too, is eager to investigate what has happened, but Si-hoon warns her to wait for just a moment. A decade ago, he indulged her wish and followed her lead. Together, they went to observe those very creatures, and they paid a devastating price for it. People draw closer to the goblins to capture photos, and it is not long before the first person is stabbed. The goblins unleash a frenzy of attacks on everything, cutting down bystanders and laughing as crimson sprays the air. It doesn't take much time for the crowd to realize these are, in fact, actual monsters, and a wave of panic erupts. With the shocking appearance of these monsters, the masses began their desperate escape. But that was the single worst choice they could have possibly made. Goblins are barely more powerful than a grown man. So to secure their kills, they instinctively hunt the vulnerable, which means exposing your back to a goblin is a direct invitation for death. Goblins slaughter for entertainment, and when they slay humans, they do so with a grin. Jisoo moves fast, seizing Si-hoon's hand, but a goblin reaches them first, preparing to strike him down. 10 years ago, he was nothing but a weakling and a coward, and when the goblin lunged to attack them, Just as it is now, Jisoo gambled her life to protect him. In his first timeline, he stood frozen right behind her as the goblin spilled her blood across him and the pavement. Back then, he abandoned the dying Jisoo and fled for his own life. But he is now a player who has gazed upon the world's very end. Things are not the same as they were a decade prior, and he will not permit Jisoo's life to be squandered a second time. His old abilities are still sinking from his previous life, so he lacks the immense power he once held, but not for long. But there is no time to be wasted. He lunges directly at the goblin, barely evading a deadly swing from the creature's rusty blade. Then, he sends the foul beast flying with a brutal uppercut, forcing the monster to drop its weapon in pure shock. Before it can even recover, Sehun snatches the dagger before it can even touch the ground and uses it to impale the goblin. The system chimes with a sudden alert, announcing he is the first player to vanquish a goblin. In this opening trial, it also declares that items from the DLC shop are now open and available for him to purchase, and all his unused points have been carried over from his initial playthrough. He now has access to the forums, a unique service that will prove immensely valuable to him. And with that single act, the synchronization of his power is finished, and his second chance at this life truly starts. When a player manages to finish a quest, they earn points that are based on their overall contribution. They can then use those earned points to improve stats or acquire specialized equipment of their choosing. Most virtual games are built on these basic mechanics, and the same principles govern this world that has now been converted into a game. That can only mean, since he carried over 700,000 points from his first run, he holds exclusive access to overpowered items compared to these rookies. At the same time, numerous orbs descend over the university grounds, maintaining a close watch on everyone in the vicinity. A voice echoes down from the heavens, welcoming the reluctant players to the grand game of the gods. From this point forward, all who are present must finish quests to live, and dire consequences await any who fail to clear the tasks. As the survivors struggle to accept that their entire lives have become a video game, Sehun ponders his next strategic move. If he were to abruptly enhance his stats or upgrade his items, he would undoubtedly draw some very undesirable attention. For the time being, he must remain cautious, now that they have begun their overt surveillance of them. The orbs are called observers, and they function as the divine eyes of the gods and the Grandmaster. They can alter their appearance based on their divine user, but they all generally share a very similar design. If they ever begin to grow suspicious, it would directly impact the challenge level of his quests. They wouldn't just forgive him for simply being overwhelmingly strong, and they would escalate the difficulty as a direct punishment. To prevent an end like that one, he must do everything he can not to attract any attention. A goblin rushes toward him, and he seizes it before it can strike. But instead of dispatching it with ease, he fakes a desperate struggle, hoping they will misjudge his true level of hidden power. On the other side, Jisoo scans through the system and the initial player guide and starts to grasp their horrifying predicament. She's able to quickly deduce that their world is not the same one they once inhabited. The monsters and the strange system pop-ups are clear evidence. Enough of that. She remains astoundingly composed about this whole ordeal, despite the fact that their existence has been irrevocably transformed. But Sehun is also far too collected about this new reality. He has also been effortlessly dispatching the vile monsters, which is arousing some suspicion within her. Before they can continue their discussion, the primary objective materializes from a system notification. Their mission is to flee from the besieged college grounds, and they have been given a deadline of 2 short days to succeed. A massive horde of goblins will soon begin its assault, and they must either defeat or circumvent them as they attempt to escape the campus perimeter. The compensation will differ for each player, based on their individual accomplishments during the trial, so direct engagement is highly recommended by the GM. The quest holds a mere E-rank difficulty with a 2-day deadline, so it should be a simple matter for Sehun to complete. Regardless, he cannot waste any time conversing with Jisoo, and they must start moving as quickly as they possibly can before the goblin horde descends upon them. The monsters spot them talking and begin their hot pursuit. Sehun moves instantly, taking hold of Jisoo's hand and making a desperate dash for safety before the creatures close in. As they flee, Jisoo sees the goblins slaughtering other students, who are also attempting their own escape. But there is absolutely nothing she can do for them. Finally, they reach a sanctuary of safety, and she asks about the others. But Si-hoon informs her that there will be few casualties for now. A goblin is roughly as strong as a fully grown adult at most, which implies that once survivors start to form small groups, they should be able to handle the threat with relative ease. That is, at least until the much larger hobgoblin arrives. Meanwhile, Si-hoon at last arrives at the destination he'd been seeking all along. It is a consecrated safe zone he recalls from his former life. Back then, he was utterly broken, weak, and terrified when he had accidentally discovered this consecrated safe zone. It's a hallowed ground where monsters cannot possibly enter, which they can use as a temporary refuge. The goblins that had pursued them finally managed to catch them and slam their blades futilely against the barrier of the safe area, but they cannot even make a scratch. Eventually, they relent and depart because they cannot breach. This is one of the very few locations where they will be permitted to lower their defenses. And Si-hoon suggests that they rest for a while there before proceeding. For the moment, he must figure out a way to properly equip Jisoo, or at least to a level where she can face a goblin by herself. Elsewhere, a few students flee for their very lives from a pack of deranged-looking goblin creatures. Without any warning, someone lands directly behind the fleeing students and proceeds to eliminate them all with a single swift strike, each in a mere matter of seconds. The goblins that have been chasing them down are now all dead on the grass. Jong-yin recognizes this powerful new figure as none other than Jisoo, and he can hardly process what is even taking place. It all began just 3 hours prior, when Jisoo was still taking shelter in the safe zone with Si-hoon. As she's scrolling through her phone, attempting to understand the current situation of the world, Si-hoon is far more concerned about the divine eyes watching them. The gods observe players by using an observer for the simple objective of their own twisted amusement. When they discover a player they deem unusually captivating, they select them as their avatar and watch as they undertake quests. As the game master, the GM also oversees the servers and doles out quests. The observer that is currently monitoring him and Jisoo is the personal observer of Korea's game master, Arcadis. The GM of Korea, for the time being, all he can do is behave as uninterestingly as possible, hoping that Arcadis will quickly lose interest and abandon them. At last, the observer finally floats away, leaving them in peace. It only remained for about 30 minutes, which reveals just how impatient he is. Even during the first round, this very impatience was what prevented him from becoming a top-tier GM. He doesn't possess a single ounce of patience, which is a great advantage for Si-hoon, all things considered. For the moment, he chooses to explore the forums and see what is unfolding there. A blinding burst of light greets him as he selects the option, but judging by the lack of reaction from Jisoo, it's quite clear that he is the only one who can perceive. The forum itself resembles some kind of internet browser, and it appears fully equipped with a holographic monitor and keyboard. From what he can gather, it is filled with general topics and helpful guides. It is essentially a direct replica of standard Earth-based internet forums. It even includes a live chat feature. He enters the chat room, and the system assigns him the name Anonymous User 48. The moment he joins in, a user called Greek Boss demands that he identify himself at once. Fortunately for him, that is not a requirement, and the other users quickly scold the arrogant chatter on the principle of an anonymous chat room. The gods inside the chat room discuss their personal servers and the various players they have been keenly observing. Then the topic of conversation turns to the Korean server and the simple fact that Arcadis is the GM of that region. Based on what they are all discussing, it seems they find his quest to be rather unimaginative. One specific user, in particular, mentions how he was just about to claim a cute girl as his avatar, but she was taken away into a safe zone by some other guy. They're undoubtedly speaking about him and Jisoo. This chat room will become vital for him much later, when he eventually decides to start gathering crucial intelligence. Next time, he may even attempt to create a post of his own. He will need to check it from time to time later. But at this moment, he is far more curious about the DLC store. The new interface opens, appearing like a massive store display. Certain items are currently locked behind main quests, but from what he is currently seeing, everything available there is of exceptionally high quality. The one item that is sealed behind the main quest appears to be the most critical of them all, and it seems to be some kind of player transfer item. He scans through the remaining items on the digital display, and one particular item immediately grabs his attention. It's a special multiplayer package for those who completed their first run in single-player mode. Now, they can experience their second loop with trusted companions. The cube will grant him the ability to create parties with chosen people, and all members of his party will receive unique benefits exclusive to them. It is priced at 20,000 points. But for an individual who has amassed up to 700,000 points, that is a simple purchase. But if all items here cost this much, then he will be forced to spend his points with extreme care. A loud voice suddenly grabs his attention, and he looks over to see a student trying to assemble a group of survivors together. It seems that people are finally starting to band together, which means that the goblins won't pose nearly as much of a threat now. The survivors unite as one and begin using whatever they can as weapons to drive the monsters away. Although their makeshift team is far from perfect, as they start to coordinate their attacks, they gradually begin to learn how to dispatch the tiny creatures. Jisoo calls out his name, pulling him from his trance as he watched them defeat the goblins. It appears she is finally prepared to enter the fray herself, and he concurs that it is high time they get back to it. She is adapting to their altered reality remarkably quickly. But even though it simplifies things greatly for him, it would be incredibly strange if he revealed everything that he knows to her all at once. For now, he must maintain focus on his primary task of arming her. He presents her with the battered dagger, which he had taken from a goblin he had slain earlier. She takes it, but is also concerned about how he intends to fight if he is left with no weapon himself. Si-hoon reassures her that he will acquire another one soon enough, and that she is far more defenseless than he is right now. His composed demeanor and unwavering confidence are truly astonishing to her. He had always been peculiar in his behavior, but now he is like an entirely different human being. That aside, the dagger is not very sturdy since it's severely rusted. It will not be useful for very long, but it should prove sufficient for basic self-defense. Then he gives her a unique VIP brooch, an item that lets her heal from her injuries much faster, and also accumulate points 20% faster than the normal rate. He obviously cannot admit that he bought it from the DLC store, so he fabricates a story that it was a drop from the goblin he killed. She buys his excuse without much hesitation, since she's already familiar with how items work in video games. In actual fact, though, he was forced to spend 20,000 points purchasing 2 of those brooches for the both of them. The DLC shop offers much different gear than the standard shop, but the items are far more expensive. Even with that, it's a worthy investment considering their buffs. If any players should die in this game, it is the same as in real life. They're gone for good. In that respect, spending 20,000 points to recover wounds faster is a very wise choice. And since it also boosts the rate at which they can gain points, it's a very good deal. With that settled, they depart from the safe zone and resume their harrowing journey. Video games are almost always about having the right equipment. The better the gear that you possess, the more powerful you become, and if they can obtain powerful gear, they'll have a much greater likelihood of survival. The pair moves quietly throughout the campus, and Si-hoon reminds her to remain calm and concentrate mostly on defense. Elsewhere, the game masters from many different regions convene to observe and discuss their chosen players. One GM laments that the people in his region simply perish, while offering up prayers to God. Meanwhile, everyone in another GM's region went absolutely berserk, and due to lenient gun laws, they proceeded to shoot down every single monster they saw. Arcadis, on the other hand, shows no interest in the vast majority of players in his area. There is only one in particular who has piqued his interest, a celestial slayer. The 2 students persist in their journey through the ravaged campus, doing their absolute best not to be seen by the monsters that are running rampant all across the area. Si-hoon has provided a number of items to Jisoo with a specific goal in mind, to eliminate the primary threat to their survival. Once they have confirmed that Jisoo understands a mission and has adequately secured all her equipment, they proceed. The pair conceals themselves on a building's roof. As the monsters continue their wild, destructive rampage, they exchange a knowing signal, and Jisoo immediately sprints off in the direction of the monsters. Their plan is actually quite straightforward. Whenever a large horde of goblins gathers, there's invariably a goblin leader commanding them. Jisoo questions him about how he has this intel, but he deflects by saying he is simply a video game nerd. People such as himself will always be aware of these things when they spend all their time playing video games. Goblins are much like the animals shown in nature documentaries. When a herd exists, they almost always have a leader. This leader is almost certainly the final boss of this quest, and until this final boss is taken down, it will be a struggle to escape. Sehun's grand strategy is to defeat the boss, to make escaping this area significantly easier for them both. Her objective will be to lure all the goblins from the area, to make the fight easier for him, to draw all the weaker level monsters directly toward her location. The Perfume of Temptation is a special potion that entices all weak monsters in the vicinity. Once every last goblin has been drawn into one location, she will then consume a potion of invisibility, which completely erases all signs of the user's presence after being drunk for a full 5 minutes. With that, the entire area will be devoid of goblins, and she will be safe from all harm, allowing Sehun to take on the fearsome boss monster without any distractions. That essentially makes her the decoy in this plan. But she couldn't resist asking him how he obtained all of these potions. Nevertheless, the plan has been put into action, and she has successfully managed to lure a considerable number of the goblins in her immediate vicinity. It is now time for her to drink the stealth potion to escape from danger. Before she has a chance to, however, she spots Jongyun and another female student fleeing from a massive swarm of bloodthirsty goblins. He is screaming for assistance. And although she should prioritize her own safety and the mission above all, she cannot suppress her innate compassion for others. She also recalls that Sehun mentioned that the reward will be substantial if a great number of people manage to survive. Due to this, she leaps down and proceeds to slay all the goblins in a matter of mere seconds, rescuing both Jongyun and the other girl. But she also realized that her own body felt surprisingly nimble as she was fighting. Jongyun gives her no chance to contemplate, though, and his irritating shouting grates on her nerves. She starts to question if she should have even bothered to save him in the first place. After all, he should be expressing his gratitude, not being a complete nuisance. As she turns to glare daggers at him, something foreign seizes control of her entire body. She begins to feel dizzy and struggles to catch her breath. And regardless of what she does, she cannot seem to calm her raging body. Jisoo battles to fight through the bizarre sensation overtaking her, so she can drink the potion before it is far too late. But the feelings are simply too overwhelming. She ends up dropping the vial onto the ground, and the only thought she can now form is to stop the goblins before they can get anywhere near Sehun. The monsters begin to surround her, and she emanates a dangerous aura that envelopes her, but instead of appearing frightened and helpless before all the monsters that now surround her, she is unervingly calm and even has a faint smile on her face. Elsewhere, Sehun casually wonders if Jisoo is managing all right. Despite his deep concern for her well-being, he has a far more dangerous foe to contend with. It's the hidden boss of the region, and Sehun takes a moment to address it. After all, a full decade has passed since he last faced the hobgoblin that had decimated the student body population of his school. The monster clearly has no idea what our hero is talking about, and immediately lunges in for the kill with a powerful punch. Sehun decides to mirror its unspoken act of aggression and begins allocating points directly into his abilities. He begins with agility, letting him effortlessly evade the blow and leap high above the massive hobgoblin's head. The monster glances around, trying to find where its target went, never guessing that Sehun is positioned right above it. Then he lands with great force on the monster's skull and swiftly lands a sharp punch to its eye before it can even react. The hobgoblin roars in agony and clutches its wounded eye as Sehun leaps away from it, landing a safe distance away from it. He remembers that a huge number of people died from this boss's brutal sword swings 10 long years ago, but this time around, he will ensure that does not repeat. Our hero snatches a large stone from the ground and allocates 10 more points into his strength stat. Then he hurls the stone directly at the monster, who is still reeling from the devastating hit to its eye. That attack forces the blade it was holding to launch up into the air. Sehun vaults up high to catch it. Then, with a single fluid movement, he uses it to finish off the monster with a wide, clean swing, slicing its head clean off. The system chimes with a new notification, informing him that he has vanquished the stage's well-hidden boss. He also obtains a reward called the Hobgoblin's Girdle, as well as a bonus of 500 points. The prize seems very much worth it, since it was locked behind an optional boss fight. The Hobgoblin's Girdle is an accessory that boosts his strength by a full 10 points, and is exempt from the main quest stat restrictions. That will surely prove to be useful in the near future. He will just need to concentrate on improving his stats later on. What he truly needs to. Once the gods learn about the hidden boss's demise, they will most certainly start to pursue him. So for the time being, he must move quickly and depart before an observer arrives to investigate what happened here. Now, he just has to concentrate on locating Jisoo and pray that she is okay. He vacates the area and begins to search everywhere for her. But astonishingly, there's no evidence of anything at all. Not Jisoo, nor the goblins. After she consumed the stealth potion, the goblins should have gone back to their original positions. But the entire area is completely deserted now. The stealth potion was only supposed to last for 5 short minutes. But it's also conceivable that she did not make it. Or perhaps he finished the battle with the boss monster far too fast. A piercing scream from somewhere up ahead shatters his train of thought, and he realizes that a large number of goblins are fleeing from something. It seems they are terrified of something in the distance. Sehun sprints toward where the goblins are all running from, and he detects the foul stench of blood that permeates the air, originating from the direction he is currently heading towards. He dashes over to where she is supposed to be, resolute in not allowing her to perish a second time due to him. But when he finally gets there, he finds Jisoo standing tall, encircled by heaps of slain monsters. Just moments before he showed up, Jisoo had gone on a violent killing rampage against all the creatures. Initially, the goblins had continued to charge headfirst at her, even after she spent time slicing off their heads. But after some time, even the most mindless of monsters started to understand that they stood no chance in this brutal fight. All the while, as she cut down the innumerable goblins, her eyes were ablaze with a sinister crimson light, almost as if she were under some kind of spell. When Sehun finally manages to catch up to her, she collapses to her knees, and the dangerous glow in her eyes finally subsides. Goblins are typically nothing more than fodder, but our hero can hardly comprehend that she defeated so many on her own. She informs him that she had encountered the 2 students, running for their lives as she was luring away the monsters on the ground, more likely fainted from pure, unadulterated shock. They were, thankfully, not yet corpses as Sehun had first feared, although Jisoo assumes they must have passed out because of the goblins. The more chilling truth was that Jisoo's aura caused them to collapse. He couldn't quite decipher what was wrong with her, so he requested she share her status window with him to directly inspect her attributes for himself. Her stats were certainly above the average, but there was nothing truly extraordinary to be found there. But then a single trait immediately seized his full attention. Within her status, there appeared a crimson-colored skill. It represented a passive power known only as the Celestial Slayer. It was a legendary, ultra-rare ability that awakens without the player's conscious will, once it has been fully learned. He had witnessed it only once in his prior life. A warrior known as the Blood Demon, who hailed from another realm, named Jean, possessed the Celestial Slayer attribute. In his dimension, there are ancient martial arts techniques which he wielded to obliterate horrifying monsters. When they had first crossed paths, he was unforgettable, an all-powerful combat master from a different plane of existence. The Celestial Slayer's influence is an overwhelmingly destructive passive, and it now made perfect sense why the goblins chose to flee in terror. However, its wielder also runs the risk of losing their sanity and descending into a state of madness. If the Celestial Slayer's might is not perfectly reined in, Jisoo showed no immediate signs of this madness just yet, but he must watch her closely in case it emerges down the line. For the moment, he needed to explain to her what this trait was. It felt fundamentally wrong to conceal such critical knowledge from her. He resolves to tell her precisely what she must know, and simplifies it as a power that makes her grow stronger, in proportion to the amount of blood she has witnessed. She tests this theory by gazing at her blood-soaked dagger, and the results manifest themselves instantly. Her eyes begin to glow with a crimson, blood-red light, and the bloodlust from before starts to resurface. Sehun snatches the dagger from her grasp before she can begin another slaughter, and cautions her that if she relies on the skill too much, it could place her in grave danger. Though it's a terrifying power, beginning the game with an ability like that has incredible advantages, judging by the complete lack of injuries on her body. Despite the brutal and intense battle, he can deduce that the Celestial Slayer's passive regeneration is also compounding with the effect from the brooch, which is granting her an unbelievable rate of recovery. Jisoo truly is a rare specimen, and with all these amazing powers combined, he decides to propose that she enter into a contract with him. She misinterprets his words at first, and a deep blush even spreads across her face. But he hastily clarifies his point that he only means that he wishes to form an official party with her. She at least understands what parties are from her gaming experience, and she is more than willing to join forces with him in a party. Now that he has secured his very first party member, he acquires the multiplayer package from the exclusive DLC shop and uses the item to send her a formal party invitation. As they establish their new alliance, he discovers that one of the key benefits of forming a party with another player is the power to share your unique traits. If he plays his cards right, he could potentially become even stronger than he was in his past life. He navigates to the ability menu, but is surprised to see he has no abilities currently available for the skill sharing feature. It appears that he also must possess an ability to offer up in order to successfully share skills. It seems it's more of a mutual exchange than a one-sided transfer, and it would be most beneficial for both of them if he also shares a skill for her to utilize. He recalls a specific ability he held in his first playthrough. That would be absolutely perfect for her. But for the time being, he's going to have to postpone skill share. It would be a major inconvenience for him to possess the Celestial Slayer ability so early on, regardless. The observers finally descend upon the scene, most likely because the gods have received word that the hobgoblin has been slain. It is a good thing that no one witnessed him defeat, or it would have made matters far more complex. Now is the time for them to depart and complete the main quest. Jong-yoon eventually regains consciousness, and just as predicted, he is whining obnoxiously and pointing blaming fingers directly at Jisoo. She would much prefer it this way, rather than have him gawking at her and attempting to flirt with her. Si-hoon cuts straight to the chase and demands what they are doing, wandering around campus in such incredibly perilous times. Jong-yoon attempts to mock Si-hoon for asking such foolish questions, but a cold blade to his throat silences him from speaking so carelessly. It is Jisoo, and the expression on her face tells him that if he doesn't start behaving, she will not hesitate to end his life. Jong-yoon's entire demeanor shifts instantly with a knife at his throat, and he is much more willing to answer Si-hoon's direct questions. It also seems that this menacing and intimidating side is in fact Jisoo's authentic personality. Jong-yoon clarifies that the reason he was wandering out in the open is because he and the girl accompanying him were assigned to be scouts for the main group. If one of them ran into any danger, the other was instructed to flee and report back to the others. With strategic plans such as these, it implies that someone far more organized is giving the commands. There is no chance Jong-yoon would have volunteered for scouting on his own. Jong-yoon starts to protest, but the blade returning to his throat forces him to confess he was chosen because they drew his name from a random lottery. This means that someone is assembling people to fight back against the goblins, and they're also capable of leading a large group, all of whom are in a state of sheer panic. This individual must possess a keen intellect and strong leadership abilities to be able to accomplish something of this magnitude, considering that nearly everyone else was annihilated in his first run. The wisest course of action here is to escape instead of directly confronting this group. He commands Jong-yoon to lead him to their commander, the one who is rallying all the survivors. Once more, Jong-yoon attempts to argue back with Si-hoon, but another blade is suddenly aimed in his direction. Except this time, the one wielding the knife is not Jisoo, but a goblin that lunges straight for him. Si-hoon effortlessly seizes the monster by its arm and kills it in an instant, much to Jong-yoon's complete and utter disbelief. A key trait about goblins is that they have a tendency to target and attack the most vulnerable target first, so the fact that they came directly after him should tell Jong-yoon everything that he needs to know. With this now in mind, Si-hoon asks him once more if he wishes to guide them to the leader, or if he prefers to remain out here all by himself. As Jong-yoon guides them toward the location of his group, Si-hoon gets to witness the carnage and death that has engulfed the campus. In his previous existence, he was also preoccupied with trying to escape, and the sole thing that ensured his survival was the safe zone he had luckily managed to discover. After a bit more walking, Si-hoon questions where precisely Jong-yoon is taking them. He is guiding them to the fortified university gymnasium. Inside, there are numerous students and staff members who are still alive, although a great many of them have been wounded, most likely from the initial brutal assault. The leader rescued and brought the others here all while being just as bewildered as everyone else. Whoever orchestrated this is someone composed and reliable enough, who also possesses a strong reputation among the students. There are very few people on campus who can think and act in such a way, but one particular person immediately springs to his mind. Si-hoon accurately deduces that it is the student council president who is in command and who sent Jong-yun on that scouting mission. The president's name is Hyung-yun. He is intelligent, handsome, and has proven himself to be a natural leader. The gods will undoubtedly fixate their attention on him for certain. And with the swarm of observers that are surrounding him, it is clear that they already have. He will be seen as a prized avatar by them, and he very likely perished at the hands of a hobgoblin in the past life. The fact that he has not yet left, however, suggests that he is unaware that remaining in the school signifies certain and unavoidable death. In other words, he is not yet a god's avatar. But judging by the number of observers trailing him, he must have received a massive number of offers by this point. He seems wary of them for the time being, and does not know who he can place his trust in. Hyung-yun spots Jong-yun and his newfound group and hurries toward them. He also instantly recognizes Jisoo and tries to welcome her, but Si-hoon interrupts him before he can continue. They must evacuate the campus, and they must do so now. Unlike Jisoo, Hyung-yun does not remember Si-hoon and does not readily accept his dire warning. Si-hoon announces that the leader of the monsters is no more, and that they all should have gotten a system alert, that the dreaded hobgoblin has finally been defeated. Because of this, all the nearby goblins are in a state of confusion, now that their commander has suddenly vanished without a trace. This makes it the absolute perfect opportunity to escape the area, since the main quest was to escape, and not merely to survive. That is only the surface-level summary, but he cannot say any more with all the observers watching. To further solidify his argument, he points them to the timer in their quest log, which is currently ticking down from 37 hours. If they fail to leave before the clock runs out, there will be dire and severe penalties. From their short conversation, he can tell that Hyung-yun only possesses the knowledge of a complete novice about this game. That can only mean that the president has not become an avatar yet. If he can convince the man to guide everyone out of here, then it would ultimately be better for him. With the hobgoblin eliminated, people have started to perish less, which means that the gods will very soon start to grow bored. Unforeseen circumstances might begin to take place, and the gods will begin to lose their interest. Once the predicament becomes too easy for the human players, their reactions are the main objective in this sadistic game. And since the gods have now learned that the hobgoblin is gone, it means that there is little else to amuse them for the time being. Hyung-yun concludes that they must take some kind of action, since they are unable to reach anyone on the outside. It is possible to gather some information from the internet, but as of now, they have been unable to call for aid or speak with anyone else. With his sharp decision-making abilities, it is puzzling that someone as capable as Hyung-yun died so quickly. In his first playthrough, there was no organized escape attempt or any counteroffensive launched in the gym during his first timeline, which means everything is drastically different this time around. Last time, the hobgoblins slaughtered them all after they attempted to fight back, but that was all. So this whole time, he believed the leader was indecisive and weak. But that is obviously not the truth. Another voice chimes in on their important discussion, while Si-hoon is still contemplating what his next move should be. He tells them that the most logical thing they can do is wait for rescue. Si-hoon recognizes the individual who is joining their conversation very well. His name is Dong-woon Park, and he is someone that is simply impossible to ever forget. In his past life, Dong-woon was a man who had betrayed him countless different times. He seems to be attempting to persuade Hyung-yun not to flee, and instead to just stay put and wait. But the leader is no longer so easily swayed. There's no logical reason for them to just sit here and wait. Dong-woon does not concede his point, and tells the leader that he's gambling with everyone's lives right now. This causes the leader to hesitate for a moment and reconsider his options. Now that Dong-woon has made his appearance, it is simple to guess what actually transpired in the first playthrough. This man already understands the rules of the game and how to win. Dong-woon turns and introduces himself as the vice president of the student council to Si-hoon. He raises some legitimate concerns, like the fact that half of everyone present is injured. And because of this very fact, it would not be a wise idea to just rush out into the open. He incorrectly presumes that Si-hoon has probably grown a bit reckless after securing a few lucky kills against the monsters. Because of this, he insists that the smartest thing they can do is to remain here and wait for the authorities to arrive and resolve this. That is a perfectly reasonable point for anyone to make. And if it were a normal person making these same arguments, Si-hoon would be inclined to agree with them. But he already knows the true nature of Dongwon. There is no way he would ever consider the well-being of everyone else above the well-being of himself. In the first timeline, he was a complete psychopath who reveled in joining different factions and took pleasure in watching them implode. From the inside, he has no regard for the deaths of others, as long as everything works out well for him. A monster like that would never think of the greater good. This time, however, Si-hoon is determined not to allow him to have his way, like he did in his previous existence. Jisoo, on the other hand, who has been mostly silent for the last while, takes great exception to the idea that Dongwon thinks they only managed a few lucky monster kills. Dongwon refuses to believe that they have killed any of them, and Jisoo offers to personally escort him outside and demonstrate exactly how she accomplished it. Dongwon does not give an immediate reply, so she provides him with further evidence on her phone. It would be foolish to just sit here and hope for rescue, simply because they're all afraid. The military and the police are both out of commission, and they have no clue when reinforcements will ever arrive. Dongwon still tries to argue that the other survivors will likely not agree with the decision to just get up and leave. But then Si-hoon proposes that they simply abandon the few who disagree. They do not have to persuade every single person. After all, if they decide to disregard the warnings and stay behind, then that becomes their own problem. But if Dongwon is aware of the truth of this dire situation, then there is no chance he would choose to remain behind. His true aim is most likely to get everyone in the gym killed for the additional reward from his personal kill count. That is the direct opposite of Si-hoon's own strategy, which is to earn greater rewards by rescuing everyone else. If he stayed behind while all the others made their escape, he would attract a lot of suspicion as the sole survivor, which would negate the advantages of getting a few people killed. After considering all of their arguments, Hyung-yin chooses to follow Si-hoon's strategic decision and attempt to flee the campus grounds. Dongwon has no other option but to go along with them as well. This confirms that he was most likely just feigning ignorance, while also being completely aware of how the game's systems operate. It is highly probable that Dongwon Park has already been selected as a god's personal avatar. Hyung-yin begins trying to convince the people to escape with him, thanks to the intelligence from the scout team and from Si-hoon. Even though there's still a great number of monsters outside, they are unable to think straight since their leader has been slain. Some people try to vocally oppose this new idea, and one of the professors even threatens Hyung-yin with a failing grade if he continues to act so irresponsibly, as if grades and academic scores even matter at this point. It is a mystery how someone like that even became a professor, while being so incredibly slow-witted. Eventually, everyone is armed with some kind of makeshift weapon, and they get into formation to attempt to escape the campus. Jisoo asks Si-hoon if they really must depart in this manner, but he is confident that they will all be all right, as long as no unexpected events should occur. She does not quite understand what he means by something special, but the goblins, at least, will not be a problem without their leader. The real problem is Dongwon, who is now a god's avatar. Regrettably, there are far too many eyes observing them. Otherwise, he would have attempted to kill him on the spot. As they make their way across the devastated campus, goblins start to gather around their large group, but Hyung-yin commands them all to stay close together. They will not attack any of them unless they get separated from the group. Thanks to his excellent leadership skills, the group is making good progress toward the main gate. Their troubles are not over yet, however, even though they are now at the exit. A system notification suddenly appears, informing them that the difficulty of the quest has been increased from E rank to D rank, and that sentinels will now appear on the stage. In an instant, the ground begins to tremble as if from an earthquake. Then, a colossal minotaur materializes before the terrified students. It stood motionless at first, but its sheer, overwhelming presence is enough to terrify the people who were feeling so relieved just a moment ago. The GM has deployed a monster that one would not normally encounter until the 15th quest into a crowd teeming with rookies. Hidden bosses like the hobgoblin can be dealt with one way or another, but they have now spawned a creature that regular players could never even hope to defeat, even if they joined their forces. Sentinels are unwinnable encounters that are often found in single-player games. The fact that they have unleashed one here means that they undoubtedly want more people to be killed. However, since this is only the very first quest, there must be some kind of cap on the Sentinel's true power, despite the fact that it's classified as a C-class monster. The attributes of the Sentinel do not exceed F-rank limitations. The other students are not nearly as calm, and they start to panic, wondering what they should do against a beast of that size. Dongwon is about to tell them all to scatter, but Jisoo clamps her hand over his mouth before he can give the order. If they all began to run away. Unfortunately for them, he is not the only one with that idea, and another student takes the initiative by dashing away and shouting for the others to do the same thing. A small number of the students run, but some of them find that they can hardly even move. It seems that the monster's roar has some sort of fear-inducing effect. That is actually better, since it prevents some people from fleeing aimlessly. But the few who do manage to escape can no longer be saved. In a mere matter of seconds, the Minotaur closes the distance and smashes them aside with ease. Even the arrogant professor from before, who was more concerned with his students' academic scores, is not spared from this fate, and he is instantly blown into pieces by the monster's gigantic fist. The Minotaur is enormous and stands well over 5 meters tall. It also possesses the power to blow people into smithereens without the need for any weapons. A beast of that caliber is something that they cannot possibly hope to outrun, and it is obvious that running is not the correct solution. As Hyung-Yun tries to devise a new plan, Si-Hoon steps forward to take command of the situation. Someone is going to have to serve as a diversion, while all the others make their escape. He offers up himself as the bait so that they can all flee, although Hyung-Yun initially insists that there is no reason for him to do something so incredibly reckless. It is clear that no one else would volunteer for the task anyway, and they cannot simply wait for the creature to obliterate them. It is astonishing that even in a predicament like this one, Si-Hoon displays no visible signs of fear. He is assessing the situation perfectly and making logical choices. Compared to Hyung-Yoon's own impressive composure, Si-Hoon is on an entirely different level. Jisoo continues to silence Dongwon's mouth, and she watches as Si-Hoon calmly strolls towards the massive Minotaur. She is worried for just a moment, but he waves his hand in a dismissive gesture toward her, indicating that he has a strategy in mind. She has faith in him and decides to free the insufferable vice president from his futile and pathetic struggling. Dongwon takes a second to compose himself and rub his aching jaw. He had initially planned to claim all the rewards for himself, but now that events have unfolded in this manner, there is very little that he can do. They had warned him about the Minotaur beforehand, so he will have no choice but to retreat. There will be plenty of other quests for him to exploit later on. Si-Hoon readies himself to enter into the battle, and even picks up a red piece of cloth to use to bait the beast away. Hyung-Yin has no idea how much time he can buy all on his own, but at this point, they have no other viable options. He takes a second to bow towards Si-Hoon and thank him for his selfless act, which makes our hero a bit flustered from the unexpected gesture. Si-Hoon then vaults onto a higher position and gets ready to draw all of the Minotaur's aggro by waving the cloth around. Once it is fully locked onto him, he bellows for the others to sprint toward the main gate, with Hyung-Yun shouting commands directly at them. They all comply and manage to reach the exit without any further issues. He even acquires a new ability called Commanding Shout, which aids him in relaying his orders. Si-Hoon, in the meantime, is coolly leading the giant Minotaur around, evading its colossal attacks and tricking it into crashing itself into the wall and the ground. Eventually, every last person manages to get out of the campus, and they successfully clear the main quest with time to spare. They all pause to check on one another, and although some of them are in pretty bad shape, they all manage to get out of there alive and well. Now that all the survivors are safe, Hyung-Yin spins around to go back and aid Si-Hoon, but there is a barrier preventing him from re-entering the previous stage area. Since he cannot get inside directly, he yells for Si-Hoon to get out of there while he still has the chance. He sees them calling out to him and turns his head to respond, but the Minotaur seizes this opportunity to land a direct hit, launching him violently into a nearby wall. Then the fearsome beast lunges, immediately slamming its body into Si-Hoon with immense force. The others can only stare in horror at what just occurred, and it is safe to believe that our hero is now dead. As they look on, the shimmering barrier begins to seal itself, blocking off their view of the tragic fight. Hyung-yoon offers his apologies to Jisoo, who also witnessed the entire thing unfold. But she just observes the fight with a completely blank look on her face. Despite their concerns, however, Sehun is still alive and resting beneath all the fallen rubble, waiting for them all to depart. He was not a good person in his previous life, and it would be far more accurate to say that he was incredibly self-serving. That's the reason he felt strange when Hyung-yoon thanked him so sincerely. He had been weak, and there were countless players who were far more gifted than he was. Back then, he simply wanted to survive. And to accomplish that, he had to become cold-hearted and selfish. But now that he has gone back to the very beginning, with a completely new outlook on his life, he wants to forge a different kind of path. Maybe this time around, he can actually try being a hero, now that he is certain that all the observers have departed, and there is no one remaining to watch over him. He provokes the Minotaur into attacking him one final time. The Minotaur seems shocked that he survived the devastating blow, but just before he was sent flying by the massive punch, he boosted his health stats to the absolute max for his current level to endure it. Since he tanked that hit directly, Sehun is now positive that his initial hypothesis was correct. The Minotaur's stats are capped out up to the F rank level of 100 points. Sentinels are typically designed to be impossible to kill by a normal player. In his previous existence, he avoided confronting one of them at all costs. And when he was forced to fight one, he made sure to prioritize his own survival by any means necessary. He did not care about the lives of others, as long as it meant that he would be able to live on. However, he does not want it to be that way this time. He braces himself as a Minotaur charges toward him with incredible speed, tearing up the pavement around it as it rushes toward him. Just before it makes contact, though, Sehun invests more points to upgrade his strength to the max level as well. But thanks to the item he acquired before, he can go even further, as he is literally grabbing the bull by its horns. He equips the legendary Hobgoblin's Girdle, which boosts his strength by 10 points over the main quest limit, since he is now above the established limit of the main quest. That also means that he is currently more powerful than the Minotaur. It immediately becomes clear as he snaps off the beast's horn, causing it to recoil back in agony. Then, our hero seizes the opportunity by leaping high into the air and kicking the Minotaur directly in its face, sending it flying. In his past life, he was a self-serving player who fought all on his own, and a common man who possessed hardly any special traits to mention. The incredible feats he is performing right now would have been utterly impossible for him in his past life. But right now, he wants to truly be a hero, with the Minotaur now defeated. He officially completes the main quest and earns the platinum tier. That feels a bit anticlimactic, since he aided everyone's escape and even volunteered to be the bait. Then he vanquished the hidden boss and the Sentinel all by himself. Platinum is the highest possible rank a player can achieve, but it is still a letdown that this is all he can attain. There is nothing he can do to alter it, though. And now all he can do is await his rewards. He would really prefer a weapon or some kind of useful ability. Anything besides consumable items or simple experience points would be a great outcome for him. The barrier reopens for him as he prepares to leave, and he is surprised to see Jisoo waiting just outside for him. He had assumed she would have gone with the others, but she patiently waited for him to emerge. Perhaps she was genuinely concerned about him. She actually knew he was not in danger, despite everyone else presuming he was dead. Ever since they created an official party together, she has been able to monitor the condition of other party members. From her stats window, she could see that he was still perfectly fine, even after taking that massive hit from the Minotaur. So she deduced that he was simply pretending to be defeated. He seems to prefer remaining unnoticed, so she did not want to ruin his performance. She asked him which rank he was able to achieve, and while he was awarded platinum, she received gold, which is the second highest possible rank. The third is silver, and the very lowest is bronze. Gold rank is typically viewed as one of the highest tiers, and platinum exists on an entirely different plane. Now that all the players are finished with the quest, the rewards for all the survivors are finally distributed. For vanquishing the first Sentinel and a clandestine boss, his prize was the legendary adaptive orichalcum. He also gained 2 new, constantly evolving powers. The first, Final Hour, the second, a Blessing of Regeneration. These boons were surely for his prowess in monster hunting, and being the first mortal to ever fell a Sentinel. Powers like these hold devastating endgame potential, as they grow ever stronger with the passage of time. But it was a shame he did not receive an S-tier skill, like Jisoo's fearsome Celestial Slayer. But he had no time to dwell on this, because the summons for the second great trial had already arrived. It commanded them to march toward the Lomi-Eye World Tower and vanquish the great boss monster within. The challenge level of this trial was a C rank, with a time limit of 2 entire weeks. It was the very same quest from his previous timeline, which made its outcome much easier to foresee. For the time being, players from the same trial will likely be given the same quest for a set duration of time. It should be identical for Jisoo and Dongwon's faction. All the others had also journeyed to the Lomi-Eye World Tower, but Jisoo did not join them, as she resolved to wait for him. She also despised being in the presence of Dongwon, since a sinister aura always surrounded him. It is very likely that she had already sensed his dark, ulterior motives. It made sense, given her exceptionally sharp intuition and a god-tier power like the Celestial Slayer. It was possible she could have become a legendary player if she had not met her end so early in the last life. She might have been a celebrated hero or a notorious villain. In either reality, she would have been a major power. But strangely, there were no observers currently watching her. He questioned her if she had become a chosen avatar yet, and she confirmed that she had not. This was unusual, since the gods would have detailed the rewards of becoming an avatar in the many requests they sent her. Jisoo clarifies that she refuses to serve a being she cannot even lay eyes on. The entire concept was far too sinister for her taste. Jisoo seemed to possess a remarkably level head, and it was difficult to know if the Celestial Slayer's dark influence had taken root, since she displayed no outward signs of madness. Even a feared blood demon from his previous life struggled to purge the madness of the Celestial Slayer. Despite her constant rejections, though, she had received a total of 12 avatar offers, which only proved that she was a valuable asset. But she had turned down every single one. Regardless, she was a member of his party now, and since their fates were now intertwined, he was now responsible for training her, so she never becomes a god's pawn. The first power she would have to learn is a unique killing art that only wielders of the Celestial Slayer can ever truly master: the Crimson Asura. The Crimson Asura is a technique that Sehun was never able to learn in his previous existence, because he was not born a Celestial Slayer. He had learned about these ancient martial arts from a fateful encounter with the Blood Demon. Martial arts are not upgradable skills by design, so they are incredibly hard to find or master, and that is why he never bothered to learn them in his past life. But unlike him, Jisoo had managed to shatter his wildest beliefs. With his guidance, Jisoo had managed to master the legendary martial art instantly, and although it was a good thing for him in the long run, the sheer speed at which she masters new skills is completely broken. Just a few hours prior, they had been wandering through the now decimated streets of their city. Sehun wanted to test the new powers he received from the first trial, and the first was his final hour. It is an ability that enhances both attack power and survivability, and since it is an ever-evolving skill, it will only grow in strength as he moves forward. The next was his new regeneration ability, which is a passive power unlike the final hour. That skill, plus the boons of the VIP and the Celestial Slayer, meant that nearly any wound would be mended almost instantly. Both Jisoo and Sehun were wearing the brooch, and they had managed to cleanse a huge portion of the area while also amassing a staggering amount of points. That was when Sehun chose to take her to a secluded area to perform the ability share. The two found a derelict cafe and sat down to exchange powers through their status windows. Sehun shared his own regeneration ability, while Jisoo offered up the fearsome Celestial Slayer. Although giving her final hour would not have been a bad choice, regeneration would prove to be much more useful for her. Unfortunately, since they are merely sharing their powers, the potency of their borrowed abilities is now reduced to 30%. The potency can be increased to a maximum of 80%, depending on the level of their bond. A borrowed ability does not carry over the drawbacks of that power either. While that means he won't get the full buff of the Celestial Slayer, he also won't suffer the madness penalty that comes with it. Jisoo is not overly impressed at being given a simple regeneration skill. She would have preferred something more offensive. Sehun disagrees with her, though, and argues that regeneration is an excellent offensive tool, since having such high survivability means that she can concentrate more on pure fighting than worrying about sustaining any injuries. Dodging will not be as vital, since she can now recover from wounds fast enough, and she can use the time that she would have spent evading to unleash more attacks instead. Hearing that, definitely makes her reconsider her stance on the regeneration skill, and she begins to see its true value. Now, the next thing they must decide is where to venture next. The second trial has a very generous time limit, so he wants to use the spare time to master new skills, and to teach her some new ones as well. Jisoo is grateful, but also puzzled by Si-hoon's newfound kindness. The Si-hoon that she once knew was always far more self-centered, and only ever looked out for himself. But even with her reservations, she cannot deny that acquiring new abilities is always a good thing. That is how he ended up teaching her the art of the Crimson Asura, and she mastered it with terrifying speed, while she is busy training with it. Si-hoon decides to take another look into the exclusive Gods forums. It is much more lively than his last visit, and there is one username in particular that grabs his attention the moment he enters the chat room. It is a god known as an honest life. And this specific god is someone he knew all too well from his first and only playthrough. This god is also the patron god of Dongwon Park, which is quite fitting since they are both insufferable to our hero. From what Si-hoon can gather, it seems that Hyung-yoon has been keeping a very close watch on Dongwon, and it appears that because of this, he will not be rewarded nearly as much as his first playthrough. Other than that, the rest of the chat appears to be filled with pointless small talk. Someone named Young Jester complains about how their avatar is a failure, who is squandering their potential by robbing a local bank. Si-hoon feigns ignorance and manages to persuade Young Jester to let him take a look. Through the lens of her observer, she invites him to join her, and he is physically warped there to meet her. Fortunately, his identity is still concealed since he set his profile to private. In this bizarre dimension, he meets the young jester, and she invites him over to come and peer through her personal observer. On the screen, a young man who appears to be a police officer kneels down to speak with a young girl who is hiding in a very dangerous location. Although he is attempting to be kind and gentle with her, she shrieks and tries to scramble away from him. This is precisely what Si-hoon had hoped to see. And one of the individuals on the screen is the very person that he needs for Lomi-ai Tower and the key to slaying the monster that resides there. Si-hoon returns to the real world to rendezvous with Jisoo, and the two of them begin heading toward the location he saw through the young jester's personal observer. It is in the complete opposite direction from Lomi-ai Tower, and thankfully, there are no observers present in this area. That also implies that there are fewer survivors in this area. Along the way, Jisoo observes that the streets are far messier than she anticipated. She believes that this destruction must have been the work of monsters, but the shocking truth is that it was mostly caused by humans. It was a very similar sight for Si-hoon in his first life. But the real truth is, monsters have no incentive to lay their hands on human buildings, because all the laws are now useless, and the police and the military are nowhere to be found. People are taking this opportunity to loot and destroy everything that they possibly can. Although, even with everything happening with the Gods game, it appears that human civilization has not yet fully crumbled. Surprisingly, the news networks are still on, and it's broadcasting on the strange and bizarre events happening all across the globe. Even with that, though, there is no way that the gods or the system will leave the human authorities in peace. As they're talking, a goblin attempts to sneak up on Jisoo from behind. She moves quickly enough to stop it before it can launch its attack. But because of her very dull weapon, she got some of the monster's blood on her. Because of that, she desires a new weapon that should be able to inflict extra damage. Even though she managed to kill the goblin with a single strike, she still wants something far better. The Celestial Slayer trait is only a 30% boost for Si-hoon, while it is a full 100% increase for Jisoo. That means that she must be unbelievably strong, even though they have only just completed the very first stage. Since she is now interested in getting a new weapon, Si-hoon offers to assist her in finding a new one. After they meet up with the person he is searching for, they finally arrive at the location that he wanted to visit, and it is a bank, of course. They are not here for the currency, since money is essentially useless in their new world now, and there is nothing they can buy with it. Instead, there is someone within this place that they truly need. For the second trial, inside the bank, there is complete and utter chaos as people try to assault and steal from the vaults. The officer that Si-hoon witnessed in the young jester's observer is trying their best to shield the innocent civilians while engaging the robbers in direct combat. As the civilians all flee to safety, the officer lunges toward an unsuspecting robber who attempts to counterattack him with a knife. The blade is effortlessly swatted out of the robber's grasp before he is sent flying by a vicious bash from the officer's knee. Another one tries to strike him from behind, but a direct punch to his gut sends him soaring as well. With that final move, all the robbers have been successfully neutralized, and it was not even a major issue for them, despite the fact that some of them were players as well. Outside, Si-hoon and Jisoo observe the entire scene, and our hero confirms that the officer is the one they are after. They manage to overpower all the robbers, so it is possible that they could be using a special item. However, it is far more probable that the officer is unbelievably strong, because they are, in fact, another chosen avatar. The individual finally spots Si-hoon and Jisoo observing them from afar, and he beckons them over to have a talk. He warns them to get as far away from the bank as they can, if they have no business being there, since it is extremely dangerous. Si-hoon cuts directly to the point, though, and informs the officer that he has no business with the bank, but he actually has business with him. Mina Lee, the officer, is stunned that he knows their real name, and recoils back in complete surprise. They try to argue, claiming their name is actually Jang Cheol-nam. But Si-hoon is not deceived, and neither is Jisoo. She takes their arm and notes that their heart rate has accelerated, and that they are obviously flustered. That is enough to persuade her that they are lying about their name, and that what Si-hoon said had clearly shocked them. Although it is even more shocking that Jisoo's senses are keen enough to detect these minute details. The officer abandons their charade and asks who they are, but Si-hoon only discloses that they are people who know their true identity. They become so panicked that their entire speech pattern changes. And at this point, the officer has no way of concealing their identity. As they are conversing, an observer floats over to watch them, and it seems that it belongs to the young jester. It appears peculiar, however, and it is very different from other observers that he has witnessed so far. Now that the secret is finally out in the open, the officer drops the false identity and unleashes their secret power. After transforming back, it is revealed that Mina Lee is not a middle-aged police officer, but is, in fact, a teenage girl. She went to a great deal of effort to act like a helpless young child. Then she rendered the real officer unconscious before stealing his clothes and his entire uniform. It was meant to be a flawless plan, but it appears that Si-hoon has spoiled it all for her. She demands they get to the reason why they are searching for her, since she is a very busy person. But the only thing she is busy with is robbing a bank. Her true power is the ability to shape-shift into another person, or any object. He obviously cannot tell them how he knows this, but luckily for him, Jisoo does not ask. The more pressing question is how he knew that she was robbing a bank. After all, from what they had seen, it seemed as though she was going around trying to aid people in need. She even disguised herself as a police officer so people would trust her. On the surface, it appeared that she had noble intentions, but the truth is that she brought the robbers there in the first place. Since everyone had evacuated to the bank because of the monsters, she could not rob the location as she had planned. Instead, she tricked the robbers into coming to the bank. If the robbers attacked the place a few more times, people would stop sheltering there because it was no longer safe. Once the place was deserted and she got rid of a few pesky robbers, she could then loot all the money for herself. In his past life, Mina and Dongwon were the greatest manipulators that he ever knew, and he has seen their schemes way too many times to not immediately see through them. Now that her entire plan has been exposed, Mina resigns herself to her fate and asks if they're going to turn her over to the authorities. But any semblance of authority is practically gone at this point, and besides, she would be able to escape from a jail cell easily. For now, he needs her to travel with them for a short time, until they can finish their second main quest. Mina is shocked that they are still on their second trial, since she has already finished her own. Her entire attitude completely flips towards them, now that she views them as being weaker than her. And it seems that this is her true personality. There is no advantage to Si-hoon if she looks down on him, so he decides to use some intimidation tactics to keep her in check. First, he flicks her squarely on the forehead, with enough force to send her flying across the room. That is enough to instill a little bit of fear in her at first, since his personal stats are now currently above F rank. He is easily the most powerful person in the world right now. Mina does not take the hit, lying down, and attempts to go on the offensive, launching a counterattack back in Si-hoon's direction. But in a flash, Jisoo is by his side, and she parries the punch easily. Just like Si-hoon, she also possesses monstrous levels of strength and effortlessly pins the younger girl to the ground. To make her escape, she tries to transform into something else, but Jisoo squeezes down on her wrist, shattering her focus and forcing her to stop her transformation. With Jisoo's direct intervention, Mina is much less inclined to try and make another escape, and thanks to the pure intimidation, she finally agrees to become a member of their group. They depart from the bank together toward their next destination, with the young jester's observer trailing closely behind them. Now that she has witnessed how powerful they truly are, Mina's tone shifts to something far too formal and respectful. So Si-hoon tells her that she can just speak to him normally. Then, she discovers that they are not even avatars, and wonders how the two of them could possibly be so strong. She is failing to grasp that being an avatar does not automatically mean that you are stronger than a player. What is more crucial is having the right equipment. High stats are not everything, and it is good items that truly support a person's raw power, although everything is in chaos. So it is hard to find a decent shop for any equipment. But Si-hoon already has a plan for that exact problem. He guides the two girls into another safe zone, and Mina is suspicious of how he knew this area was a safe zone. In the first place, it's because there is only evidence of looting, but no traces of any monsters. Monsters would not take any human provisions, so it is safe to assume that no monsters can enter here, now that they are inside of a safe zone. Si-hoon reveals to them a new game mechanic that even a god's own avatar would not know about so early. It is a chosen shop. It is clear from Mina's shock that she did not know it existed. The young jester could have informed her, since as a god, she should know how vital having items is. But she is well known for being a cruel sadist, so it is highly likely that she would not permit an easy path, even for her own chosen avatar. Si-hoon then lies and tells them he only found it by pure chance. Anyway, so there is no need for her to be so upset. Next up, now that they have located the place, it is time for them to choose the most useful gear they can find out of a shop that is full of equipment. Most of the items here are common tier weapons and items, so it is not like there is anything too overpowered here. There are also no potions available either, so people are far less likely to survive. This is almost certainly the work of the game masters, who wish to make the game as difficult as possible for the players. Eventually, though, players will figure out how to forge their own personal weapons, so it will not even matter. Right now, however, it is currently impossible to obtain any better equipment, so he decides to be grateful for this very basic loot. He selects a decent set of armor and some other gear for himself. Then, he purchases some more armor specifically for Jisoo. He gives her a powerful chest strap that is meant to protect her heart if she securely wraps it around her body. Since she has no points of her own to spend for herself, he has decided to purchase her things to bolster her stats. Next up, it is time for her to choose her weapon. And there are 4 main types of weapons to choose from: swords, spears, bows, and various blunt weapons. After carefully reviewing the list of available options, she decides to purchase a heavy mace, which is a blunt weapon. The Crimson Asura works well with any weapon, so it does not matter what she chooses. And a mace is also much easier to wield for a beginner than a sword or a spear. Besides Si-hoon, Mina slyly observes the two of them select their weapons and does not speak. She is hoping that our hero will acquire her some equipment as well, but he has absolutely no intention of doing so. After all, she had refused his generous offer of points earlier because she had been looking down on him. She cannot buy any equipment for herself, even if she wanted to. Each item has a value of 200 points, which is far more than she is able to afford. Once they had all donned the appropriate equipment, the 3 of them set out towards the location of the second quest, and they slay any monsters they find along the way. One of Si-hoon's new weapons is a sword that he has now enhanced with the orichalcum that he obtained as a premium prize from his very first quest. The special, or is a very versatile item that can be used as a solid, or a liquid to coat a single piece of equipment. When this amazing coating is removed, it will revert back to its original form. It can also alter its form, and it is reusable as well, which means that his new weapons can become much more deadly than they originally were. Orichalcum is the most powerful of all metals, and even though it enhances the strength of the sword, the overall weight of it does not change. They continue their journey and eventually arrive at the Lomi-Eye Tower, where the second trial is supposed to take place. The area looks surprisingly ordinary, and if not for the system itself, there would be no indication of a quest taking place here. Their mission is to defeat the second stage's boss, which is quite different from what Mina was tasked to do. Her own quest was a brutal battle royale, which is where a group of people are forced to fight to the death until only one person is left standing. In comparison, the simple escape quest that they had to do was relatively tame, but even that trial would have ended in total annihilation without Si-hoon's direct involvement. In front of the tower, there appear to be two individuals guarding the main entrance. The three of them hide behind a wall and observe the two as they patrol. It seems that they're on the lookout, even though there are no monsters in the immediate area. It is likely that they are patrolling for people instead, and they're attempting to stop any outsiders from getting in. If their quest is a competitive one, like Mina's battle royale, this level of precaution would make perfect sense. Now that they have arrived at the tower, it is time for Mina to make herself useful to them. They want her to utilize her transformation power to try and acquire some crucial intel and discover what their precise plans really are. Mina tries to protest, but it is clear that saying no is not an option here. Mina slips away from the two of them and toward an undefended wall. Then she waits until they're not paying close attention to each other. Then she grabs one of them and knocks him unconscious before he can react. With the man now taken out, she uses her transformation skill to change into the guard. Just as the other guard realizes that his partner is now missing, Mina emerges from her hiding place with her hands raised high, trying not to arouse too much suspicion from him. But she is far too rigid and unnatural. Despite that, though, she's still able to get inside the building without any problems. Inside the tower, other players are ascending the stairs toward the top of the tower. They have been climbing them for quite a while now. Heading straight toward the final boss's chamber, the players open the door and are greeted by a gigantic monster that is definitely far too large for them to defeat at their current power level. The monster awakens as soon as the players enter the room, and it immediately goes on the offensive. The players realize that they're not going to be able to survive this battle with this thing. They try to run off and make their escape, but the monster begins to pick them off one by one, ensuring that not a single one of them can possibly escape. One by one, each of the players starts to fall, and not a single one is able to evade the massive jaws of the boss. The last remaining 5 players are just barely able to make it to the exit, but before they can open the door and make their escape, the monster encircles them with its massive body, cutting off their only path of retreat. Then, in a mere matter of seconds, the final few are all killed, ending the swift boss encounter with a total and complete defeat. Elsewhere, Mina has managed to acquire all the information she required after tailing the unsuspecting guard. The boss chamber is at the very top of the building, and while the boss itself is horrifying, the real problem is the quest stipulations. Only the players who began in the same region can enter the final boss room at the same time. Because of this, there are now 2 teams trying to kill the boss, and only a single team can finish the quest. There is also a harsh penalty for failing the quest, so neither side wishes to give up the opportunity. Unfortunately, since one team arrived at the site much earlier, the team that got there late ended up taking over the subway. One of the individuals protecting the subway entrance is Jong-Yun Lee, and he is shocked that Si-hoon is somehow still alive and well. He guides them through the subway toward the rest of their group. Jong-Yun also appears strangely respectful, but that is to be expected after seeing how Si-hoon fought the Sentinel. For now, Si-hoon wishes to meet with the student council president so that they can discuss their new strategy. They enter the main base, and the crowd immediately begins to whisper about Si-hoon, recognizing him as the one who faced down the Minotaur. There are also a lot of observers in the area due to the large crowd, and from the looks of it, even they are interested in Si-hoon. Mina can hardly believe that he actually defeated a Sentinel all by himself, and at first, she actually does not believe. But from his calm reaction, she realizes that he is actually being serious. As they are talking, Hyung-Yin rushes up to them and pulls Si-hoon into a brotherly embrace. After a short talk, they discuss the situation inside Lomi-ai Tower, and the reason that they are now hiding in the subway. It is because they had arrived too late to the tower after the first quest. This matches up with what Mina reported, and it also means that they must defeat the boss before the players who are above them are able to, and they also must vanquish the other players along the way. Right now, though, they are no match for the opposing team, and even they could not manage to defeat the boss, so there is very little hope for them. But Si-hoon has a plan that will drag the other team down from the top. There is only one true stage boss, and with 2 different teams trying to kill it, the losing team will be severely penalized, and the penalty for failing a main quest is death. So, to ensure that they are hunting after the correct target, Si-hoon inquires if the other team knows about the real stage boss, and if they're the ones who claim that it is at the top of the tower. Hyung-yoon verifies that the other team really is the group that found the boss first, and announced it was at the very top of the tower. Now that he has this critical information, Si-hoon suggests that they allow the other team to have it. If the other team is at the very top of the tower, then they can go ahead and try to defeat it if they can. To simply accept their own demise, though, the actual truth is that the monster residing on the rooftop might not be the real boss at all. The monster is certainly far too powerful to be a regular mob creature. And it was, without a doubt, a monstrous horror. Furthermore, the very moment they breached Lomiai Tower's entrance, a system alert blared, announcing the boss's domain. So they scoured each and every level, but discovered not a single sign of another beast, let alone a second hidden boss. But even after combing through the entire structure, they had neglected to explore the subterranean depths. A key distinction between a true boss and a common mob is that a boss will invariably command its own horde, keeping them close as its personal guard. At that very moment, a player from the rival faction rushes to warn their leader of a crucial development. Hyung-yoon's group has arrived to parley, and this time, they were accompanied by Si-hoon and his allies. Moments before, it was decided that Hyung-yoon, Si-hoon, and a few select individuals would venture out to directly negotiate with the opposing team. One of the people joining them was Dong-woon, which was suspicious, as he never trusted Si-hoon's judgment before. It's clear from his rapid allegiance shifts to his own benefit that Dong-woon possesses a sharp intellect, despite his detestable character. This makes Si-hoon think about exploiting him in the future to advance his own objectives. But before the strategy was set, Hyung-yoon voiced his own apprehension about whether it was truly wise to negotiate with these people. After all, nearly all of them had extensive criminal records, and their own group included women and children. In Si-hoon's previous timeline, there were numerous guilds that rose in Korea, and one, in particular, was infamous for its sheer might. That was a notorious guild, forged by a gang of criminals who broke free from prison. The very moment the world was turned upside down, this group slaughtered people like they were insects and never hesitated to cross any moral boundary, so long as it served their own needs. They were known only as the Sins. The man infamous for founding this guild was its leader, Ju-win Kim, and that very same man was now glaring down at Si-hoon's party. As they approached to strike a bargain, Hyung-yoon initiated the discussion and stated that he had come to make a proposal to their faction. It had been decided earlier that a partnership between the two factions was simply not feasible. But Hyung-yoon was not there to ask for a partnership. He instead wanted to propose that the criminal faction proceed and defeat the boss located on the roof with their full blessing. Ju-win needed no one's permission. He was planning to face the boss either way. So Hyung-yoon held no real power in this negotiation. For him, to simply allow them to face the boss unopposed was the same as surrendering and preparing for his own death. Hyung-yoon told them that they stood no chance in a fight against the criminal faction or the boss. So they figured it would be smarter to wait for them to slay the boss. Then they would simply pray that another boss spawns for them to kill. This was a blatant lie, of course. And it was shocking that the student council president could deceive with such a sincere and honest face. Ju-win was, quite rightly, suspicious and warned them that if they were lying, then they would all face certain death. But Hyung-yoon continued his lie, despite the menacing aura that Ju-win was emitting to threaten them. Si-hoon could recognize the aura of an avatar when he felt one. Ju-win had to be the avatar of one of the high gods, Hades. Ju-win asked the rest of his crew what they thought of Hyung-yoon, and they were all in agreement. Since if the university students dared to come against them, they would just be slaughtered anyway. Since there was no disagreement, Ju-win accepted their proposal, but on a single condition. They demanded someone stay behind as collateral for the criminals. At first, Hyung-yoon tried to offer himself up, but Dong-woon stepped forward in his place. Since Hyung-yoon was their group's leader, he should not have to stay behind when the rest of his team needs him. Ju-win, on the other hand, was not satisfied, and he demanded their entire team remain locked up. Then he fixed his gaze on Jisoo in the back, and he demanded that she stay behind, specifically. Then, without any provocation, He lunged forward, attempting to strike her down, but his blade was effortlessly deflected by Si-hoon. The two of them locked eyes for a tense moment, and Juwon could hardly fathom that someone would dare to stand against him. Juwon must have been suspicious of Jisoo, even though he had no idea that she was a celestial slayer. It was clear that he had sensed something from her presence alone. Hyungyun tried to demand why Juwon would attempt to attack one of his party members, but he was completely disregarded. Instead, he walked directly up to Si-hoon, and the two of them faced off directly against one another. The other criminals began to shout in an attempt to intimidate the group, but Si-hoon did not yield an inch and advised Juwon to take their generous offer if the criminals did not wish to face off against them. Juwon could sense that Si-hoon was not just some ordinary man, and he ordered his group to be silent for a moment. His main threat was not Juwon, however, and he felt an icy chill run up his spine from the powerful aura of the woman standing beside him. Jisoo's lethal glare caused the criminal leader to freeze in terror, and he could only describe her immense power as something akin to a man-eating flower. The other criminals continued to urge their leader to fight, but Juwon was completely petrified by pure fear, and he could hardly control his own breathing while facing Jisoo. Si-hoon placed a hand gently on her shoulder to stop her from unleashing the paralyzing aura, and she finally returned to her calm state. She had simply been so enraged by the way that Juwon spoke to our hero that she had lost control of herself. It was a relatively minor aura for a celestial slayer, but it was still enough to completely immobilize the criminal boss. No matter how much of a psychopath Juwon is, there is no way he can ever compare to a celestial slayer. With the powerful aura now gone, Juwon could finally move again, and he tremblingly agreed to their original terms, for only a single person to stay behind with them, as they had previously settled on. That hostage will be Dongwon. As the group prepared to depart, Juwon was left behind, seething at the fact that they dared to do such a thing to him. He vowed that he would complete the quest and ensure that every last one of them dies. They made their way back to the subway and regroup, and Hyungyun had been quite worried toward the end there. But thankfully, they all managed to escape unscathed. Dongwon had chosen to stay behind of his own volition, though, so there was no reason to worry about him at all. For now, they should concentrate on getting ready to face the real boss. Si-hoon guided them back to the safe zone from before and introduced them all to the exclusive item shop that he had shown to Jisoo and Mina earlier. Just like the other two, the group had no clue that something like this even existed, but they helped themselves to the vast array of items and weapons available in the shop as the group began to arm themselves. Hyungyun asked Si-hoon if the other team would truly leave them in peace. After killing the boss, there was no way they would do that, since all of them were so eager to murder them just moments ago. For now, though, Si-hoon reassured them that they did not need to be concerned about it, although he refused to explain exactly why. There would be no such thing as an after for that group. Once Si-hoon was finally finished with them, Si-hoon excused himself from the group to make a phone call, and as he was finishing up, Jisoo snuck up on him without a sound. She had a strange way of moving about without giving off any presence, which Si-hoon was still not accustomed to. He did not reveal to her who he was speaking with on the phone, and instead, he showed her the new items he had acquired from the shop. One of them was a sharp, deadly spear, and there were also training bracers with adjustable weight levels. All of these were for his plans moving forward. But he still refused to explain precisely what he was plotting. As the two of them headed back to rejoin the main group, Jisoo asked Si-hoon when he had decided to learn how to wield a spear. He could not tell her that he had learned it in his previous life, so instead, he lied that he had a little bit of practice before the game started. Back in his past life, he was not especially skilled at anything, since all the weapons he attempted to use felt pretty mediocre. But at the end of the day, when it came down to winning and simply surviving, raw talent was not a requirement for him. After all, at the very end of it all, the one who managed to outlast the best of the best and endure until the end of humanity itself was him. This time, he plans to become the strongest in the world, no matter the cost. They rejoined the group with Hyungyun, who had managed to buy some excellent equipment with the points he earned from finishing their first quest. It also appeared that he had become an avatar as well. Considering Hyungyun's moral character, it must not be an evil god. Only time would tell, however, and all he could do for now was observe and see what unfolds. Now that everyone was properly geared up, it was time for them to head out and face the true boss. Before they departed, though, Si-hoon informed them that he and Jisoo would be moving separately from the main group. Then, he handed Hyungyun the spear that he had just bought, coated in shining orichalcum. He instructed the leader to plunge the spear into the center of the room. When they finally locate the boss chamber, because of the orichalcum, it should pierce the ground with ease. As soon as they drive it into the floor, they just have to ensure that the tip is pointing directly upwards. Then, he told Hyungyun that once the moment is right, he will provide them a signal through their mobile phones so they can bait the boss toward the waiting spear. These seemed like very disconnected things, but it was, once again, a part of Si-hoon's grand strategy, which he still refused to elaborate on. Now that everything had been put into place, it was time for the group to make their final move. Hyungyun sent out a message through their group chat, and Dongwon also caught wind of it. It had been some time since he had been held captive, and since then, the criminal group had faced the boss 3 times, with absolutely no success. There was a strong possibility that Si-hoon was right about his theory, but it was still a complete mystery how he possessed so much intel. Even Dongwon's own god warned him to be suspicious of Si-hoon, since he must have something hidden up his sleeve. Instead of just sitting passively and waiting for events to unfold, Dongwon decided it was time to make his move. He called out to the guard who was watching over him and told him that he had some information about the quest to relay to their boss. He wanted to speak directly to the leader and provide some vital intel. That would be a huge advantage for their quest. Si-hoon Kim may be a significant threat, but Ju-won's own strength was on another level entirely. If Dongwon was forced to choose a side, he would undoubtedly choose Ju-won's. The guard consented, but warned him that if this turned out to be nothing, then there would be severe consequences. Elsewhere, Hyungyun and his party delved down into the underground levels of Lomi-ai Tower. The only monsters they could see in the area were a few mutant rats, which they were able to kill with no problems whatsoever. Because the creatures were in a pitch-black area, they were incredibly weak to light, and that made it even simpler for the group to slowly eliminate them and venture deeper into the dark area. Si-hoon was easily making quick work of the rats, and he was killing them far more efficiently than the others. They had been making steady progress for some time now, and they had already reached the halfway point, into the basement levels of the building. The area descended down to the 6th floor underground, and they were currently on the 3rd one right now. As they were making plans to go even deeper, Si-hoon received a text from Mina, informing him that they were heading down into the sewers. Back up on the surface, Ju-won was coming to terms with the reality that the monster they had been fighting was never intended for them to defeat. It was a basilisk with a petrifying stare, and it had easily frozen and killed all of his men so far, drastically reducing their total numbers. He was trying desperately and failing to devise a plan to take the monster down. The guard from before led Dongwon into Ju-won's personal room to discuss whatever it was he wanted to say. He informed the criminal leader of his group's real plan, of locating the boss monster deep underground, and how the creature on the rooftop was not the real boss at all. It was all an elaborate trap, using reverse psychology to fool them, and Ju-won swore to make them pay for their deception. Dongwon had no interest in their conflict or who was victorious. At the end of it all, he would simply align with whichever team managed to emerge on top. Even if his own team won, his god should be able to nullify the penalty. As they prepared to start heading into the underground, the guard from before started laughing at Dongwon for his contribution to their team. Dongwon decided not to dwell on the strange behavior of the guard and followed them to hunt down Hyungyun's team. They reached the entrance to the basement and, surprisingly, no one was currently in the area. Ju-won dispatched his team to search the entire area and find them as quickly as possible, but there was no trace of them. The guard suggested that they might have fled down to the basement to complete the stage and make their escape. Ju-won agreed with their assessment, and the entire team started to make their way into the basement to confront Hyungyun and his party. The area was dark and completely unwelcome, unlike Hyungyun, who had equipped everyone with flashlights. Thanks to Si-hoon's remarkable foresight, this group had nothing to use to see where they were going, but they could make out 2 people calmly watching them blunder through the darkness. It was Si-hoon and Jisoo, and the 2 of them were well aware that the criminals would eventually come after them, so they waited at the entrance first to intercept them. Si-hoon then addressed Dongwon directly, since it was his betrayal that had led them all here in the first place, and his backstabbing nature was far too easy to predict. Dongwon still believed he was on the winning side, and warned Si-hoon that he was completely finished, since they were about to face this entire group of psychopaths. Si-hoon was not concerned at all, and asked the guard standing beside Dongwon if he agreed. It is revealed that this guard was in fact Mina all along, and she was collaborating with Si-hoon to lead these guys here. In the first place, Si-hoon wanted them all gathered in one spot, because he had been planning to wipe them all out at once. All of them, including the criminals, Dongwon, and the monster at the very top of the building. Now that they were all prepared to fight, Si-hoon got ready to face them all, although he was short on time, since he had to hurry up, and also fight the basilisk at the top of the building too. Jisoo stepped forward, as he was wondering how he was going to do it all in time, and told him that he should go on ahead. With her immense level of power, she should be able to handle these guys with relative ease, since Jisoo had volunteered to take care of them herself. Si-hoon grabbed Mina and made his exit, since he would require her for the final boss battle. Before he departed, though, he told Jisoo to leave Dongwon alive for him later. That was a letdown for Jisoo, since she had wanted to personally eliminate it. But she agreed, since it was a command from Si-hoon. With that taken care of, our hero turned to depart. But a blade came flying toward him in a split second. While still holding Mina, he evaded the attack and rushed toward Juin, sending him and half of his crew flying with a single punch. Now that he had no more distractions, he turned to leave again, allowing Jisoo to take over the beatdown. He noticed that something had shifted in her personality, but he could not quite put his finger on what it was. Regardless, he decided to entrust everything to her for now. Juin began to pick himself up from the cold ground and ordered his men to stop standing around and to go attack. After all, it was just one single girl against a whole group of criminals. The first person to charge up to her was the first to learn that you should never judge a book by its cover. She used her weapon to slice his body cleanly in half, killing him before he ever had a chance to launch an attack. Jisoo warned them all that none of them would be leaving this area without her say-so, as she braced herself for another assault. Juin noticed from the look in her eyes that she saw them, in a similar way that he would view an insect, almost as if she was intensely looking down upon all of them. He once again ordered his men to try and overwhelm her, and they all came charging in with their weapons drawn. But Jisoo was far more concerned about how much blood she might accidentally spill all over the ground. The first man to attempt an attack got his head caved in before he could even land a single hit. The person directly behind him did not even have time to register what had happened before Jisoo rushed over and took him out with a clean uppercut. Another man took advantage of her blind spot to stab her from behind, but she shrugged off the attack like it was absolutely nothing and punched him on the forehead, killing him in an instant. The wound that was inflicted by the stab healed itself instantly, and thanks to her celestial slayer powers, the sight of her own blood began to make her even stronger than she already was. Meanwhile, 3 other men tried to attack her all at once, and she effortlessly evaded all their attacks before one, shotting every single one of them before they could even react. Jisoo's rampage of destruction continued, and she easily took all the men out with single, precise strikes, without anyone even managing to land a blow on her. There were at least 30 of them, all fighting in unison, and she was easily dominating them without even breaking a sweat. Juin watched all of this unfold in complete shock, but he still believed that he could handle her himself. After all, he was stronger than her and larger as well, so he should be able to turn the tide of this fight. Jisoo finally turned her full attention toward him and launched the extendable part of her mace right at him. But Juin blocked the incoming attack by grabbing one of his teammates and using him as a living human shield. Now that it had come down to this, it was time for him to demonstrate why. He was the chosen avatar of the god of death, Hades. He unleashed a special ability granted to him by his patron god, called Death Sentence, which allows his attacks to have a guaranteed chance of killing an enemy with a single blow for 1 minute. His weapon surged with dark energy as he activated the skill, and he was certain that he would be able to strike her down and end this confrontation once and for all. As he readied himself to unleash his attack, Jisoo turned her attention to him for less than a single second, and he suddenly found his head completely detached from his body. In the split second that she had acknowledged his presence, she killed him instantly without so much as a second thought. Despite his immense confidence, he could not even make a difference in the fight against her. Elsewhere, Si-hoon and Mina were rushing toward the top of the tower. Mina was still worried about them leaving Jisoo behind like that, but Si-hoon was mostly certain that she could take care of herself. He had looked strong on the outside, but in actuality, He only had one powerful skill, and it took a long time to activate. For now, they should be more focused on Si-hoon's strategy with the basilisk. Mina could not believe that our hero wanted to fight, something that dozens of men had already failed to take down. Si-hoon himself was not entirely sure that they could win, but that was precisely why he brought Mina along as his trump card. Her transformation power may be her only ability, but that was exactly what he needed from her. After a few more moments of climbing, the two of them managed to reach the highest floor, and it was time to face the final boss. Before they went inside, he needed her to transform into a specific animal. It would be a challenge for her, but Si-hoon promised to give her 2,000 points worth of gear later on, if she did exactly what he wanted, with the promise of more points. Mina was much more agreeable to transforming for Si-hoon, and she turned herself into a weasel, though she still did not understand exactly how that would help him. Now that all their preparations were finally complete, Si-hoon opened the heavy door to the boss chamber, so they could at last begin the final battle. The entire place was a disaster, and filled with statues of people who were turned to solid stone, as they were attempting to make their escape. This was the effect of the basilisk's petrifying stare, now that they had successfully gotten inside, and not immediately perished on the spot. It was time for Mina to go inside and locate the boss. That would not be needed, however, since the creature was so massive that she did not need to even look very hard to find it. The colossal monster was the size of the room, and just as horrifying as it was immense. It was clearly the sentinel of this entire stage, which meant it was a monster that was never meant to be killed. As he drew closer to the monster, it awakened and introduced itself as Orga, and kindly informed Si-hoon that his life would be spared if he left quietly, and without causing too much noise. Si-hoon had no intention of backing down now, even though the odds were not in his favor at all. Unlike the Minotaur from the very first stage, this sentinel was a named boss that had been properly designed to be unbeatable. The biggest challenge in fighting a creature like Orga was its paralyzing gaze. Once it opened its eyes, it transformed everything that it saw into solid stone. That was usually the case, but he had a plan with his trump card, Mina. It was her moment to shine, and he told the girl, who was still in the shape of a weasel, to go and attempt to fight the boss, just like he had instructed her to do earlier, when she attempted to refuse. He grabbed her by the scruff and hurled her towards the beast. Orga opened its eyes to gaze upon her, and Si-hoon seized the opportunity while it was distracted to rush in and try to inflict some damage. Since the monster had wasted its paralyzing stare on Mina, it had a cool-down period before it could attack again. During that time, Si-hoon planned to take out its eyes. While it was distracted, he threw his blade toward the monster's head, hitting it directly in the eye before taking cover behind a wall. Unfortunately, it appeared that a common sword was not enough to harm a sentinel, but now that it was focused on Si-hoon, Mina took the opportunity to rush toward Orga and try to attack as well, although its petrifying stare hit her directly. According to ancient folklore, the basilisk has a weakness to weasels, so as long as Mina remained in that form, the creature's petrifying gaze could not affect her, although that made things slightly less difficult. A single weasel was not nearly enough to fight a giant monster. Somehow, though, Mina managed to survive its attacks and swiftly scaled up its body before it could crush her. Orga tried the petrifying gaze one more time, but it once again did not work on Mina as she continued to distract. While the two of them were facing off against each other, Si-hoon took the opportunity to run underneath the great beast and try to launch another attack. Orga noticed his attempts and tried to stop him with its gigantic body, but that gave Mina just enough time to climb up to its eye and attack it. The basilisk shrieked in agony as its eye was blinded by Mina's attack. That stopped it from being able to use its petrifying gaze ability, which would make it much easier to fight. Even though things should be easier now, that did not mean it was over yet. For Si-hoon, even a single graze from the basilisk would be fatal. But thanks to its immense size, its attacks were easy to spot and evade. The monster continued its assault, as Si-hoon got a new notification on his phone. Now that he was done stalling, it was time for the final part of his grand strategy to finally be put into action. He separated from Mina for a moment, and the two of them spread out around the room, as the monster continued to attack Si-hoon. Finally, after a little bit more fighting, the monster managed to land an attack that Si-hoon was not able to completely evade. Then, it prepared itself to land the finishing blow. Just before it could land the hit, Si-hoon snapped his fingers, which was the signal for Mina to come back into the fray. She turned into a chicken and crowed as loud as she possibly could, which caused the basilisk to screech back in pure agony. Just like with the weasel, the basilisk was also strangely weak to the sound of a chicken's crow. Si-hoon took to the offensive and used his dagger to try and attack the beast, but they did not even leave a scratch on its tough outer scales. Although he was not able to injure it, the attacks that had landed so far were enough to weaken it a great deal. However, things were starting to look very dangerous, and Si-hoon was going to need to do his best to finish this as soon as he possibly could. The various tricks and weaknesses that he had prepared were not enough to close the gap between them. The monster moved closer to our hero, confident that it could end things very quickly. Si-hoon noticed that the basilisk had stepped exactly where he wanted it and tried to keep it occupied by talking more. He conceded that the gap in their power was far too great, and he knew from the very beginning that he would not be able to win. That was why he had to think very carefully on how exactly he was going to kill the basilisk. In his previous life, he was accustomed to facing impossible foes because he had done so countless times before to defeat an enemy that was superior to him in every single way. He did not need the power of the gods or overwhelming stats or any of the other things that made the other players so overwhelmingly powerful. What he needed was experience and patience, and those two things were what allowed him to become the final remaining survivor of the cruel gods game. Orgo was done listening to the pointless monologue and finally prepared to unleash the final attack. But it was already far too late. Si-hoon's grand plan was complete, and he grinned as a chain of explosions ripped through the building. As Si-hoon then explains that he had operatives rig bombs throughout the structure over the entire duration of a week. These explosives can be remotely triggered, but they seldom affect monsters or players. Naturally, that meant they would not harm this colossal beast, but that was never his true intention. All his evasive maneuvers had a purpose. His actual objective was to affix the weight bracers he had acquired from the shop previously onto the monster completely undetected, with every one of them secured. Si-hoon cranks the weight setting up to its maximum level, causing the beast to collapse to the floor from the crushing weight on its limbs. Then, with a final, powerful kick, Si-hoon drives the monster falling through the ground, down through the newly demolished structure. Even with all of this, however, the drop is not nearly enough to slay the monster, and after it recovers its power, it plans to ascend once more and kill Si-hoon without delay. But waiting on the basement floor, exactly where Si-hoon commanded it to be set, is the golden spear coated with orichalcum. Ordinarily, a simple spear would never be able to kill it, since this is just the second main trial, and there are no items powerful enough to truly harm a sentinel. But a spear coated with the strongest metal in existence is an entirely different story altogether. Meanwhile, just before the beast crashed through the ceiling, Hyung-Yoon's team was fighting the actual boss of this trial, locked in a losing struggle. The group of players was barely able to even damage the thing, and it's clear that they had no hope of winning on their own. Luckily for them, however, he planted the spear into the ground and lured the boss to it, precisely as Si-hoon had instructed him to do. Just as their situation looked hopeless, the explosions were triggered, and not long after, a colossal monster that they had never witnessed before crashed through the ceiling. It was the basilisk, and it had plummeted from the very top of the tall structure, through every single floor below it, down to the basement, and directly on top of the boss monster, with both of them perishing instantly. With that, a notification appears from the system, announcing that they had cleared the second main trial successfully. Hyung-Yoon is stunned that the main quest has concluded, and he earned a silver rank despite having done almost nothing, and he has no clue what is even transpiring. Then the system flashes another announcement, stating the next main quest will start after a fixed duration, when particular conditions have been fulfilled, meaning that they will have a large amount of downtime before the next trial. As the group tries to process what just happened, Si-hoon joins them in the basement completely unharmed. From the confident look on his face, it is easy to see that he had a hand in the quest's completion, even though he doesn't have a single scratch on. Hyung-Yoon cannot say a thing, however, because he knows that there is no chance they could have ever defeated the monsters without his intervention. The sins, on the other hand, were a different matter, and they were definitely strong enough to defeat the boss monster. Both they and Si-hoon completely eclipsed them in strength and power. Hyung Yin is angered by the immense power gap between them all, and he swears to become much stronger. Si-hoon, in the meantime, heads down to retrieve his spear, now that the trial is finished. The next matter is where they should head next from here. Si-hoon says that he plans to travel wherever the path leads him, but he tells Hyung-yin to contact him if anything should happen. With that, the two go their separate ways, and Si-hoon walks off to begin his next journey. However, he knows that Hyung-yin must have understood that his current power is not enough. Si-hoon hopes that he can at least make it until the 7th trial. That should not be an issue for him, since he's a chosen avatar. But our hero still has no idea which god has chosen him. Si-hoon and Mina rendezvous with Jisoo in a vacant storefront. She is nonchalantly cleaning her weapon, and it appears she even swapped her armor after the battle. That can only mean that the battle she had must have been, at least somewhat difficult for her. True to their deal, Jisoo had spared Dongwon's miserable life and sealed him in a closet to wait for Si-hoon. Our hero goes over to check on him, and the former vice president immediately leaps up and tries to assault Si-hoon before he can even utter a single word, on top of imprisoning him against his will. Jisoo also fastened one of the weight bracers around his neck, which Si-hoon immediately activates, slamming Dongwon hard to the ground due to its immense weight. After it seems like Dongwon has learned his lesson a little bit, he turns off the crushing weight, allowing him to move once again. The device will not come off easily, and because of it, he is now completely under Si-hoon's control. This is all because he tried to get everyone killed multiple times, all the way back to when he tried to trap them in the gym. During the first trial, he was so focused on betraying them this time that he did not even realize Mina was standing right beside him. It only managed to work out because Si-hoon had been there. In any other situation, their entire school would have been annihilated because of him. This is Si-hoon's form of physical punishment. For him, his psychological punishment is something even more cruel. Si-hoon shows him an absolute contract and forces him to sign. It is a contract that can never be broken by the person who signs it. It demands that the signer must be selfless, kind, and compassionate, lest they die by a violent implosion from their choker. At first, Dongwon attempts to resist, but Jisoo comes up to them and stands, menacingly right behind him with her weapon, making it abundantly clear that refusal is not an option. Dongwon scrambles to sign it, and as soon as he does, he turns and tries to leave as quickly as possible to escape Jisoo. He can go wherever he pleases now, anyway, since thanks to the bracelet, Si-hoon can now track him wherever he goes. Thanks to this, Dongwon is now forced to obey him, no matter what, and he would perish immediately if he ever dared to go against any of Si-hoon's direct orders. He approaches Jisoo, who is reviewing the status of her last quest. She achieved the gold tier once again, but must have also received a lot of points because of the shared rewards between party members. Now that they are finished with important business, though, it is time for them to decide where they want to travel to next. Jisoo has a place she must go to, so because of this, they must travel separately for now. Thanks to the fact that they are party members, they will be able to easily track each other's exact location and meet up at a later time. With that, the two of them plan to split up so that Jisoo can head out on her own personal quest. The only person left to reward is Mina, who had been the most helpful during their entire quest. He decides to give her a prize for everything she has done for him so far, and she's excited that it might be something very powerful. Si-hoon reaches into his inventory and withdraws a stealth ring, which will permit the wearer to conceal themselves completely. It is a B-rank item and also incredibly rare. It is such a powerful item that Mina is almost reluctant to accept it from Si-hoon. Jisoo glares at Mina with jealousy for a brief moment, and Si-hoon assures her that he will get her something next time as well. Now that they have resolved all their shared business, it is time for each of them to get started with their own personal missions. As Si-hoon continues his journey through the empty roads without Jisoo, he realizes that there are a lot more observers around him than before. It is only natural, though, after what he managed to accomplish during the second main quest. He is more worried about the fact that Mina is now tailing him, even though he does not need her help for anything else anymore. What's worse is that her observer is the most annoying one of all. That will not make too big of a difference anyway, since the gods must already be aware of his true appearance. The question still remains as to why Mina is following him anyway. That is because she can sense that he is extremely strong, so she has decided to tag along with him for a little while longer to see if she can gain anything from it. She is incredibly forthright with her intentions, which is definitely better than Dongwon's deceitful ways. She also intends to assist him, so it doesn't seem like she is just mooching off of his power. As the two continue their journey, they approach a group of hostile men who appear to be protecting some kind of entrance to a dungeon. Si-hoon raises his hands in surrender and turns around to leave, which puzzles Mina, since it seemed like he wanted to farm that dungeon. He plans to enter it through his own methods, and Mina is prepared to help him cause some chaos if necessary. But he has another idea in mind. Since the entrance has been completely sealed off by those people, Si-hoon intends to create an entrance for himself. Meanwhile, the gods continue to debate the state of the game in the forums. An honest life, Dongwon's god complains about the fact that his avatar has been completely enchained by some other guy, and because of this, he cannot do anything within the game. Young Jester, on the other hand, finds the predicament hysterical and taunts the god for his foolishness. While those two bicker, the other gods bring up the fact that there are some good dungeons in the region that they could go and raid. Si-hoon watches all of their chatter, and thanks to it, he is able to identify the location of the dungeon that those other people were guarding. They walk through the city and stop on a random street that Si-hoon believes should contain the dungeon. Then, he places his hand firmly on the ground and scans the area with a brand new ability, which allows him to search a 50-meter radius with his hand to find hidden items in the area. It is a platinum reward that he earned for defeating the basilisk. Thanks to it, they are able to find the boss chamber of the dungeon that the men were protecting from before. It is 20 meters underground, however, which means that they normally would not be able to get to it, since dungeon walls are protected by a special type of magic, meaning there's no way to break into the room without traveling through the dungeon. For a normal player, that would be completely true. But Si-hoon is a pay-to-win player, and thanks to the DLC store, he has the precise tool that he needs to get into that boss room. It is a dungeon destroyer's excavation drill, which can be used to dig through the terrain of a dungeon. He lies to Mina that it is a quest reward, and then gets to work digging into the ground toward the dungeon. After 5 long hours of constant digging, they are able to breach into the boss chamber and arrive at the very heart of the dungeon. Awaiting them in the room is a giant mantis boss and a huge swarm of lesser mantis. The monsters instantly swarm to attack them, and the two of them prepare for a fight. Si-hoon asks Mina to handle the lesser mantis and protect his back, while he attempts to kill the main boss mantis. He uses the aura calcum-coated spear that he used to fell the basilisk to forge a path through the mantis monsters. They're defending their boss, thanks to the fact that the insects have very exposed weak points. Slaying them is incredibly simple for Si-hoon, and he finally carves his way up to the boss. The main mantis boss should be even easier to vanquish, thanks to its size, making it much slower than the smaller ones. Si-hoon is able to calculate and unleash a powerful attack that blows the mantis's midsection away, killing it instantly. With that, they conquer the dungeon and become the first players in the world to clear a dungeon, earning them 1,000 extra points as a prize, and the new achievement of First Experience Hunter. It is a strange title, but he tries not to overthink. Instead, he is more focused on the fact that more achievements also increase the amount of rewards he will earn going forward. Next up is inspecting the rewards from the Mantis boss. He gets an F-level magic stone and an E-rank skill called Precise Strike. They are not exactly the greatest rewards, but it is better than nothing at all. These rewards are only the main boss drops, and the rest of the rewards for the dungeon are hidden away in the far corner. It is a lot of loot and gold, which can be sold in the store for a large amount of points. Si-hoon and Mina spend some time packing it all up before leaving. About 4 days after, the group that had originally been clearing the main dungeon finally reaches the final boss room. They are ecstatic that they could be the first people in the entire world to ever clear a dungeon. And after almost a week of battling endless hordes of insects, it is finally time for them to claim their well-earned rewards. When they open the large door to the boss room, they are met with a completely barren room, filled with only decaying monster carcasses and a suspicious-looking hole in the ceiling. To add insult to injury, there's also writing on the wall, mocking the adventurers for not arriving there in time. Later on, Si-hoon logs back into the God's chat forum and arrives in the middle of a dispute between young Jester, who seems far too happy with herself, and a god, who is likely connected with the people who got their dungeon stolen. It seems like they are having the time of their lives, and Si-hoon decides to use this opportunity to throw out another piece of bait. He informs the assembled gods that he located a pretty good dungeon in the region, and that immediately grabs their attention. Then, he shows them a map with a marker pointing to the Seoul National University of Education Station, and he tells them that there should be a C-rank item in the area. Young Jester can attest to the truthfulness of his claims, since he has already provided them with valuable intel several times before, but the others are not as trusted, and one of them even demands that Si-hoon reveal who he truly is. Luckily for him, there's a general rule in the forum that protects the people who wish to remain completely anonymous. With this new piece of information in hand, the group starts to assemble their avatars to head for the dungeon, trusting in Si-hoon's words. Thanks to this, every single avatar in the area will now be gathered in one place. Even young Jester tells Mina that she should head over to the university, but Si-hoon declines. According to his memories, there are in fact high-ranking items there, but they are all completely useless. It is only good as bait. Instead, Si-hoon wants them to do the next main quest, although there is no time limit for this third trial. Si-hoon wants to get it finished before the fourth main quest appears, so they do not miss out on the rewards from the third quest. Before they start their journey there, though, Si-hoon wants to acquire an ability first. And although he does not immediately tell Mina about it, he mutters to himself that he needs a constellation. They head over to another dungeon that is close by, and this time, Si-hoon cannot just drill into the boss room like he did before, because it is much deeper than the previous one. Because of that, they must enter the dungeon from the main entrance and clear it out the normal way. But first, he gives Mina a scarf that has the power to block ranged attacks. The two of them head into the dungeon, and the first thing that Mina notices is that it is far too silent. It is almost difficult to believe that this place is a dungeon. It is also dark, which makes it very hard for them to see. The two of them continue walking through the dungeon, and after some time, it starts to feel as if they have been walking around the same spot for a while. Si-hoon already knew this, but there's a reason that they have been moving in circles for a while, and that very reason is about to reveal itself to them. In a moment, a sharp gust of wind blows through the narrow subway, and something flies directly toward Mina. Thankfully, the scarf that Si-hoon gave her proves to be useful and blocks the attack before it can ever reach her. The scarf is actually an item called the Cloth of Protection, and it is guaranteed to block 5 ranged attacks. It will then be destroyed after it has been fully used. Thanks to that single attack, Mina only has 4 blocks left, so they cannot be too careless. The arrow that had tried to attack Mina proves that Si-hoon had come to the right location. He takes a quick look into the forums, and it appears that other avatars are having the same issue, as some monster in the darkness keeps killing them before they can even fight back. Mina suggests an idea that she could transform into something small, but anything that she might turn into would still get hit, regardless of how small she might be. There's only one thing that can evade the attacks. Si-hoon tells her what that animal is, then gives her some directions to follow. After he gives her a signal, another arrow flies towards Si-hoon, and the cloth protects him, leaving him with only 4 protections left. Then, he wraps an item around the arrow called the tracking threads. When the thread is wrapped around an object and launched, it heads toward the object's original wielder. The arrow flies through the shadows, and eventually lands beside a dark-clad archer, who is hiding in the shadows. The monster is called a Ranger of the Night, and it is a creature that gains movement speed when moving within a dark area. Si-hoon rushes toward it before it can vanish once again, and in defense, it fires an arrow directly at our hero, consuming another use of his scarf. With only 3 left, Si-hoon has to figure out a way to end this fight as quickly as he possibly can. The ranger tries to flee in the shadows, firing multiple shots at its pursuer as it retreats. 2 of them manage to connect, leaving Si-hoon with one last protection before he is left defenseless. The ranger draws its bow and fires one last arrow, using up the final protection from a scarf, causing it to turn to nothing but dust. But it is already far too late. Si-hoon has closed the distance, and it is only a matter of time before the 2 of them clash. But the ranger grins as it has one final trick up its sleeve. With Si-hoon so close, he makes for a wide-open target, and the ranger draws its bow, again firing a shot that is guaranteed to hit. But Si-hoon has already won this battle, and he skillfully evades the arrow as a bat swoops down from the ceiling, holding a small, glowing orb in its hands. In video games, there are usually small creatures that lurk around inside dungeons. They are usually designed to be non-interactive to the characters and monsters both. Thanks to that, They usually go completely unnoticed, no matter how much they move about. And that is exactly what Si-hoon was relying on when he instructed Mina to transform into a bat and blend in with the other bats hanging from the roof of the stage. And when the time was finally right, she would descend down with an orb of light, which is an item that emits a blinding flash, blinding all players and monsters within its radius for 10 seconds. With everyone in the area now blinded, Si-hoon seizes the opportunity and plunges his dagger right through the monster's chest before it can escape once again. The strategy works flawlessly, and the monster lies dead at their feet. After a difficult battle, it seems there are no special rewards, like in the previous Mantis dungeon. This was a raid dungeon, and these types of dungeons usually do not offer many rewards, since there are no monsters aside from the final boss. However, the reward for defeating the boss are still amazing. From this single battle, he obtained a B-ranked Code of the Night and C-ranked Knight's Gloves, as well as a new skill called Shadow Rush, which the boss monster had used multiple times to melt into the shadows and flee. Finally, he acquired an ability called Guaranteed Shot, which lets him throw or shoot toward a target with incredible pinpoint accuracy. With all of these rewards, Si-hoon's stats are now completely stacked, and he holds an insane amount of new abilities. Right now, he should be the most powerful player in the world, but it is still not enough to defeat his target for the next quest. Clearing the next main trial will not be a problem, but his ultimate goal is a 100% completion of a game. He also possesses a first playthrough transfer package, which he will unlock in due time after finishing the main quest. Once he uses that item and regains his old abilities, he will be able to defeat that monster in the third trial. His next major target is the monstrous crow that laid waste to his previous playthrough. Meanwhile, with another member of his party elsewhere in the city, Jisoo rings the doorbell of what was once her home. There were many monsters in her way of getting here, but none of them posed a significant challenge. After some more knocking, Jisoo is forced to use her super strength to break down the door. Inside the house, there are even more monsters, but they are more of a nuisance to her than a real threat. She swiftly eliminates them all in a matter of seconds, crushing some of them with her bare hands like they were simple insects. Deeper within her family home, she at last finds one of the people she was searching for. Her father lay motionless on the ground in a pool of his own blood, clearly long since dead. Jisoo takes a moment to weep for her lost parent, but her sorrow is cut short by a ringing phone on the nearby table. She tremblingly answers the call, and it is her mom on the other line. Back with Si-hoon and Mina, the two of them arrive at their next quest destination, but it is not what they were expecting. It is an amusement park called Lomi-ai World. And despite the chaos that is unfolding throughout the world, the staff there greets them with wide smiles as if nothing is wrong. It is almost as if the monsters had skipped this place in their rampage. However, it is evident from the destroyed surroundings that monsters have been here very recently. It is very strange, but there is no way of explaining the peculiar atmosphere of the amusement park. Mina decides to directly ask the staff member what her deal is, but the woman just informs her that she is free to enter Lomi-ai World and look around. The place is very clearly suspicious, but Si-hoon proceeds to enter it anyway. Their next main quest is inside, so they must enter it regardless. The atmosphere inside is unnaturally clean, and the employees are definitely human, but they are neither monsters nor players. All of these unsettling characteristics must be. It seems the staff are being forced to live here against their will, despite their warm and welcoming smiles. It is clear that all of them are terrified of something, and they're simply working here to protect themselves. As they continue to walk through the amusement park, the next main quest finally materializes. For Mina, it seems relatively easy, but Si-hoon's new quest is different from what he remembers in his past life. In his last life, the quest was only a D-rank mission, but this time around, he received a C-rank difficulty. Mina's quest is the 5 stamps quest that he received in his previous life, but his own quest is much more difficult than that. Only 2 entities can directly modify his quest, and they're the Game Master and the system. If the GM had changed his quest, then he would have revealed himself to our hero. So this must be the system's own direct intervention. It is only fair, though, since he has slain 2 sentinels now, and has surely become a very popular figure in the game. Mina notices his somber expression and asks him what is wrong, but he does not tell her of his new problem. He takes a moment to gather his thoughts, and tries to look at the positive side of this situation. At least this is a clear sign that his actions are gradually changing the future, just like he had wanted. The two continue walking around the park, and Si-hoon asks Mina if she has heard of a game called Roller Coaster Typhoon. It is a game about running an amusement park, and Mina is at least familiar with it. He then tells her to pretend that they are inside the game, and everything in the park is under the manager's sole control. Because of that, they could do anything that they want, like severing the tracks in midair. So all the rides crash directly into the ground. The profits do not matter to them, and all they want to do is watch the people suffer. That is the mentality that this park is being run with by the crow constellation, Karis. Of course, he cannot tell Mina that, since he is not meant to have that information yet. But his words are pretty clear from how the park is being run. They're using civilians as staff against their own free will, and they're very obviously not looking out for their people. Here, none of the players know about the constellations yet, so he cannot directly inform her about it. There are countless powerful monsters in the world. There are the simple mobs and the main boss monsters. Then, there are the sentinels, who are the highest class of monsters. They're usually not meant to be defeated. But the constellations exist on an entirely different level from them. The difference is not even in their raw strength, but in their very core existence. The constellations are a different breed of beast entirely, and the ruler of this park is one of these constellations named Karis. It is a low-level constellation, but it still possesses divinity, which makes it incredibly powerful. Normally, it would still be too soon for constellations to descend, but this one is an exception. Its constellation level is low enough that it can appear, if its divinity is somewhat suppressed. It used that very loophole to sneak its way into the game, way earlier than it should have been able to. The trial begins. Though its divine level was pitifully low, the ruin it brought to humanity was equal to a constellation of the highest order. For now, survival demands vigilance and a raised guard. They must focus on clearing the quests. The architecture of this realm is clearly warped from the old Lomii world, from a time before the apocalypse. That is because its new ruler twisted it to their whim. As they navigate the bizarre landscape, a park worker beckons them toward his attraction. His voice trembles with raw fear, shackled by a suspicious collar. He points them toward his deadly ride. It was a dreaded haunted house. Mina recoils, absolutely refusing to enter the cursed place. But her bickering with Sahan is violently silenced. The employee's collar starts beeping, flashing a blood-red light. Suddenly, the device detonates around his neck as he screams. The explosion rips his head clean from his shoulders. This horror ties directly into Sahan's primary mission. His objective, save every soul in this amusement park and in this twisted game, by ensuring every one of them escapes this hell's kick. The count stands at 138 players and 725 civilians. But as the man's lifeless body hits the pavement, the number drops before their very eyes. The other employees turn away as Mina tries to process the brutal scene that just unfolded. It seems there was a time limit for being a worker. Just like players have cruel deadlines for their quests, Mina begins to weep, wondering if the man died, because she hesitated to enter that dreaded attraction. But Sahan consoles her, stating that all of this was undoubtedly caused by the park's own sadistic design. In Sahan's previous timeline, countless people perished here. He only heard the tales from the few who survived, those that somehow managed to escape. But from his memory, this place shouldn't be nearly as deserted as it is now. For now, he can't dwell on these discrepancies. His only course is to find the person he's searching for, and focus on collecting the stamps first. He calls out to another one of the employees, and requests a guide through the deadly rides, so they can begin gathering the required stamps. The employee gives a warning. He says they won't be coming out of the haunted house the same way that they entered, but it's not like they have any choice. They will die if they fail to clear the quest in time. Many other players who entered the House of Horrors perish, regardless of their initial confidence. But since they've demanded it, the staff must lead them inside. To conquer the ride, all they have to do is survive a path to the other side. It's just as horrifying as it sounds straightforward, so they have to stay sharp as they venture through. The two enter the darkness, and Mina immediately clings to Sahan's arm for dear life. They are barely past the entrance, and she's already paralyzed. They come to a bridge, and Sahan pauses for a moment, sensing danger. Without warning, a spiked wrecking ball drops from above, almost smashing them to pieces. With its incredible speed, they have no time to process what just happened, as more giant wrecking balls rain from the ceiling, forcing them to sprint across the bridge for their lives. As they are fleeing, A grotesque monster lunges from the shadows to attack Mina. Sahan reacts in a flash and thrusts his spear to stop it before its fangs can find her. Then he kicks it back, sending it soaring before it can strike. With the threat neutralized, he turns to check on Mina, who is on her knees, crying and consumed by terror. At this rate, there's no way she can possibly continue, and Sahan is forced to lift her onto his back for the remainder of their journey through the haunted house. As she weeps onto his shoulder, throughout the house, they face countless obstacles and monsters, and Sahan manages to defeat them all and clear the entire ride, while carrying Mina on his back. Ordinarily, Mina should be able to handle these creatures, but she's far too terrified to even attempt to fight back. Sahan continues his relentless dash through the cursed house, with the crying girl holding onto him for dear life. This place operates just like a normal haunted house. You make your way through as lethal traps spring from the shadows. The only difference is that these traps and monsters are completely real, and trying to kill them. This is simple enough for him, but it is difficult, having to fight while also protecting someone else. However, he decides to treat it as valuable practice for when he chooses to fight and protect others in the future. In his past life, he never would have even dreamed of doing this for another person. After a bit more fighting, they managed to emerge on the other side, and they even cleared it in record-breaking time. Sahan confidently exhales now that he is finally out, but Mina is completely drained and gasping for air. It's obvious that the entire ordeal took its toll on her. She tries to act tough, but the sweat and tears on her face are evidence of just how badly the whole thing terrified her. Now that they are finished with the first attraction, Sahan seizes the chance to ask about the collars, the ones around the employees' necks. He needs to acquire one of them to study for later. The worker is baffled but does not question him and gives Sahan one of the extra collars to take. The man explains that a user can set specific conditions that trigger the collar to explode remotely. To test out his own theory, he encases the collar with his orichalcum. Then he hurls the collar away so the blast won't harm them. Then he activates the collar, and just as expected, it detonates exactly when he commands it to. Surprisingly, though, even after exploding, the collar appears undamaged. That's because the internal explosion of the collar isn't powerful enough to breach the outer shell. As soon as he removes the orichalcum, they can see that the actual collar is completely obliterated. With this simple experiment, Sahan has already discovered a way to save the others in the park. Mina never saw him as the compassionate type, and she asked him directly what sparked this shift in attitude. This triggers faded memories of a hero from his past life, a man who once fought to defend everyone he encountered, and never abandoned those who were in need of him. Our MC could not become a man like that in his first life, even though he was also saved by that hero. This time around, he vows to try and be better. But they can't simply go around freeing all the park staff. Even if they remove the deadly neck pieces, it is still far too dangerous for them to roam this place. For now, it's safer for them to play the system's wicked game. Until this quest is over, the best move for the two of them is to keep on gathering intel as they conquer more rides. Mina is thrilled to experience more rides in the amusement park, because besides the House of Horrors, she's sure that she can handle all of them. That is, until much later that day. After they have finished conquering all of the rides, she realizes that she was tragically wrong about her assumptions. This place is clearly not a regular amusement park, and the rides absolutely prove that fact. They are more like elaborate death traps than anything, and the two of them barely escaped with their lives intact. The roller coasters were missing their safety bars, and winged monsters attacked from the sky. There were also massive beasts at the end of the water slide, and the Euro drop didn't have functioning brakes, so they nearly plummeted to their deaths. In comparison to the sheer chaos of the other rides, the haunted house was practically a cute little sideshow. At least they've now collected 4 stamps, which means they only need 1 more to finish the quest. Unfortunately for them, it is already too late and the park is shutting down, meaning that they can't possibly get the final stamp in time. The sky darkens as evening descends, and the park closes its gates for the night. Eerie music begins to echo through the area, and it almost appears like some kind of twisted nightly event is about to begin. The two hide in the bushes as monsters, march through the streets, screaming and laughing with glee. Sahan shields Mina's eyes, since it's not a sight that a minor should ever witness. The monsters are parading with their tortured human prizes, and it seems they're having fun making the people suffer. They also carry a dead player in their horrific parade, which just confirms that this evening entertainment is purely for their own sick amusement. Sahan decides they have witnessed enough of this parade, and it's time to find somewhere safe to hide. The monsters are now roaming freely around the park, while the buildings and rides are occupied by the employees. Because of this, the hiding spots for players are dangerously few. He recalls the survivors from his former life, mentioning a large safari located inside the park. According to those past survivors, the people who were trapped in this area took refuge there often through their first to third main quests. That should have never been possible. But Karis, the Crow constellation, must have intervened. He either struck a deal with the Game Master, or discovered a loophole within the system. But whatever his twisted scheme is, Sahan plans to uncover it as soon as he can. They arrive at the designated safe zone, and some people are standing guard outside the area. Mina asks if they can be allowed inside, and the guards take notice that she holds 4 stamps. They acknowledge their power and immediately grant them entry. Even the leader of this camp possesses only 3, which means they are already more accomplished than anyone else here. The guard leads them to an unoccupied space for them to rest. Then he leaves to report their arrival to the leader. According to this same guard, the people who have gathered here are about 200 souls total, and they're a mix of both players and civilians. Among the desperate crowd of people, Sahan immediately spots the individuals he was seeking, and the one person he absolutely had to make contact with. The person is a man chosen by the god Hephaestus, one of the most crucial gods of Olympus. He is the one and only avatar of Hephaestus, Shu Song. In his previous life, he became one of the most legendary players in the world. He possessed the power to forge divine weapons that were always sold for incredible sums of money. At the Grand Auction House, all the top-ranking players had gear that he had crafted. It was not an exaggeration to say that humanity's continued survival in this god's game was all because of Shu's creations. But the person Sahan has found is not the Shu Song he remembers. The man he once knew would never abandon hope, even during the most dire situations. But the kid sitting with his head bowed has clearly lost all faith. The person sitting next to Shu must be his older brother, who died at the end of the 3rd quest in his past life. Sahan wastes no time and approaches with Mina for introductions. He manages to get seated next to them, and Shu's brother seems more than pleased to have them nearby. Apparently, everyone else here has been avoiding them for some reason. Sahan observes that Shu's brother seems to be blind, because his eyes are perpetually shut, and it looks like he is truly unable to see. He doesn't remember this detail from his previous life. Regardless, with all of them now seated together, Sahan offers to make some light introductions. Shu's brother introduces himself as Changasong, and they all politely exchange names as they converse. Sahan realizes that Mina is being unusually respectful. It seems she is only impolite when around him and just with introductions finished. Sahan silently hopes that they can all get along, but something has been bothering him since they first met. Changu appears to be just an ordinary player, and his sword looks completely normal. But there is something deeply intriguing about the blade. Changu confirms that he's quite skilled with a sword, even though it has just become a simple walking stick, now that he has tragically lost his eyesight. The mention of his brother's lost vision causes Shu to become even more depressed, and he moves away from the group to be alone. It seems the boy has become quite sensitive lately, and Sahan promises himself not to pry into personal matters again, considering the grim mood of the entire settlement. It's not strange for Shu to be on edge around new people. Changa then explains that they just barely managed to escape from a monster that was hunting them. This beast isn't careless, like Sahan initially believed. It's a sentinel that rules this area, and it's a monster known as Chiol Wang. This is strange news to Sahan, since there should be no other sentinel here besides Orga, the basilisk that he already killed. It appears there have been many changes made by the system in order to recognize Sahan, who has been making quite a name for himself. The world is split and governed by the GMs, but they are not the highest authorities in this game. Above them all, the system itself regulates and upholds the laws of the game, and the recent shifts in the story must be because of it. Since the system is responsible for placing sentinels and hidden monsters, the fact that it's altering so many things means that he has attracted some unwanted attention. But Sahan is not the type to back down, and he's prepared for whatever challenges the world throws at him. For now, it's best to not dwell on all of that, and instead focus on what he plans to do tomorrow. He will have to start by gathering more intelligence and attempting to make careful progress. On a completely different note, though, It's amazing how soundly Mina is sleeping despite her new surroundings. As he watches her rest, a slight sound draws his focus towards someone sneaking away from the main group. It is Changu, and it appears he is leaving the settlement. Despite how late in the night it is, he pauses by the gate where the guards begin to question him, but he assures them that he just needs to step out for a while. They are hesitant to let him pass because of his blindness, but he promises them that he is familiar with the lay of the land, and he will be perfectly fine on his own. Sahan watches him depart, and notices that the Universal Observer is now following him. There would be no reason for it to follow him. If you're just going to visit the restroom, something is definitely amiss. And Sahan decides to log back into the Gods Forum to find out exactly what is going on. He meets up with young Jester, who seems delighted to see him again. She has been seeing him in the chat room far more recently, and everyone really appreciates the vital information he shares. Sahan gets directly to the point and asks if he can use her observer to view something. Typically, a god should possess their own observer, but Sahan lies that the Universal Observer has poor resolution at night, so he wants to watch using her private observer instead. His story is believable since it's common knowledge that they do not give personal observers to gods unless they have a chosen avatar. Sahan also lies that he's been trying to choose a player, but they continuously decline his generous offer. So he wants to use her observer to watch that same player. The player he points out is none other than himself. And young Jester reveals that many gods have been pursuing him, but he keeps rejecting every single one of them. She has been watching him since he started traveling with her avatar, and if she didn't already have Mina, she would have also tried to go after him herself. Sahan tries not to think too much about her words, and requests to use her observer once more. Her avatar is currently asleep, so she has no reason to deny his request, but her only condition is that he shares intel with her first. From this point onward, Sahan agrees, and young Jester prepares to focus the observer for him. He informs her that he wants to check on a player that just went outside the settlement just now. Since there's something strange about him, he uses the observer to follow the man, and finds him walking into the desolate woods. Changa stops in the middle of a dark clearing, and a large, glowing, white bird descends from the sky and lands on a tree before him. As soon as the bird appears, Changa drops down onto one knee and prepares to deliver a report of recent events. This reveal shocks Sahan as the two converse. Sahan realizes that the voice of the bird does not belong to Karis. It must, therefore, belong to the sentinel that Changu was speaking of before, Chiol Wong. The bird tells Changu to keep a close watch on Sahan and Mina, and to report to him if any other players in the area try to make a strange move. Then it flies away, leaving Changu by himself in the empty field. Sahan has seen countless people lie and deceive in his first playthrough, so he has enough experience to tell that Changu is being utterly serious. Right now, even young Jester can hardly believe how insane of a plot twist this is. An ally is actually a spy for the monsters. She asks Sahan how he knew something like this was about to happen, but he remains as secretive as he always is. In his own mind, however, he struggles to understand why Changu would ever do something like this. In his past life, Shu always sang nothing but praises of his brother, calling him a kind soul who would sacrifice himself to save others, until the very end. Sahan has an idea of what's happened, but he doesn't want to immediately look into it. Instead, he closes the forums and waits until the next day. The more critical task is collecting more information from the people within the settlement. From what he's able to gather, it seems the current situation is not too different from what he remembers from his previous playthrough. The only new element is the monster known as Chiolwon. It's a rare type of creature called a Bulgasari, which is a metal-devouring monster from Korean folklore. It is slow, but it has immense power, and its body is as tough as steel. A Bulgasari possesses the ability to become stronger and harder, depending on how much metal it has recently consumed. So Sahan's attacks will be completely ineffective against it. To make things worse, a creature like that is under Karis's command. As he tries to organize his thoughts, Mina appears and asks him what he is plotting. It'd be best to not drag her into this mess, so he dismisses her question lightly. But she can already tell precisely what he wants to do. He is planning to defeat the new Sentinel, which is yet another impossible mission. He went through all the trouble of defeating Orga, and now he wants to fight a brand new one. Sahan is certain, though, that if he had some time and things were under the right conditions, then he would absolutely be able to defeat the monster. There's nothing else he can do that would help Shu Song feel better. Right now that he has a new plan in mind, he gets up and prepares to leave the safari temporarily. There's someone in this park that he needs to meet. But before he departs, he asks Mina for a favor. He wants her to keep a close watch on the two Song brothers. He can't explain it to her right now, but he wants her to contact him if she sees anything suspicious. With that, Sahan leaves the settlement to go and investigate the monster, called Chiol Wong. Elsewhere, on the other side of the park, inside a castle, monsters run rampant and wild as if this is their den. Laying on the floor amidst all the chaos is Karis, the crow constellation. He built his nest in this park for entertainment, but it ended up being a fantastic choice. After all, the people's terror and their sheer are everything he needs for his grand debut. Then he turns around to address the giant, armored elephant in the room. Chiol Wong, the sentinel, is here to report on the third main quest. And from what Karis can remember, the most that a single player has ever achieved is 3 stamps. That was the record until yesterday, when a few players managed to get their 4th stamp. That news wipes the smug grin off of Karis's face, and he takes a personal look into the status window to confirm. Somehow, without any help from a god, they have managed to nearly conquer the quest. He views the footage of them taking on the rides, and from what the crow is able to see, they'll definitely get the 5th stamp and complete the quest by the end of today. Karis can't do a thing about it, though, since things will become more complicated if a constellation like himself gets involved too early in the third main quest. He is only here because of a loophole he used to invade this game. Maybe there's a possibility that a player like that could visit him, but the odds of that are very slim. He orders Chiol Wong to leave them be for the time being. It would even be better for them if some players managed to succeed on this quest. Fewer players have been willing to take on the attractions recently due to their extreme level of difficulty. If 2 players manage to finish the quest successfully and escape from this deadly amusement park, that would inspire the others to try and do the same, which would increase the number of deaths from the rides. With his report delivered, Chiol Wong decides to leave the bird brain to enjoy his time, and he heads out for his daily patrol. The sentinel is surprisingly dedicated, considering that the bird once believed that Chiol Wong was just stupid back when they originally met. It is rare for a sentinel to be added into the game anyway, and even Arcadius didn't seem to comprehend it either. Chiol Wong heads out on his patrol, hoping there are far more people to crush today than yesterday. Outside, Sahan waits. In a location he has heard is on the path of Chiol Wong's patrol. The ground begins to shake as the massive monster slowly approaches. RMC, confused as to why a human appears to be fearlessly awaiting it. The monster barely reacts at all, and instead, Chiol Wong raises his hand to kill Sahan instantly, since it is under the command of Karis. It's no surprise that its way of thinking would be so basic. They only want to watch the players run for their lives. Sahan readies himself for battle, as the beast's colossal hand comes smashing down into the earth, sending debris flying into the sky. Sahan uses that very debris as a launch pad to leap into the sky and come face to face with the sentinel. Once he is close enough, he strikes with his sword. But the creature's skin is so hard, even a sword coated with orichalcum couldn't damage it at all. It must have consumed some metal while it was out on patrol. Despite its brutish appearance, this beast is surprisingly the cautious type. Chiol Wong is amazed that Sahan was able to dodge his attack, and although it was not an all-out strike, he did not expect to see a player of this high caliber who was able to keep up with him in a fight. Sahan rushes at it once again and drags his blade across its body without uttering a single word. Chiol Wong is more concerned with the fact that Sahan seems to be almost entirely nonverbal. But to Sahan, this monster talks far too much. He is here to fight, and not just stand around exchanging empty words with him. That comment makes Chiol Wong furious, and he begins to take the fight seriously, in the hopes of killing Sahan with haste. Another massive fist comes hurtling towards Sahan, and he evades it yet again, landing on the sentinel's arm and sprinting up towards its face. There are so many more openings that Sahan can exploit because of its massive size. He manages to reach its face and unleashes an attack with his sword. But once again, it is not enough to even leave a single scratch. However, seeing that his coated blade isn't damaged, this means that Chiol Wong's body isn't harder than orichalcum. The problem right now is his own lack of strength. Another fist comes flying right at him, and he narrowly dodges it once more, before launching a counterattack at its leg. causing it to pivot and try to stomp him flat. This monster must have some kind of weak point somewhere, but right now, he is unable to find it. It seems like he is faster than it, at least, since he boosted his stats as high as possible to fight the monster. Currently, his stats are maxed out at the limit of E rank, but even with the highest stats possible in the game right now, he can't leave a single mark on this beast. Another massive blow comes down, and Sahan manages to dodge, once again landing safely in a bush. This is extremely frustrating to him, since he didn't expect it to be simple. But this monster is practically invincible at this point. It's no wonder that the players are terrified by its name alone. If a sentinel like Chio Wong is this powerful, then Karis's own power must have been amplified too. His original strategy was to defeat Karis here in the park, but it looks like that is now impossible. Without his first playthrough transfer package, Chio Wong, on the other hand, is still enraged and ready for a real fight. But Sahan hasn't shown himself since the last attack. That only makes the Sentinel even more infuriated as he hears Sahan's voice from the bushes, calling him far too slow. The monster starts to tear apart the trees in pure rage, demanding for Sahan to reveal himself. Our MC is already long gone, especially since he has confirmed what he came here for. There is no way for him to kill Chio Wong with the items and skills he currently possesses. He needs to find another attack that can deliver a decisive final blow to the monster. In the end, it seems that Shu Song is his only option after all. Back in the safety of the safari, Mina sits with the two brothers and reads a leaflet to pass the time. But that's a falsehood, of course, as their family names differ. Despite that small detail, their bond is unusually strong, making it even more unlikely that they are actual siblings, if they share such a close connection. Mina then wondered if Shu and Chang'e were truly brothers, since their own bond seemed so incredibly strong. Chang'e confirms that they are indeed blood brothers, but the true reason he was asking is because the two of them are such an anomaly. Sahan somehow managed to obtain 4 stamps, a feat that seemed nearly impossible. Mina boasts with pride that she also acquired 4 stamps, but Sahan materializes to shatter her unnecessary bragging. The sudden appearance startles Mina to her core. Since Sahan moves without a sound, like a true assassin, he casually joins in on their conversation, and Chang'e reveals they were just speaking about him and how he first met Mina. He caught her mid-heist at a bank, and though that paints her as a hardened criminal, it is the absolute truth. The two of them have great chemistry, and their sharp banter makes Chang'e laugh. On a much more serious note, Sahan decides to ask Chang'e for a moment of his time. There is something he needs to discuss with him privately. The two of them leave the group, and Sahan leads Chang'e deeper into the woods, before directly confronting Chang'e about his link to Chio Wong. Instantly, a cold blade is pressed against Sahan's throat, poised to end his life in an instant. He demands to know how Sahan acquired this information, but our MC simply states that he has his methods. He had a few other questions prepared, but it seems like those will have to be put on hold. For now, he tells Chang'e to give this fight his all. Chang'e wastes no time and swings the blade at Sahan's neck, which our MC effortlessly evades. Then he rapidly shifts his form before Sahan can retreat, launching a second swift attack at his face. Despite the fact that he is completely unable to see, he is a formidable opponent when it comes to combat. It appears that Chang'e possesses the mind's eye, which allows him to perceive and to fight, despite his physical blindness. Chang'e can clearly tell that Sahan has some skill of his own, but since he does not seem keen on talking, the only option is to kill our MC right here and now. Chang'e surges forward and prepares to deliver a finishing blow, and from the very stance he takes, Sahan can tell he is a true master of the sword. However, Sahan is a monster himself. He catches the blade with his bare hands before it finds his face. From this clash, Sahan can tell his agility is between 60 and 70, while his strength stat is at 50. Those numbers are incredibly high for a non-avatar. That must mean he poured all of his points into developing his strength and his agility. Chang'e pulls his sword back and tries to launch another flurry of attacks at Sahan, but our MC is easily able to dodge every single one. Then he lunges in for another vicious round, and Sahan somehow manages to parry them all with his hands. This is thanks to his night gloves he got from the ranger, which are reinforcing his hands. It is painfully obvious whose power is superior in this fight, now that they have both settled down. Sehan gets straight to the point and demands to know why Changa would work as a spy for Chiol Wang when he is already this powerful. The reason is obvious. Even if the blind swordsman doesn't immediately confess, it was all for Shu. He made a deal to ensure his brother's safety. In fact, when he first met Chiol Wang alone, Changu attempted to face the Sentinel, but he was no match for the colossal beast. In truth, the Sentinel only viewed Changu as its new plaything. In the end, he ended up losing his eyesight, and Shu lost his will to live. After witnessing what transpired after that, he had no other choice but to obey whatever Chiol Wang demanded. Even though the experience that day was nothing short of pure despair, he at least wanted to try and keep his brother Shu alive, even if it meant an existence of hell for himself. He has been a double agent since he arrived at the safari, and most of his reports were about the group's movements. Now that his secret is finally exposed, Changu expects Sehan to reveal his betrayal to the group. However, our MC has a much different plan in his mind. Since his double life has not harmed anyone yet, they can likely use it to their own advantage. They can also use it to predict Chiol Wang's movements as well. Chiol Wang isn't acting on the information because it savors their fear, and it told Changu to keep a close watch on them, to ensure that they do not escape. From the way that Sehan is talking, Changu can tell that our MC is planning to fight the beast when it prepares to launch its attack in about a week. Although Sehan is undoubtedly powerful, even Changu does not believe that he will be able to fight against that sentinel. Any strategies or attacks are useless against its might. Sehan is already aware of this, since he fought the beast before. It was unlike any monster he had encountered so far, and its body was impossibly hard. But just because he can't defeat it at this moment, doesn't mean that it is impossible to kill. Without explaining anything further, Sehan departs and tells Changa to share any information he can get with him. As well, there's no more time left to explain things, but Changa will have to confess his betrayal to Shu. Shu will play one of the most critical roles in this plan, and they need him to rise up from despair so he can get to work. The two of them return to the safari, and Changa keeps his promise and tells Shu everything that has happened up to now. The boy is understandably furious that he has been kept in the dark about everything. Changu just didn't want to make him worry needlessly more than he has already been through. Shu isn't having it, though, since something terrible could have befallen Changu if he had not said anything sooner. Mina and Sehan observe from the sidelines, and the young girl realizes this is why our MC wanted her, to keep watch over them. Now that they have settled things, the next step is to slay the monster, Chiol Wang. Mina cannot believe he wants to attempt something so reckless again, and she decides to let him handle it, while she goes to complete her own quest. That is a bad move, however, since Chiol Wang should be hunting for him right about now. Sehan has been very busy, and it's now coming back to haunt Mina for associating with him. She reluctantly rejoins the main group, as Shu comes over to discuss their next move. They have no time left to waste, since thanks to Changa's work as a spy, the monsters could arrive to kidnap people at any second. On top of all that, they have about 1 week left before the Sentinel attacks. They must fight now. It is their only path to escape. It would normally be impossible to win against a metal beast, but Sehan knows that he can rely on Shu's help to even the odds. He's going to need Shu to craft a weapon that can kill the monster. Now that Shu understands the full picture, he is more than ready to help. Now that he has the boys' cooperation, it is time for them to begin their work. Sehan purchases the basic smithing package from his VIP store and sets it all up specifically for Shu to use. With a proper setup like this, Shu should easily be able to create whatever he needs. Mina asks Shu if he finds it strange that all this new equipment just appeared out of thin air, but the boy does not care about the specifics right now. He is just glad to be of use with something. Last time, the key piece was Mina, and now it is Shu. It is obvious that Sehan had planned to meet and use them from the very beginning. Mina is just more shocked that Sehan would rely on a kid. But Sehan reminds her that Shu is only 3 years younger than she is. To her, he looked like he was still in elementary school. Next, he needs her to create a new barrier to conceal the area and keep others from entering the vicinity. Mina is stunned that he knows about her new ability, since she only acquired it very recently. But Sehan remembers that she should have been able to use it by the third quest from his previous life. With a little bit of focus, she erects a barrier that will ensure that no one even detects what is happening inside the area. That is the blessing of a top-class god like young Jester. It's no surprise that Mina could escape from any predicament. In her previous life, This is why it is so crucial to choose a top-tier god if you're going to be an avatar. Sahan gives Shu some materials that should allow him to craft some top-quality gear. He gathered all the materials from his dungeon runs. But the question now is, what exactly should Shu be making with all these things? Sahan already has a weapon in mind, and he hands the boy a blueprint for a very specific weapon. Shu has never seen a design like this one before, but Sahan is sure that something like this will be able to kill Chio Wong. The monster continues to wander around the park, searching for Sahan. It expected someone as strong as our MC to try and gather the remaining stamps. Since no new reports have been made, that means he is probably not in the safari either, as the monster is trying to decide where to search next. Another monster approaches to report that the crow is calling for him. It seems that he will be able to have some fun today after all. The bear cautions him that the other monsters are still getting ready for the attack, but Chio Wong does not care. As far as it is concerned, it does not need any other monsters to get this job done. Mina and one of the guards from before stand watch on a high perch above the safari settlement. Sahan told them to watch for any incoming monsters, while the survivors in the safari begin to plan their escape. They dismissed them when they first mentioned an evacuation, but after she and Sahan revealed their collected stamps, they immediately had a change of heart. Eventually, just as Sahan had predicted, something begins to rumble in the far distance, indicating that a monster is heading straight their way. Mina transforms into an eagle to try and get a better view. She spots what was causing the disturbance. It is Chio Wong, and it looks especially furious at the moment. She flies back to the group and informs the guard that the sentinel is on its way. The man runs off to let the people know so they can evacuate faster. They never anticipated it to be this fast, and it would be smarter for Mina to take this chance and run away. But Sahan has been so good to her, and she has even grown a bit attached to him because of it. She does not want to just get up and abandon him. The only thing to do is head in to try and delay the monster. But Mina is not sure if she is strong enough to do that. Changu appears from behind her and tells her there is no need for her to do something so reckless. He plans to go and try to stall the sentinel by himself. It would be cowardly of him to run from this after his betrayal, and although his abilities are no match for the monster, he can at least attempt to buy them all some more time. With that, he dashes out to go and confront the monster, all while Sahan is still completely nowhere to be found. The survivors scramble to evacuate as they learn that Chio Wong is on its way to their location. The swordsman is prepared to take responsibility for being a spy for Chio Wong, and he readies himself to buy time no matter the cost. Eventually, he meets the beast and kneels down before it, still feigning his loyalty. He tells the monster that he can lead it through a shortcut so it can hurry and capture the fleeing survivors faster. Chio Wong surprisingly rejects the generous offer and has already figured out Changa's plan to buy more time. Right now, he has no interest in entertaining his pathetic attempts. It is clear that Changu has something up his sleeve, since there's no way that he would be this dedicated to run all this way just to meet the monster. Left with no other option, Changu steels himself to fight the beast for as long as he can. It has been a long time since the two of them last fought, and the sentinel is curious to see if his spy has grown stronger. Since then, Changu immediately seizes the initiative and dashes toward the beast, trying to land a swift attack before he can be detected. Chio Wong is barely fazed by the pathetic little attack and swats his attempt aside as if he were an annoying insect. His speed is completely and utterly meaningless if he is unable to land a significant hit. With no other choice, Changu braces himself for the impact as the monster pulls its massive fist back and prepares to unleash a truly devastating punch. As its fist connects with the ground, it begins to shatter and fall to pieces, much to the monster's own surprise. Sahan now stands before the monster, calmly holding the brand new weapon that was crafted specifically to fight this very sentinel. It seems it should have consumed some higher quality metals before this battle had started. Chio Wong furiously bellows at Sahan, but beneath his pure rage, it is stunned that Sahan somehow managed to break its arm. This new weapon is called the Pile Bunker, and Sahan promises to use it to smash the sentinel's skull in. Back with Mina, she flies around the vicinity, still in the form of a majestic eagle, to complete an errand that Sahan had sent her on. She finds Shu and runs over to him, while he is still hiding inside her barrier. Shu invites her to come and sit in the barrier with him, since it is the safest place for both of them to be. That may be the case, but she is still doubtful on how he plans to defeat the monster. Sentinel, a sound like an explosion echoes out, startling them both. and it is clear that the battle is already in full motion. Sehan skillfully evades all of Chio Wang's attacks as it tries desperately to crush RMC. All it has to do is land a single hit to completely destroy him, but Sehan is just far too quick to go down. It appears it has gotten even slower than before, because losing one arm has made it less stable. It continues to punch at nothing but air, as Sehan successfully dodges every single attack. He is waiting for the pile bunker to recharge, so he can use it to finish this fight. There is only about 1 minute left until it is fully usable again, which means that Chio Wang only has 1 minute left to live. The colossal monster cannot believe that someone would dare to try and defeat a sentinel when they're only on their third quest. Even though it still proudly attacks and believes it can't be beaten, it is clear that Sehan is gaining the upper hand in this fight. Eventually, the pile bunker finishes recharging, and Sehan leaps up onto its shoulder and places the pile bunker right against the sentinel's head. Realizing that things have gotten truly serious, Chio Wang attempts to bargain and promises that it won't kill any more humans. But Sehan does not trust that for even a single second. With nothing left to be discussed, RMC keeps his promise of using the pile bunker to bash the sentinel's head and defeating it once and for all. With that, Sehan unlocks an achievement called Sentinel Hunter, which comes with some appropriate rewards, and also increases the damage dealt to sentinels by 30%. Although our MC tried to act nonchalant about it, a sentinel is still nothing to be trifled with. He only barely survived this battle with his life intact. Now that Chio Wang is finally dead, Changgu emerges from hiding in the forest. It was completely and utterly demolished, and not even a metal-eating Bulgasari could have survived that. It was all thanks to the weapon that Shu had made. And although Changgu clearly has a lot of questions, there are far too many observers watching them for Sehan's like. It is not just the observers, either. The survivors who are trying to flee have also been watching the fight from the bushes. Now that the sentinel has been vanquished, they all start to make their move to escape from the park. But Mina recalls that Chio Wang was only the mid-boss of this area, which means there is one more powerful boss for them to fight. This causes all the people to freeze and look at her in terror and shock. She tries to downplay it, but Sehan places a hand over her mouth to stop her from making it worse. It seems that it is time to explain what's going on to the rest of the survivors. And after that, it will finally be time for Karis to die. The footage of Sehan taking down Chio Wang makes its rounds in the gods' forums, and people begin to seriously take notice of him. A user by the name of Greek Boss comes online for what seems to be the first time in a very long time, and he is also curious about this mysterious yet powerful player. Sehan managed to slay a sentinel for the second time, despite not even being an avatar. Questions start flying towards young Jester, whose avatar always travels around with Sehan, but she would not tell them anything, even if she knew. The questions continue to flood in, but the mischievous god simply ignores them and focuses her attention on the boy. That has gotten everyone so worked up. He gets more and more intriguing to her every time she sees him. But the question now is how he is planning to deal with the crow. Mina meets back up with Sehan and asks him if he got any loot for defeating a sentinel. This time, he got a grimoire as his reward, and although it looks just like an ordinary rock, it's actually an A-rank ability that gives the user the power of a Bulgasari. That means that they will be able to convert any metal they eat into a part of their own body. With an ability like that, Sehan could change parts of his body into pure orichalcum. The item is extremely difficult to obtain, and it is a very rare and useful ability. Mina is very obviously envious, despite the fact that she was the one who asked him about his loot. But to her utter surprise, he gives her the grimoire instead of keeping it for himself. It will be much more useful to her anyway, since with her own transformation ability, it will be very effective if she transforms her hands into weapons and uses them in battles. It is a one-use item, meaning that once she has consumed it, it can never be retrieved or be used by another person, so she is hesitant to take it from him. But Sehan encourages her to take it for herself and find use for it. She is unusually bashful at times like these, despite her usual brash personality. But Sehan assures her that it's her own reward for helping him. Up until this point, after more reassurance, Mina finally accepts the offer and absorbs the item, gaining the Bulgasari's ability. It's too bad that Mina is not in his actual party, because they could have then used skill sharing. But because she is an avatar, he doesn't want to bring her in. But they would not have been able to use her transformation ability if she wasn't. So it is a worthy trade-off. The civilians continue to make their frantic escape towards the exit, while the players fight back the monsters that are approaching them. Meanwhile, Sahan uses his orichalcum to free the people trapped by the exploding collars. One by one, they're all set free, but there are still so many of them that will take a while to do it all at once. Mina meets up with him yet again and reminds him that they're supposed to finish their quest by getting the final remaining stamp for clearing the ride. There is no way that they will be able to do that if they all simply run away. To solve this, Sahan calls over one of the staff that still hasn't had their collar removed. He should have a stamp on him. And although Mina is doubtful that something like that would work, as soon as the staff member places the stamp on her arm, a notification window appears, informing her that she has now completed the quest. There's not even a reward for the quest, which just shows how easy the entire thing was meant to be. That means that they didn't even have to go through all that trouble and danger in all those deadly rides. Now that they have discovered this, that means that they can take care of every other player's quest while they're all moving. That does not include Sahan, of course, since his quest is entirely different. Back at the castle, the crow begins to call for Cheol Wong. He has not seen the colossal monster for an entire day, and things are starting to look quite worrisome. A mouse monster comes to answer the crow's summons, but he also comes bearing terrible news. He tells the crow that Cheol Wong is most likely dead. The crow does not understand at first, and thinks that the mouse is saying that many people are dead. But the mouse repeats himself and tells Karis that Cheol Wong, the sentinel, has been killed. The players launched an assault, and the monsters were unable to respond in time. Karis can hardly believe his ears, but he quickly orders the mouse to have every monster in the park obliterate the remaining survivors in the safari. But that is where the second problem arises. In truth, all the monsters have already gone to the safari, and according to them, the place is completely deserted. That is the final straw for Karis, and he transforms in a fit of pure rage. Sahan notices the dark aura emanating from the sky and realizes that the time has finally come. Karis is finally beginning to move. The crowd has slowly started to make their way out of the park, but they are not moving nearly fast enough. There are still some injured people that are left behind, and their numbers are moving far too slowly for Changa's liking. Sahan meets up with the blind swordsman, and although things have gone well up to now, it will not be over until they all pass through the exit. The problem is if they can even make it out of here safely in the first place. After all, the crow will surely come for them at this rate. And as if on cue, a pair of dark wings descends in the center of the park, right before Sahan and Changu. The sheer presence of the person who landed before them is enough to show just how much of a threat this monster is. The monster spreads out its dark wings, and a massive gust of wind that follows is enough to knock some people back, while others cover their faces to shield themselves from the suffocating pressure. The crow Karis has finally arrived before them, and he does not look pleased at all. This definitely will not be an easy opponent to fight, and Sahan has not been this on edge in a very long time. He was tense when he was facing Orga, but he knew how to turn things in his favor and win. And with Cheol Wong, he was surprised by the sudden changes, but never afraid. This time, however, he is feeling something gnawing away at him. It is not fear, though. It is the anxiety of saving the people that are now relying on him. In his past life, he would have abandoned these people without a single thought, but things are different this time. He turns and commands everyone to get out, while he holds the constellation off and buys them some time. Mina wastes no time and yells for everyone to stop staring and start running. Of course, Karis is not just going to stand there and watch them escape. He sends out his feathers as projectiles towards the crowd, and Sahan is forced to use his final hour ability to rush over and deflect every single one of them. Karis is somewhat impressed by the fact that Sahan somehow managed to block all of his attacks. If things continue on like this, though, and the crow uses area of effect abilities, it will be difficult for Sahan to protect all the civilians. Instead of directly engaging, he begins to taunt the crow, despite the fact that Sahan is actively insulting and provoking. Karis, the crow, finds it more amusing than anything else. Sahan thinks he deserves it, though, since he had to come all the way to this park to personally capture a mere group of humans. That seems to annoy Karis a little bit, and the crow constellation spreads out its wings and prepares to finally attack. It seems Sahan has successfully captured his attention, and all he must do now is continue to stall for time. Right now, about half of the people have not escaped yet, so he just needs to stall for about 30 more minutes. This is the moment he has been preparing for this whole time. The crow launches off the ground at incredible speed and aims directly for Sahan. but he uses his shadow rush ability to meld into the ground and escape just before the attack from the crow can land. Sahan tries to stay calm as the crow circles around. It is clear that Karis outclasses him in both strength and speed, but our MC has his unique survival abilities and special items that ensure that his attack will connect. He bursts out of the ground right as the crow returns to the air to unleash another strike. Then he uses his guaranteed shot ability to hurl a sharp projectile. Normally, Karis would be far too fast for that to pose any threat to him, but thanks to the guaranteed shot ability, his attack manages to catch up and almost make contact. Karis is forced to halt in midair and catch the projectile before it can land. Then he dives toward the ground, shattering the pavement beneath Sahan's feet and causing massive rocks to fly into the sky. Sahan manages to avoid them, but the crow uses the dust as cover to launch a new attack, swiping the sharp claws on its feet towards Sahan. Our MC just barely manages to dodge, but he gets a cut on his cheek at the last second before he can fully leap out of the way. As the fight rages on, Karis starts to get more and more agitated, and it is clear that he is done playing these games. He raises his hand up into the air, and Sahan recognizes the ability he is about to use as something completely and utterly terrifying. The constellations. Strength is completely beyond what Sahan was expecting. The true nightmare was about to begin. The dark god took to the heavens. His wings unleashed another deadly barrage of razor feathers, raining down on Sahan, a deluge impossible to evade. So Sahan was forced to endure the brutal, direct assault. But the god's assault was utterly relentless, launching yet another volley at our hero. With no other options left, Sahan had to unleash the Celestial Slayer's power, and with it, his speed exploded to another level, stunning Karis. Now, he could weave through every single projectile aimed at it. Additionally, the Celestial Slayer's power granted another boon. Combined with his rapid healing, he began recovering from the damage inflicted by the feathers that Karis had rained down. With these powers combined, buying more time would no longer be an impossible feat. It seemed that the majority of the people had finally made their escape, so he only needed to hold on for a moment longer. Karis was forced to unleash his true power, and Sahan couldn't believe how absurd the situation had become. Although Sahan's mission required every single person to escape, Karis was certain he could still slaughter everyone before he was ejected from this mortal plane. Moreover, in this ascended form, he would no longer be tethered to the park's domain, allowing Karis's might to grow even further. Even with his powers handicapped, this was still cheating the system. He used a succession skill, which amplified his power far beyond what should be allowed. At this point in the game, Karis began to move, and his speed was blinding now. Sahan had almost no hope of evading his attacks. Without using a skill, he activated Shadow Rush again to escape a deadly blow, then used the opening to flee. Karis continued to be astonished by the fact that Sahan was still alive. It was obvious this was no ordinary player. The crow then soared into the sky and used its wings to unleash sharp currents of wind that annihilated everything in their wake. Even against this, Sahan managed to evade it all and survive, even as the entire area around them was utterly obliterated. But it was already too late for him to escape. With nowhere left to retreat, Karis approached our MC and calmly seized him by the neck, prepared to end it all in a single moment. Before he could kill Sahan, however, our MC had some final parting words for the crow. Next time, when it appears you have one, Karis, you shouldn't take so long to finish the job. And in that instant, every soul in the amusement park finally managed to escape, which signified that Sahan had completed the third main quest. That meant he could now access his first playthrough. Transfer package. As soon as he acquired the package, he activated an ability called Proof of Transcendence, and Karis barely had a moment to comprehend before he suddenly began to cough up his own blood. While they were speaking, Sahan had managed to use his spear to pierce the crow's stomach. Even with the surprise attack, Karis had dodged the hit to his vital organs in a split second. Proof of Transcendence is an upgradable S-rank skill that grants the user a 100% stat boost and also lets him deal critical strikes against celestial beings for 30 minutes. Once this power is used, it cannot be activated again for 30 days. Karis drops Sahan and flies away before he can launch another strike. The crow is astonished that a player can wield so much power, despite not even being an avatar. Faced with no other option, Karis is forced to take this battle completely seriously and go all out in order to finally defeat Sahan. he unleashes another barrage of feathers towards our MC. But at this point, thanks to his buffs, he is more than capable of dodging everything. Then he aims and launches another spear towards Karis. The crow is sure that this attack won't be able to reach him, but the guaranteed shot ability is not for show. Despite the wall of wind that Karis erected to defend himself, the spear still manages to break right through, striking Karis, who had no time to evade, forcing him to plummet to the ground. Even with that, the spear couldn't pierce his heart, despite him having proof of transcendence and guaranteed shot active. Somehow, Karis is still powerful enough to take to the skies and unleash another barrage of razor-sharp feathers. With no time left to dodge, Sahan summons a shield to block all the incoming attacks. Then he forces his body to move, despite the weight of the feathers pressing against his shield. Then he launches another spear at the crow, and this one hits directly on the mark, bringing him crashing to the ground again. At this point, there is nothing else Karis is able to do, and Sahan asks him, "Are you finally feeling the fear from this whole situation?" Karis just can't fathom the fact he's been beaten by a human, and he keeps screaming that Sahan is just a bug in the system. Regardless of that, though, the chasm in their power levels is far too great now, especially since Karis has already been weakened by many attacks. Everything he attempts to throw at Sahan is easily deflected, and it is obvious that this fight is now over. He tries one last desperate, massive attack, but Sahan uses Shadow Rush to escape it, then dashes towards the crow to deliver the killing blow. Karis manages to block it with a wall made from his feathers, and it even shatters Sahan's weapon, leaving him with nothing else left to use. Left with no other options, Sahan leaps towards Karis, but there's no way he would be able to win in hand-to-hand combat. Karis easily slams Sahan into the ground, seemingly regaining the upper hand in the battle. But instead of finishing our MC off quickly, he begins to mock him for letting the little advantage he had get to his head, and that's precisely what Sahan was waiting for. He once again warns the crow that he should stop taking his sweet time to end his fights before using the very spear still embedded in the crow's stomach to stab him again. This final one brings him down, and the crow collapses against Sahan, lifeless and defeated. In the supreme upper realm, where the gods themselves reside, Arcadius, the game master in charge of the Korean server, gazes at a status screen showing an image of Sahan. Because of the crow's choice to enter the human world and his eventual demise, the GM is left in a terrible position. Ultimately, his death was caused by the unfair balancing of our MC and the fact that he somehow managed to use a succession ability. The constellations are still meant to have a very limited power level in the game's current patch. For now, Arcadius chooses not to file a bug report on the matter, since Karis was a relatively obscure constellation, so no one should notice he is gone for some time. But from this day forward, the GM is going to have to pay close attention to him from now on to ensure nothing of this magnitude ever happens again after the third quest concludes. A major update is implemented into the game. From now on, the main quest will adopt an open-world format, meaning that players can now journey to other regions and new stages by either train or subway. Multiple quests can now also be undertaken at once, and new subquests will be added. As well as that, players can now form guilds with a large amount of points. After that, the next main quest is scheduled to begin soon, and it will be a massive raid, where a raid boss will spawn in every single region, and players are expected to engage in combat with the boss to earn participation points. They can also acquire special materials and equipment by defeating the raid bosses. Sahan and Mina review the information about the new patch and the quests while taking a break in an abandoned restaurant. The raid boss quest surprisingly has a lot of time allotted to defeating it, but that is most likely because most people haven't even finished their third quest yet. Changu and Shu are also present with them, and it seems the four of them are traveling together for the foreseeable future. Shu managed to repair Sahan's broken equipment, and now that Sahan has recovered from his battle with Karis, it's time for him to plan his upcoming moves. His injuries were quite severe, but thanks to the healing, all his wounds raised his regeneration skill from F rank to E rank. His next destination is the Taejun region, which is a great distance from the raid boss. The reason he wishes to go there is because he heard that they sell some delicious bread there, and he also has some other business to handle in the area. Mina can't help but sigh, as this is typical behavior for Sehun. She's accustomed to him being needlessly mysterious. But for this particular mission, she will pass on joining it. Young Jester's observer taps against the window of the store. It is clear that she does not want Mina to leave Sehun's side, and she is very obviously spying on them at this point. It's a good thing that Karis's Veil of Darkness ability shrouded the area while they were in combat. Because of that, the observers did not see Karis's heart being pierced. At the very end of the fight, young Jester continues to throw a fit with her observer. But Mina is determined not to accompany Sehun this time. Since Mina has made her choice, Sehun decides to make a proposal to Mina, as well as to the two Song brothers. He wants them to join his guild that he plans to establish in the near future. Mina is not into those sorts of things, and Changu is more worried about the fact that he might not be of any use to Sehun in his current condition. Shu, on the other hand, is thrilled to be in the same guild as Sehun, and he urges his brother to join as well. Sehun tells them all to relax and to not feel any pressure. For now, it will be better for them to do what makes them happy. However, joining his guild would be exceptionally useful for Sehun. For starters, Shu Song is destined to become the greatest craftsman in the world, while Changu Song is a player who is as powerful as a chosen avatar. He also has immense potential, with a rare mind's eye ability. Looking at everything logically, Mina and the brothers decide to consent to join Sehun's guild. Now that this matter is resolved, Sehun prepares to depart for Taejun. He travels over to a train station and boards a train that is heading towards Taejun Station. On the other end of the train from where Sehun is sitting, a few players from the Waning Crescent Guild attempt to take control of the train. Civilians begin to flee from the dangerous men, who are holding large weapons, and during all the chaos, Jisoo walks onto the train and spots the rogue players at the front of the train. Sehun notices that the other end of the train has gotten very loud. Perhaps a monster has appeared or something. That shouldn't be a problem, though, since most of the passengers on this train are players, so it should be fine. Instead of worrying about that, Sehun looks over the rewards he got from the third quest. They seem quite underwhelming this time, and it's a bit disappointing to get such an ordinary reward, despite everything he just went through. His first reward is an ability called Hunter's Instinct, which can pinpoint the location of a monster by its tracks. But he also got loot from defeating Karis, and one of the major things he acquired is becoming the new master of the Crow constellation. He also inherited Karis's abilities, like Eye of the Crow and Veil of Darkness. But to utilize the full might of the Crow constellation, he first needs to gain more divinity. As his divinity grows, more abilities will become unlocked. Eye of the Crow allows the user to summon crows that can scout the area from above. There's also no limit on the number of crows that can be summoned, but they become harder to manage as he creates more. Then the Veil of Darkness ability allows the user to blend their body into the darkness. It's different from the ability that Karis had used before, and it's likely that the effect shifts depending on the user. Although he only received the lowest level of divinity, it is still a massive gain. And he might also be able to find the observer of a certain god. In Taejun, the god is a witch who once loved humanity, but still wanted every human to live and die for Sehun. Since there is nothing else to do, Sehun decides to take a quick nap until they reach Taejun. On the other side of the train, a lone player flees for his life as all his allies drop like flies. This person is definitely the girl he had heard about in rumors. She wears all black clothes and has dark hair, and when her hair turns red, nobody is able to escape alive. He continues to run, but a blunt object smashes into the back of his head, throwing him to the floor. Before he can make his escape, Jisoo stands menacingly over him, and it seems there is no chance of escape. He begs for his life, swearing that he will never do something like this again for the rest of his life if she spares him. However, Jisoo doesn't believe him and finds his pathetic pleading to be amusing, so she flashes him a smile while raising her hand to end it. The train arrives at Taejun Station, and as soon as the doors open, people flood out of the train, screaming for their lives. Sehun emerges from his end, confused as to why there's so much chaos on the other end of the train. His answer comes calmly, walking down the stairs as she greets him with a large smile. It's Jisoo. And somehow, Sehun had no idea they were even on the same train. Now that they've finally met up, he asks her if she successfully handled her business. She took care of what she had to do, then boarded the train once she realized that Sehun was on. She was checking the map, consistently to always know his location so they could meet up again. That is rather obsessive, but Sehan chooses not to comment on it. But if she was always aware of his exact location, that means that she knew he was in the Lomiai world. Fighting the crow would have been much simpler if Jisoo was there. At first, she wanted to go to him right away. But the third main quest began while she was on her way there. It was not very challenging for her, but there was a lot to take care of. And because of that, she ran a bit late. Sehan admits that he came to Taejun to fight the boss in this area, and Jisoo is not surprised. She doesn't even bother to ask him why he came all this way, because she is used to him doing things that defy all logic. In fact, she would have been fine with his choice, even if he only came all this way just to buy bread in the area. It is odd to hear that from her, and Sehan does not know if she thinks highly of him or not. For now, the two of them begin moving towards their true destination, Dunsan, and Sehan explains the full details to her as they make their way there. Back in Seoul, at Silim, Mina wanders through the streets in search of some people that Sehan told her about. She does not know their exact location, but she's been walking for quite a while at this point and still cannot find them. Before he had left, Sehan wrote down some very distinct characteristics of the people that she should be looking for. They're a blonde-haired family of two, and the drawings he made are quite crude. The father is a large American man with a strange laugh, and the daughter is a 13-year-old multiracial girl. By the looks of the area, there appears to have been a monster attack recently that killed many people. As she walks through the ruins, a wolf monster leaps from the darkness and tries to ambush her. Mina is prepared and turns around to kill the beast in one strike, but someone else beats her to it, slamming a large piece of concrete on the beast and knocking it away. Mina turns toward the direction that the concrete was thrown from and sees two people that perfectly match the descriptions and drawings that Sehan had given to her. She goes up to meet them and thanks the man for helping her to defeat the monster. As they talk, even his laugh is exactly like Sehan described. But the man's daughter stops him before he can go on to embarrass her. The girl can tell from a number of gods watching her that Mina is likely even stronger than her own father. All that is left is to confirm both of their names. The man is Luke Taylor, and his daughter is named Lynn. These are the people that Sehan was looking for. Mina takes the opportunity to ask if she can join them on their travels. The man threw a giant piece of concrete, which means that he is most definitely a player. But she is not so certain about the girl. Luke is more than happy to have her join their group. But Lynn is a lot more hesitant about helping someone who is stronger than they are. As the two of them argue, Mina turns away to send a quick message to Sehan, confirming that she has found the people she was sent to find. Traveling with these people might be worthwhile, since Sehan had recommended it. But he also called them the key to humanity's own future. Back in Taejun, soldiers patrol the streets with heavy artillery, searching for any traces of monsters. It seems that society is attempting to pick itself up again, despite everything that is happening in the world. A soldier approaches the two of them as they survey the area and asks them if they are players. Apparently, there has been an order to examine all existing players, and it looks like the government is trying to control the players while the world is in its current state. Instead of responding to the soldier's questions, Sehan discreetly tells Jisoo to run toward a building in the distance. The two of them move in separate directions before leaping away, before the soldier can do anything at all to stop them. They land on the roof of a skyscraper, and Jisoo walks up to Sehan, curious as to why they came all the way to the top of this building. Sehan wants to try and use his new Eye of the Crow ability to scan the whole area for the raid boss. He activates it, and crows begin to pour out of his shadow, soaring high into the air. The ability is still crude, and he has a lot to improve, but this will still let him get a bird's-eye view of the area. Meanwhile, he asks to check on her stats, which Jisoo is more than willing to share. It almost seems like Jisoo never says no to him, no matter what he asks. He opens up her status menu, and her stats are unbelievably strong for someone who should be playing the game normally. She has also learned two new skills, called Anatomy Mastery and Vital Strike, and somehow raised her regeneration ability all the way to C rank. Her Celestial Slayer ability has also been ranked up to a 3-star ability, which is very weird, because she should have shown at least some symptoms of madness if her Celestial Slayer ability is already this high. As he is looking through her stats, he gets a signal from one of the crows, indicating that they have discovered something. They head over to the area marked by the crows, and from the damage, they can tell that whatever was in this area was not an ordinary monster, This destruction must be the aftermath of a raid boss. Jisoo asks Sahan how he has all of this information, but as usual, he does not answer. The raid boss appearing so soon is odd, though, because there are still so many hours left on the clock. The timers are not reliable, and most of them are just a deception to throw people off. The area has massive markings from large claws and wings. It is likely that some sort of wing monster fought with a completely different beast. But in reality, all of these markings were made by the same beast, and that same beast lands heavily right behind them and attempts to swipe at them with its enormous claws. It is a Cheongchi, which is a black tiger with gigantic white wings, and also one of the 4 deadly mythical monsters of Chinese mythology. Sahan expected to have to search for some time before locating it, but instead, the beast came directly to them. That means the dungeon is nearby, since this beast has been prowling around it. Just then, the 4th main quest materializes, and it is a quest to defeat this creature before it completely annihilates the entire city. Sahan and Jisoo just happen to find it unexpectedly early, which is why the quest only appeared for the 2 of them. Jisoo also detects that there is an incredibly strong scent of blood emanating from somewhere in the vicinity. Sahan also spots a horn embedded in the Cheongchi's chest, which means that it encountered another beast very recently. The creature tries to attack Sahan one final time before fleeing. The horn in the monster's chest was not supposed to happen for a long time, according to Sahan's memories from his past life. It seems that things are beginning to diverge for what he remembers, with the creature now gone. Sahan runs into the dungeon, with Jisoo close behind it, and just as he had predicted, the dungeon was not the Cheongchi's lair. It belonged to a Kirin, which is a one-horned divine beast, and that horn, with its divine power, has been lodged in the chest of the already powerful Cheongchi. The Kirin's horn contains great potential energy, and it's the very source of the beast's power. Sahan originally planned to take the Kirin's horn while they were searching for the Cheongchi, but that strategy has been ruined. On top of that, if the Cheongchi manages to absorb the horn's power, then it will become a major threat. Jisoo suggests that they investigate the area, since there might be a hidden reward located somewhere. But since this dungeon's tier is not very high, there's probably nothing good enough to replace the Kirin's horn with. However, completely unexpectedly, Jisoo discovers something among the debris in the area. Sahan wonders if it could be mithril, which is the strongest metal right after orichalcum. But even that would not be enough to replace the horn. What Jisoo actually found is an egg, and it is no ordinary egg either. Is the egg of a Kirin. And usually, when a Kirin sits on it for a long time, a brand new Kirin is born. However, now that they possess it, they can use it to create a divine beast. Sahan immediately buys more items from his premium shop and prepares the equipment that he will need to hatch the Kirin egg and give birth to a new divine beast. After preparing everything, all they have to do is add a player's blood as the catalyst. The blood must be applied within the next 48 hours, and the blood will also directly influence the pet's stats and skills. Sahan knows for certain that they can do better than his own blood, and he initially thinks about using Jisoo's blood. However, her Celestial Slayer abilities could make things very complicated in the future. Then he thinks about using Mina, since it would be impossible to find a worthy player within the given time limit. Mina's stats and skills are better than average anyway, so it should work out. As he is trying to decide what to do, he gets a message from Mina, and it could not have come at a better time. Mina waits with a family of 2 in the rubble of the ruined city. Sahan never messaged her back, and she has no idea if he is even coming or not. Eventually, he sent a message back, asking her where she is at the moment. Not even a compliment or anything for all of her hard work. She begrudgingly tells him their location. And after a brief moment of more silence, Jisoo and Sahan appear right behind her out of nowhere, from the sweat on their bodies and their labored breaths. It looks like both of them ran all the way back from Taejeon. Luke comes over to introduce himself to the new arrivals, while his own daughter hides behind him. Sahan introduces himself, and then Jisoo, and Luke assumes that Mina must have told him his name, since they have just met and Sahan already seems to know it. With introductions finished, Sahan turns to Mina, and she is still quite annoyed that he didn't even praise her for her hard work. So he gives her a present to say thank you for everything she has done for him so far. It is a mithril ore, which should be good for her to eat, since she can absorb it directly into her body. Mina can hardly believe that she received something so precious, and her anger quickly melts away as she accepts the gift. Next, he goes over to Lin and shows her the divine beast egg. He's going to need her help to awaken it. and all she needs to do is lay her hand upon it. Despite her fears that something bad might happen, Luke encourages her to go ahead with it. Since Sahan does not seem like a bad person, she places her hand on top of the egg, and immediately, a sharp spike emerges from the top and pricks her hand, causing her to bleed. He lies that the outer shell of the egg must have scraped her hand. The job is done, though, and the tools accept Lin's blood as the catalyst for the fruit of Kirin. All he has to do now is add some nourishment and wait for it to hatch. Mina comes up and asks why exactly. She was supposed to find these two people anyway, but it is difficult for Sahan to explain. She will figure out eventually. But for now, he wants Mina to stick with them as much as possible. That won't be too hard, since they seem to trust them, and she is already expecting a new reward for doing it. This was his second life, but he grasped a new truth. After witnessing the changes in Karis and the Minotaur, he must now account for the system's unpredictable interference from this point on, and that is why he needed Lin Taylor, the one player whose raw power and talent shocked even the gods themselves. She was the true peak of humanity. Now that the catalyst had been offered, the egg began to pulse, its shell cracking as it prepared to hatch. Sahan tells Lin that she doesn't need to call him sir, since he is not that old. But Mina reminds him he is 10 years older than her. Mina then considers calling him Mr. 2, since he's 4 years older than her as well. That comment angers Jisoo, and Mina quickly called it a joke, avoiding Jisoo's piercing gaze. Now that all introductions were finally finished, it was time for their next course of action. Mina asks Sahan if he's returning to Taejun, but it's not like he can vanquish the raid boss, even if he returns there now. For now, Mina believes that the raid boss hasn't spawned, but Jisoo revealed that they had already faced it once before. The three of them stepped aside for a moment to explain the entire situation that had transpired. To Mina, the raid boss is colossal, and its power rivals that of a Sentinel. The Sentinel may be stronger in raw combat, but the raid boss has immense health points, so it is much more difficult to kill. It also has a far greater range of attack than a Sentinel, so the destruction it could cause would be much worse. All of this means that Sahan should hurry and slay, but it is still far too early for that, and the other players are not ready for it right now. There's also a new variable to consider with the raid boss, since it is in the process of absorbing a Kirin horn. Sahan tried to recall if the raid boss was impaled by a Kirin horn in his past life as well, or if something changed when he went to Taejun. He never journeyed to Taejun in his previous life, but the raid boss ambushed them as if it were expecting them. On top of that, it left many obvious tracks, as if trying to lure them in. The Cheongchi also fought with the Kirin far too early as well, and it has not even been 3 days since the raid boss announcement was made. Too many things are now uncertain, and it gets stranger the more that he considers it. It could be the system trying to interfere with him once again, or it could be a different reason. One name that comes to his mind is Arcadius, the GM of Korea. The god himself sits upon his throne and watches a replay of Sahan and Jisoo fighting the Cheongchi. He never expected an ordinary player to escape so easily, and he even took something from the dungeon. It is most likely the Kirin egg, but Arcadius is certain he wouldn't know how to hatch, even if it was a Kirin egg. The more important question is why the Cheongchi is so weak. It's completely exhausted from a single horn in its side. Arcadius even gave it a chance to absorb the horn, but is still weak. He then decides to alter things in a way that won't be too overt by slightly boosting its regeneration and adaptive skills. With this small buff, it may evolve into a ridiculous monster. 2 weeks later, much closer to the raid boss's release, Sahan and Jisoo have returned to Taejun. There's a noticeably stronger army presence here than the last time that they visited. It is likely they're trying to prove that they only lost the last great invasion because they were not fully prepared. It is rather foolish, though, since guns are completely useless against these monsters. However, they may not do a lot of damage, but they certainly still inflict great pain. It would still be meaningless against a raid boss, though. It would be wiser for them to leave it to the players to handle it. But if they did that, then the players would gain even more authority. The government has finally reclaimed some of its power after the open world announcement, and they don't want to let go of that. Jisoo dislikes it, but there's not much she can do to change it. Sahan urges her to move to where the other players are. For now, there are noticeably more players in Taejun than in his previous playthrough. It appears that many of them are seeking party members to defeat the raid boss, and others are preparing for the quest to begin. One of the people approaches him and asks if he wants to join their party. But Sahan declines, since he has no intention of joining a party. The player continues to annoy him some more, assuming that he is just being difficult, because he wants to leave an impression on the girl. But people who act like that will only end up dead in the end, as Sahan and Jisoo ignore them and walk away. The man storms away in a huff, convinced that both of them will learn their lesson soon enough. It's painfully clear, though, that the guy is the one trying to impress Jisoo. He obviously wants her to join his own party, but he clearly does not know what he's dealing with. Jisoo overhears his smug attitude and offers to handle the guy, but Sahan calms her down and tells her to just keep walking. They will be the first to die when the raid boss appears anyway. As they continue to move through the crowd, Sahan notices Dongwon Park skulking through the streets. Dongwon also recognizes him and immediately covers his face in an effort to hide. His attempts are completely futile, though, and Sahan quickly walks up to him before he can slip away. According to Dongwon, Hyung-Yun went to Cheongju to check on his family, and he was ordered to come to Daejeon. From his brand new gear, Sahan can tell this guy accomplished a lot during his third quest, and he should have acquired new abilities as well. It probably wasn't a succession ability yet, though, since those can't be obtained through any ordinary means. A chosen avatar can only get one through a god, which is why the abilities are so unconventionally powerful. Hyun-Yun, or An Honest Life, must have been the ones who ordered Dongwon to come to Daejeon. Sahan decides to take a quick glance at the gods' forums, and they're still talking about him. Since he defeated Karis, everyone assumes that he must be in Daejeon, since something interesting is happening over there. Young Jester is still upset that Mina decided not to follow him, but she reveals that he left something fascinating with her. However, despite the others prying, she refuses to tell them what that fascinating thing is. It is obviously that she is referring to the Kiranet, but knowing her, she will keep that knowledge to herself, since she does not like to share any information. Luke Taylor's goddess should also be safe to trust, since she's not one to spread any rumors. Then he turns his attention back to Dongwon and asks if he has learned the crowd manipulation ability. Dongwon tries to deny it, but Sahan reveals the crystal that controls his collar, and that changes his tune instantly. He admits that he learned it, and Sahan is about to tell him to use it, but one of his crows in the sky has spotted something dangerous. He changes his tone and orders Dongwon to use the ability now, because if he doesn't, then everyone in this area will die. The raid boss is rapidly approaching their position, and it appears that it plans to ambush the players, while they are still completely unaware. There is still a lot of time left before it is supposed to spawn, which means its true goal is to have a feast before the main battle. Since Dongwon is too slow on the uptake, Sahan tries to warn everyone to flee before the boss arrives, but no one will believe him. There are still 10 minutes until the raid boss is meant to appear, and people think he is lying. They continue to ignore him, and it is clear they will not be convinced by words alone. So he runs back to Dongwon and orders him again to use his ability. However, he can't just use it on anyone, and he first needs to be in a situation where he can get himself into the target's mind psychologically. Since that is the case, Sahan tells Jisoo to draw her weapon and get ready. When he gives her the signal, he wants her to break a nearby fire hydrant to distract the people. Then he tells Dongwon to use his crowd manipulation skill when the raid boss appears and throws everyone into a panic. Dongwon agrees, but even he doesn't believe that the boss will appear, and even if it does, it's unlikely that the crowd would be so easily panicked by it. However, Sahan assures him that things are about to get crazy, and he also prepares himself for the battle. The ground begins to tremble, and people begin to look around in terror as the monster appears. Some even check the time of the raid boss's arrival, but it is already too late. The ground bursts open, and a giant paw comes slamming down right towards Sahan. He uses the pile bunker to counter it, as Jisoo leaps in to help him, slamming the paw back down to the ground, causing the monster to roar out in pain. The other players begin to realize that the raid boss really has appeared, and the military takes action immediately as well. They open fire toward the area that the monster emerged from, and empty every weapon that they have in its direction. However, once the smoke finally clears, the monster is still alive and well, and the soldiers begin to retreat in fear as it stalks towards them. Then it bellows one more time, fully clearing the smoke away, and revealing it had a major shift in appearance, with white fur now instead of black and large red spikes growing all over its body. It seems that it is evolving into its final form, which will be a huge problem for the players if it does. Once it properly evolves into its final form, the Cheonchi will be as powerful as a sentinel. And on top of that, its active area will grow even further, making it more difficult to deal with. For it to have taken the power of the horn so easily, that means that the GM was personally involved with this. The raid boss roars and begins to attack the people around. With no hesitation, the soldiers continue firing at the raid boss with everything that they have got, when the bullets show no effect on it, and its single breath sends them sliding back from their positions. Kim Se-han yells at Dongwon to do what he was told earlier. Dongwon obeys the order, and using the skill crowd control, he urges the crowd to evacuate the area right away and leave it all to the players. When they attempt to argue, he asks them to see that their modern weapons are useless against the raid boss. However, before the crowd is convinced, Dongwon's ability's duration has run out, whereas Kim Se-han thinks that the players have received their fourth main quest. This results in the crowd again charging towards the raid boss in order to attack. When one of the civilians gets far too close to it, the raid boss almost steps on the person, but Kim Se-han manages to save the man. He quickly thanks Se-han, saying that he let his guard down for a single second. But Se-han advises him to be more careful, since the raid boss is not just about its massive size. Kim Se-han ponders the best approach and weapon to attack the raid boss, whereas the civilians also note that the raid boss won't be harmed by long-ranged attacks. Kim Se-han worries about how to handle the raid boss, because it may transform into its final form at any second. Suddenly, the raid boss's wings grow even larger, and then it flaps its wings while grunting and flies up into the sky. This results in even greater destruction of the buildings, as well as shock among the people, since they were not expecting it to have any flying capabilities. They argue whether they should run at this point or not, since the raid boss is going to destroy the whole city if it attacks the ground. Kim Se-han decides to drag the raid boss back down before it can attack the ground. He connects his spears with some chains and throws them at the raid boss in the sky, which makes the civilians amazed at his strength. Kim Se-han calls out the people from the crowd to help him pull down the raid boss with the chains. When the civilians see that Han Jisoo has already joined Kim Se-han, they realize that if the girl can do so, then they can too. Therefore, the people join in and start pulling the chains. On his command, they all pull it down with a jerk, and the raid boss falls down onto the ground. But blue currents begin to regulate through its body. Kim Se-han wonders if its metamorphosis has begun to transform him into his final stage. Thus, in order to stop it, he jumps up high and pierces his sharp weapon into the raid boss's face. However, after a loud grunt, the raid boss jumps up unaffected once again, which makes Kim Se-han admit its toughness and strength. Kim Se-han wonders why his attack was ineffective when he clearly felt his attack hitting its skull. Han Jisoo tells him to leave it to her, because she is better equipped to deal with the raid boss. With that said, she stabs her own heart to maximize the Celestial Slayer's effect, amplifying the damage output. The regeneration ability heals the wound instantly, enabling her to move like that. Han Jisoo jumps up high and lands on the head of the raid boss. When Kim Se-han has realized the future moves of Han Jisoo, he instructs everyone to move back as far as they can. She hits the raid boss's head with her full strength, and as the people run away, it hits its head on the ground. With the last swing of her weapon, she makes the last hit, and the raid boss grunts loudly in pain. The raid boss grunts and roars out loud with an attempt to attack Han Jisoo. She is about to make another hit at the raid boss when Kim Se-han shouts out her name, telling her to stop, since it might get quite dangerous for her in this situation. After receiving several powerful hits by Jisoo, the raid boss grunts in pain and bites down on her. However, it fails to swallow them due to their magical properties. The raid boss loses its calm and starts grunting and roaring while shaking its head around. The crowd wonders what is happening to it, until the raid boss loses its consciousness and falls to the ground. People start to get closer to it in order to check if the raid boss is still alive or dead. While the people are taking closer looks at the raid boss, Jisoo suddenly comes out of its mouth and walks over to Se-han. The chat room of the Taejun region of the South Korean server goes crazy when they get to learn how Kim Se-han and Jisoo managed to kill the raid boss. After praising them and Dongwon, people start to discuss why their regional raid bosses' stats were quite higher than they should have been. This raises their suspicion over the fact that the GM might be involved in raising the stats of the raid boss. When asked the reason for this suspicion by a fellow player, the player explains that everyone else is also saying this, because the GM even killed Karis. One of them suggests submitting some feedback, mentioning the danger of the GM, starting to harm even the avatars if they let him be. Therefore, they mutually decide to put an end to this by submitting their own feedback. This is how, with the suggestion of Kim Se-han, anonymous player 48, GM, Arcadius failed to interfere with the Korean server for some time. As a reward, after defeating the raid boss, Se-han receives the coat of Cheonchi, and after reading through its description, he realizes that the Cheonchi had reached its final form. Right before Jisoo finished it off, he is already surprised to learn this, when Jisoo shows that she has received the dark gem of sacred dissonance in her inventory. After looking at it, Se-han's astonishment grows even more, and he plans about how they can make an extremely powerful weapon from this. However, he realizes that they are missing some necessary material, but he still feels grateful to Arcadius for this. Jisoo offers her reward to Se-han, saying that she only finished the raid boss off at the end while he did all the work, but he refuses to take it, telling her she should keep it since it can come in handy when she eventually finds some good materials. He further says to her that gold rank is a good enough reward for him, since a lot of players got involved too. When Jisoo claims that she has also acquired gold ring, Dongwon comes to them and reveals that he has received a silver ring. They fail to believe how Dongwon managed to get a silver ring when he was only running away the entire time. So he reminds them how he secured the area for a fight by evacuating everyone. Jisoo questions Kim Se-han if her involvement in the fight lowered his rank to gold, but he refuses, saying that if she hadn't been involved, the fight would have gone on for much longer. He then asks Dongwon if he has anything else to do, to which Dongwon affirms. He thinks how it would have been better if Dongwon had stayed with Young Yun, but allows him anyway with a warning. Before leaving for Seoul, Jisoo expresses her worries about her mother's whereabouts. This makes Se-han wonder why her mother didn't reveal her location to Jisoo. Se-han then looks at Jisoo and wonders what would have become of her had he not killed her in his previous life. Thus, he sees her as his own milestone, since she represents the possibility of changing one's own destiny. A few men drag small children with them, as the kids are tied together like animals and cry. The men wonder if their superiors ask for children to get their souls and blood. This was his second life, but he grasped a new truth. After witnessing the changes in Karis and the Minotaur, he must now account for the system's unpredictable interference from this point on, and that is why he needed Lynn Taylor, the one player whose raw power and talent shocked even the gods themselves. She was the true peak of humanity. Now that the catalyst had been offered, the egg began to pulse, its shell cracking as it prepared to hatch. Se-han tells Lin that she doesn't need to call him sir, since he is not that old. But Mina reminds him he is 10 years older than her. Mina then considers calling him Mr. 2, since he's 4 years older than her as well. That comment angers Jisoo though, and Mina quickly called it a joke, avoiding Jisoo's piercing gaze. Now that all introductions were finally finished, it was time for their next course of action. Mina asks Se-han if he's returning to Taejeon, but it's not like he can vanquish the raid boss, even if he returns there now. For now, Mina believes that the raid boss hasn't spawned, but Jisoo revealed that they had already faced it once before. The three of them stepped aside for a moment to explain the entire situation that had transpired to Mina. The raid boss is colossal, and its power rivals that of a Sentinel. The Sentinel may be stronger in raw combat, but the raid boss has immense health points, so it is much more difficult to kill. It also has a far greater range of attack than a Sentinel, so the destruction it could cause would be much worse. All of this means that Se-han should hurry and slay it, but it is still far too early for that, and the other players are not ready for it right now. There's also a new variable to consider with the raid boss, since it is in the process of absorbing a Kirin horn. Se-han tried to recall if the raid boss was impaled by a Kirin horn in his past life as well, or if something changed when he went to Taejeon. He never journeyed to Taejeon in his previous life, but the raid boss ambushed them as if it were expecting them. On top of that, it left many obvious tracks, as if trying to lure them in. The Cheonchi also fought with the Kirin far too early as well, and it has not even been 3 days since the raid boss announcement was made. Too many things are now uncertain, and it gets stranger the more that he considers it. It could be the system trying to interfere with him once again, or it could be a different reason. One name that comes to his mind is Arcadius, the GM of Korea. The god himself sits upon his throne and watches a replay of Se-han and Jisoo fighting the Cheonchi. He never expected an ordinary player to escape so easily, and he even took something from the dungeon. It is most likely the Kirin egg, but Arcadius is certain he wouldn't know how to hatch, even if it was a Kirin egg. The more important question is why the Cheongshi is so weak. It's completely exhausted from a single horn in its side. Arcadius even gave it a chance to absorb the horn, but is still weak. He then decides to alter things in a way that won't be too overt by slightly boosting its regeneration and adaptive skills. With this small buff, it may evolve into a ridiculous monster. 2 weeks later, much closer to the raid boss's release, Sahan and Jisoo have returned to Taejeon. There's a noticeably stronger army presence here than the last time that they visited. It is likely they are trying to prove that they only lost the last great invasion because they were not fully prepared. It is rather foolish, though, since guns are completely useless against these monsters. However, they may not do a lot of damage, but they certainly still inflict great pain. It would still be meaningless against a raid boss, though. It would be wiser for them to leave it to the players to handle it. But if they did that, then the players would gain even more authority. The government has finally reclaimed some of its power after the open world announcement, and they don't want to let go of that. Jisoo dislikes it, but there's not much she can do to change it. Sahan urges her to move to where the other players are. For now, there are noticeably more players in Taejeon than in his previous playthrough. It appears that many of them are seeking party members to defeat the raid boss, and others are preparing for the quest to begin. One of the people approaches him and asks if he wants to join their party. But Sahan declines, since he has no intention of joining a party. The player continues to annoy him some more, assuming that he is just being difficult because he wants to leave an impression on the girl. But people who act like that will only end up dead in the end, as Sahan and Jisoo ignore them and walk away. The man storms away in a huff, convinced that both of them will learn their lesson soon enough. It's painfully clear, though, that the guy is the one trying to impress Jisoo. He obviously wants her to join his own party, but he clearly does not know what he's dealing with. Jisoo overhears his smug attitude and offers to handle the guy, but Sahan calms her down and tells her to just keep walking. They will be the first to die when the raid boss appears anyway. As they continue to move through the crowd, Sahan notices Dongwon Park skulking through the streets. Dongwon also recognizes him and immediately covers his face in an effort to hide. His attempts are completely futile, though, and Sahan quickly walks up to him before he can slip away. According to Dongwon, Hyung-Yin went to Cheongju to check on his family, and he was ordered to come to Taejeon. From his brand new gear, Sahan can tell this guy accomplished a lot during his third quest, and he should have acquired new abilities as well. It probably wasn't a succession ability yet, though, since those can't be obtained through any ordinary means. A chosen avatar can only get one through a god, which is why the abilities are so unconventionally powerful. Hyun-Yin, or An Honest Life, must have been the ones who ordered Dongwon to come to Taejeon. Sahan decides to take a quick glance at the gods' forums, and they're still talking about him. Since he defeated Karis, everyone assumes that he must be in Taejeon, since something interesting is happening over there. Young Jester is still upset that Mina decided not to follow him, but she reveals that he left something fascinating with her. However, despite the others prying, she refuses to tell them what that fascinating thing is. It is obviously that she is referring to the Kirin, but knowing her, she will keep that knowledge to herself, since she does not like to share any information. Luke Taylor's goddess should also be safe to trust, since she's not one to spread any rumors. Then he turns his attention back to Dongwon and asks if he has learned the crowd manipulation ability. Dongwon tries to deny it, but Sahan reveals the crystal that controls his collar, and that changes his tune instantly. He admits that he learned it, and Sahan is about to tell him to use it, but one of his crows in the sky has spotted something dangerous. He changes his tone and orders Dongwon to use the ability now, because if he doesn't, then everyone in this area will die. The raid boss is rapidly approaching their position, and it appears that it plans to ambush the players, while they are still completely unaware. There is still a lot of time left before it is supposed to spawn, which means its true goal is to have a feast before the main battle. Since Dongwon is too slow on the uptake, Sahan tries to warn everyone to flee before the boss arrives, but no one will believe him. There are still 10 minutes until the raid boss is meant to appear, and people think he is lying. They continue to ignore him, and it is clear they will not be convinced by words alone. So he runs back to Dongwon and orders him again to use his ability. However, he can't just use it on anyone, and he first needs to be in a situation where he can get himself into the target's mind psychologically. Since that is the case, Sahan tells Jisoo to draw her weapon and get ready. When he gives her the signal, he wants her to break a nearby fire hydrant to distract the people. Then he tells Dongwon to use his crowd manipulation skill when the raid boss appears. and throws everyone into a panic. Dongwon agrees, but even he doesn't believe that the boss will appear, and even if it does, it's unlikely that the crowd would be so easily panicked by it. However, Sehan assures him that things are about to get crazy, and he also prepares himself for the battle. The ground begins to tremble, and people begin to look around in terror as the monster appears. Some even check the time of the raid boss's arrival, but it is already too late. The ground bursts open, and a giant paw comes slamming down right towards Sehan. He uses the piled bunker to counter it, as Jisoo leaps in to help him, slamming the paw back down to the ground, causing the monster to roar out in pain. The other players begin to realize that the raid boss really has appeared, and the military takes action immediately as well. They open fire toward the area that the monster emerged from, and empty every weapon that they have in its direction. However, once the smoke finally clears, the monster is still alive and well, and the soldiers begin to retreat in fear as it stalks towards them. Then it bellows one more time, fully clearing the smoke away, and revealing it had a major shift in appearance, with white fur now instead of black and large red spikes growing all over its body. It seems that it is evolving into its final form, which will be a huge problem for the players if it does. Once it properly evolves into its final form, the Cheongchi will be as powerful as a sentinel. And on top of that, its active area will grow even further, making it more difficult to deal with. For it to have taken the power of the horn so easily, that means that the GM was personally involved with this. The raid boss roars and begins to attack the people around with no hesitation. The soldiers continue firing at the raid boss with everything that they have got, when the bullets show no effect on it, and its single breath sends them sliding back from their positions. Kim Sehan yells at Dongwon to do what he was told earlier. Dongwon obeys the order, and using the skill crowd control, he urges the crowd to evacuate the area right away and leave it all to the players. When they attempt to argue, he asks them to see that their modern weapons are useless against the raid boss. However, before the crowd is convinced, Dongwon's ability's duration has run out, whereas Kim Sehan thinks that the players have received their fourth main quest. This results in a crowd again, charging towards the raid boss in order to attack. When one of the civilians gets far too close to it, the raid boss almost steps on the person, but Kim Sehan manages to save the man. He quickly thanks Sehan, saying that he let his guard down for a single second. But Sehan advises him to be more careful, since the raid boss is not just about its massive size. Kim Sehan ponders the best approach and weapon to attack the raid boss, whereas the civilians also note that the raid boss won't be harmed by long-ranged attacks. Kim Sehan worries about how to handle the raid boss, because it may transform into its final form at any second. Suddenly, the raid boss's wings grow even larger, and then it flaps its wings while grunting and flies up into the sky. This results in even greater destruction of the buildings, as well as shock among the people, since they were not expecting it to have any flying capabilities. They argue whether they should run at this point or not, since the raid boss is going to destroy the whole city if it attacks the ground. Kim Sehan decides to drag the raid boss back down before it can attack the ground. He connects his spears with some chains and throws them at the raid boss in the sky, which makes the civilians amazed at his strength. Kim Sehan calls out the people from the crowd to help him pull down the raid boss with the chains. When the civilians see that Han Jisoo has already joined Kim Sehan, they realize that if the girl can do so, then they can too. Therefore, the people join in and start pulling the chains. On his command, they all pull it down with a jerk, and the raid boss falls down onto the ground. But blue currents begin to regulate through its body. Kim Sehan wonders if its metamorphosis has begun to transform him into his final stage. Thus, in order to stop it, he jumps up high and pierces his sharp weapon into the raid boss's face. However, after a loud grunt, the raid boss jumps up unaffected once again, which makes Kim Sehan admit its toughness and strength. Kim Sehan wonders why his attack was ineffective when he clearly felt his attack hitting its skull. Han Jisoo tells him to leave it to her, because she is better equipped to deal with the raid boss. With that said, she stabs her own heart to maximize the Celestial Slayer's effect, amplifying the damage output. The regeneration ability heals the wound instantly, enabling her to move like that. Han Jisoo jumps up high and lands on the head of the raid boss. When Kim Sehan has realized the future moves of Han Jisoo, he instructs everyone to move back as far as they can. She hits the raid boss's head with her full strength, and as the people run away, it hits its head on the ground. With the last swing of her weapon, She makes the last hit, and the raid boss grunts loudly in pain. The raid boss grunts and roars out loud with an attempt to attack Han Jisoo. She is about to make another hit at the raid boss when Kim Se-han shouts out her name, telling her to stop, since it might get quite dangerous for her in this situation. After receiving several powerful hits by Jisoo, the raid boss grunts in pain and bites down on her. However, it fails to swallow them due to their magical properties. The raid boss loses its calm and starts grunting and roaring while shaking its head around. The crowd wonders what is happening to it, until the raid boss loses its consciousness and falls to the ground. People start to get closer to it in order to check if the raid boss is still alive or dead. While the people are taking closer looks at the raid boss, Jisoo suddenly comes out of its mouth and walks over to Se-han. The chat room of the Taejun region of the South Korean server goes crazy when they get to learn how Kim Se-han and Jisoo managed to kill the raid boss. After praising them and Dongwon, people started to discuss why their regional raid bosses' stats were quite higher than they should have been. This raises their suspicion over the fact that the GM might be involved in raising the stats of the raid boss. When asked the reason for this suspicion by a fellow player, the player explains that everyone else is also saying this because the GM even killed Karis. One of them suggests submitting some feedback, mentioning the danger of the GM starting to harm even the avatars if they let him be. Therefore, they mutually decide to put an end to this by submitting their own feedback. This is how, with the suggestion of Kim Se-han, anonymous player 48, GM, Arcadius failed to interfere with the Korean server for some time. As a reward, after defeating the raid boss, Se-han receives the coat of Cheonchi, and after reading through its description, he realizes that the Cheonchi had reached its final form. Right before Jisoo finished it off, he is already surprised to learn this, when Jisoo shows that she has received the dark gem of sacred dissonance in her inventory. After looking at it, Se-han's astonishment grows even more, and he plans about how they can make an extremely powerful weapon from this. However, he realizes that they are missing some necessary material, but he still feels grateful to Arcadius for this. Jisoo offers her reward to Se-han, saying that she only finished the raid boss off at the end while he did all the work, but he refuses to take it, telling her she should keep it since it can come in handy when she eventually finds some good materials. He further says to her that gold rank is a good enough reward for him, since a lot of players got involved too. When Jisoo claims that she has also acquired gold rank, Dongwon comes to them and reveals that he has received a silver rank. They fail to believe how Dongwon managed to get a silver rank when he was only running away the entire time. So he reminds them how he secured the area for a fight by evacuating everyone. Jisoo questions Kim Se-han if her involvement in the fight lowered his rank to gold, but he refuses, saying that if she hadn't been involved, the fight would have gone on for much longer. He then asks Dongwon if he has anything else to do, to which Dongwon affirms. He thinks how it would have been better if Dongwon had stayed with Youngyun, but allows him anyway with a warning. Before leaving for Seoul, Jisoo expresses her worries about her mother's whereabouts. This makes Se-han wonder why her mother didn't reveal her location to Jisoo. Se-han then looks at Jisoo and wonders what would have become of her had he not killed her in his previous life. Thus, he sees her as his own milestone, since she represents the possibility of changing one's own destiny. A few men drag small children with them, as the kids are tied together like animals and cry. The men wonder if their superiors ask for children to get their souls and blood, since the higher-ups are demons. Suddenly, Shinwoo arrives there in order to find someone who intruded on his territory. When asked about who he is, Shinwoo claims that he does not know that. Therefore, he has decided to kill everyone there. Mina and Lin are walking by the streets, carrying grocery bags, when Taylor thanks Mina for letting them afford more. With their points, Mina also shows off her gold rate. However, she secretly admits that it only became possible because of the grimoire that Kim Se-han had given her. Suddenly, someone sneaks up to Mina from behind, and with the help of Taylor, Mina manages to evade the attack from the man. She then slices the man's weapon into two by transforming her hand into a blade, and punches his face with a metal fist. The man falls to the ground, and his partner realizes that these kids are not ordinary. Thus, he calls out all of their gang members from the alleys to attack the girls together. Out of nowhere, the eyes of the first man change. Mina wonders if he is a humanoid monster. However, Mina stays confident and transforms her arms into those of a mantis when she starts to slice off their weapons. With a single swing of her arms, One of the men commands the others to go after Taylor. The men run towards Taylor, but she manages to evade their attack. Mina feels relieved to see that and runs towards the men to finish them off. However, the men quickly escape from the place. After feeling relieved about the whole situation, Mina notices that the blood flowing from the injured or dead gangsters is black. She feels suspicious about it, so she decides to discuss it with Kim Se-han later when he returns. After Kim Se-han has come back, Mina informs him about how she and Lynn Taylor got ambushed by some suspicious-looking thugs. He thinks over the situation and realizes that their dark blood signifies that they were the servants of a demon, which means they belong to the Dark Sky clan. This makes him wonder why they are wasting their time around, instead of growing their own strength. And he questions himself if this is because Kim Ji-won is gone. Now, Kim Se-han thinks about how the Dark Sky clan couldn't have had any authority over Seoul because of Kim Ji-won's guild, the Sins, if things were to go exactly like his previous life. However, since the Sins aren't here, the Dark Sky clan has now gained influence, and Kim Se-han has unintentionally accelerated the demon's advancement in Seoul. When Lynn Taylor asks Kim Se-han about whether he knows who those people could be, he affirms before he answers. He looks around at Mr. Taylor and gets surprised by his worried expression and concern for his daughter, Lynn Taylor. He then informs the girls that those thugs were most likely associated with a demon. However, he claims that he is not aware of their whereabouts, since he never got to handle them in his previous playthrough. Jisoo steps forward and confesses about knowing where those thugs might be. She reminds Se-han about her third main quest that she found quite difficult to clear, and he quickly remembers it, since he had to defeat Karis at that time. She continues that she also met a dark-blooded person there. This makes him realize that the situation is quite serious now, and he asks her to lead him there. Se-han arrives at Wagik in the Gangseo district of Seoul and finds it strange to see businesses reopening already. He approaches a shop owner and asks him if there had been any cases of child kidnapping here. The calm and composed man suddenly gets scared and hesitant after hearing Se-han's question, and walks away after denying any such thing happened. After some tries, a man finally agrees to talk inside his shop. When Se-han shows him a picture of Jisoo and asks him about it, the man informs him that the guild was not from here, and the lady in the picture completely annihilated the original organization of this area, making it easier for the outside guild to take over. The man further reveals that those people threatened them to stay quiet, or else they would lose their business. After hearing the whole thing, Se-han realizes the whole situation, and also that those people must be kidnapping children for the Mask of Anguish. Initially, the gods used to use the world as their game, but now the demons have also reached a supernatural level of power to treat this world as their game. The gods only appoint up to a maximum of 2 avatars in order to maintain their control over them, and pay a lot of attention to each of their avatars, resulting in their frequent intervention. However, the demons are opposite to the gods, since they share their power with multiple contractors and have a large group of their servants, and sometimes even a whole guild. Contrary to gods, the demons don't care about the contractor's talent, abilities, or compatibility with their own power, and only care about the desire for power and susceptibility to temptation that their contractor holds. In other words, they only care about how well their servants will abide by their commands. Since this game is much more than just entertainment for the demons, and all their interests are against the well-being of humans, it signifies how they are after the Mask of Anguish. The Mask of Anguish is made from the flesh of a demon, infused with misery, and the one who owns it is the 27th ranking demon, Neveroth. He gains his strength through sadness and the life essence of humans, and converts them into points for him to use in order to grow the power of the mask. Se-han leaves the shop and decides to demolish the Dark Sky clan. He transforms into a crow and starts searching the white building, where he was supposed to find the demon's servants, as told by the shop owner. However, he finds out that all the buildings are white, and everyone has dark hair and dark eyes. Since he finds it hard to find those men, he goes to another place to get the boss. Se-han beats down several men of the Dark Sky Guild when the other men appear, asking him if he is from the Dark Moon Guild. However, he juggles his daggers, telling them to be prepared to die at his hands, using the Eye of the Crows. He then summons a large group of crows that start confusing the men, while he kills the men one after another. When the other men start to attack back, Sahan uses the shadow rush technique and dodges the attack. He wonders where the kidnapped children are, but decides to go look for them. After he has taken care of all of these servants of Neveroth here, Sahan manages to wipe them out and starts to look for the kidnapped children. When he opens the door of the room in which the kidnapped kids are, one of them asks him if he's going to take them as well to that one place. Oblivious about the kid's question, he asks the kid what place he is talking about. The kid claims that they promised to turn these kids into players. Sahan realizes that those gang members have manipulated these kids and clarifies that no human can turn into a player, nor does a human have the power to turn them into a player. When the kid tries to argue about seeing other kids turning into players, Sahan tells him that they must have already been players. This offends the kid, and when he demands that Sahan let them go, if he cannot keep his promise, he tells them that he was already here to free them. After freeing the kids, he decides to investigate the interior of the building and first goes to the 7th floor to see if there's a manager there. Shinhwan is sitting in a room with a cage in front of him and gets annoyed at the loud noise. Suddenly, a man comes to him and notifies him that their Wagik branch has been annihilated. After asking about who it was, the man explains that the cameras were blocked by crows. It was a single man dressed in all black. Hwan wonders if it was a servant of another demon, but could not understand who it could be. He then goes to the 5th floor to his boss, Kong Cheonwoo. Cheonwoo orders him to take care of the matter and advises him not to let his guard down. Hwan gets on his way, while being confident in the fact that Neveroth calls on. And so, with full awareness of the power that decimated his forces, he still marches forward, intent on annihilation. Sahan pores over recovered documents. The intel is clear. The Dark Sky Guild's lair is hidden within Inchan's Wan district. He then senses the ever-present gaze of the gods, their floating eyes, making his skin crawl with their constant presence. Suddenly, one shining golden eye lingers, its gaze fixed upon him. He wonders if this could belong to the witch. However, he reasons she would have sent an avatar invitation by now, just as she did in his previous playthrough, if this observer was truly hers. Therefore, he decides to ignore it and begins planning how to handle the guild members, since their numbers will be far greater than they were in Wagik. After being challenged by one of the watching eyes, he begins his journey to first liberate the kidnapped children from the ancient branch's base, because he knows they must be using the children to awaken the dreaded mask of anguish. When Sahan arrives there, he peers from behind a wall and witnesses men dragging lifeless children from a base. Their whispers reveal a grim truth. The children are perishing far faster than expected, and they debate what to do with the small, discarded bodies, since it is usually Shinhwan who handles them. Sahan hears the name Shinhwan and wonders if he encountered someone by that name in his previous timeline. After realizing that he could not gain much more intel from behind the wall, he reveals himself to the men, who mistake him for a new recruit from his black attire, and so they order him to help dispose of the bodies. But Sahan wastes no time in slicing their throats. When Sahan approaches the corpse, he finds it strange to see the dead girl has a serene expression. He recalls how the mask of anguish feeds on its victim's sorrow, which results in the victim's truly miserable end. He also finds the power stored within the mask is far smaller than it technically should be. Suddenly, Sahan spots a stasis-inducing gas ore, which indicates that someone else used their item here. He wonders who it could have been to try to save the children, but decides to rescue the children first. Kong Cheonwoo explodes with fury when he learns that Hwan has not found the wanted man yet. Nevertheless, he decides to ask for more time from Neveroth to once again gather the children. He thinks this person is a demon servant, judging by his described attire and the presence of crows. But he realizes that no one weaker than Hwan can face him. This makes Cheonwoo's informer doubt Hwan. He discusses it with Cheonwoo as well, but he denies any such accusations. Suddenly, Cheonwoo notices a large swarm of crows outside his window, which shatters the glass of the window and pours inside. Hwan's informer tells him about the bombs attached to each crow's foot. However, by the time that they spot it, the entire building explodes along with the bombs. Hwan is on his motorcycle when he learns that the base has been attacked. Neveroth tells him that the whole building has been destroyed, with the mask buried deep beneath it, even though they believed that the player would take it away, along with the children. Suddenly, Neveroth says that the Crow constellation was recently replaced when someone killed the previous Crow constellation and inherited its divine power. because the seat of the constellation is still empty, since the killer is not yet ready to take it. When asked by Hwan whether he knows who the killer is, Neveroth confirms, saying that he is one of the most famous players. However, the man claims that he can't access the gods' forums as a demon. Hwan gathers the intel about the player, and knowing that he won't reveal himself to Hwan for a fight, he decides to create a situation where the player has no other choice than to fight. Hwan asks Neveroth to tell him the location of the player's allies, but Neveroth suggests he should rather take the mask from their base before, in order to ensure his victory against the powerful player. Neveroth then helps Hwan get the mask and leads him to the player's teammate's doorstep. Mina watches the relentless downpour and dries her hair, commenting how heavily it is now raining. Lin comes around, offering her some hot tea. Mina thanks her and asks if she knows where Jisoo is. Lin tells her that she is still outside. Mina says that Jisoo must be on watch, even in the rain. Taylor sighs, saying that he really can't understand these abilities. Mina says that it's as simple as using his own hands. Taylor sighs again, saying that he still doesn't get it. Mina looks at him with pure determination, saying that she will help him to understand it. Suddenly, Lin drops a plate as she stares out of the window. Mina asks if she is hurt or if she was scared by the light. Lin trembles, saying that something terrible is approaching them as dark shadows come looming over their very door. Just as their door swings open, Hwan stands there. Mina thinks, asking herself if he is a friend of Sehan's, but he hits her in the face. Mina assumes a fighting stance, wondering who this could be. He hits her again as Mina thinks how it still hurts. Even after she covered herself with her mithril, he moves towards her, telling her to stay put so he can end it quickly for her. Mina transforms into her other form and attacks him, but he dodges them just as he was about to hit her. Taylor blocks his punch and taunts him, saying that it looks like he knows how to fight that. It is a shame, because he must have been quite strong before the game began. Hwan takes his position and says that he is in a hurry, because they all must die. Taylor laughs, saying that's not going to happen, because he has a daughter that he has to protect, and they both begin to fight one another. At the Dark Sky clan, the crow admires the bomb that he made, thinking how summoning the crows gave him a slight headache. He thinks about how the others can retrieve the mask themselves, just as the eye continues to bother him. He moves towards it, asking what's wrong. The eye tells him that her avatar is in danger. Hwan stands in silence, now looking at Mina's and Taylor's unconscious bodies. He thinks how this could have gone wrong, if their stats were any higher. He sees Lin crying over Taylor, telling her dad to wake up, as he is reminded of his own younger self. He quickly dismisses the thoughts as the voice interrupts him, telling him to not kill the kid. The voice tells him that she has an incredible amount of potential, and magic this pure is an excellent offer. He asks if he could do whatever he wants with the others, and upon a yes, he tells Lin to follow him. As Lin looks hesitant, he says that it is the only way she can keep her dad and Mina alive. Lin stands up, looking at her dad, and moves toward Hwan to go with him to spare their lives. He quickly takes her out by hitting her head from behind and holding her limb body. And just as he was about to move away with her, Jisoo attacks him with a hatchet. He asks if she also lives with them, to which Jisoo replies with another swift attack, shocking Hwan with her speed. He thinks she is faster than him. Hwan attacked her wrist, but she evades it, as he thinks that her wrist should have been broken. He thinks how inhuman she is. Jisoo asks why he is moving so strangely while dodging her attacks, as he replies that her movements are weirder to him. He tells her that it is a boxing move. Sway, as Jisoo crackles her neck and takes a boxing stance. Hwan looks at her and clicks his tongue, getting into position too, saying how it is annoying him. Jisoo throws him a punch as Hwan dodges it with equal speed. He tries to copy her attack as she dodges it just barely. Hwan snickers, calculating that Jisoo just knows how to aim for the head. But since she is a natural, this could get very dangerous. He thinks of ending the fight with a final blow as he throws a direct punch at her. Jisoo blocks it while doing the same. He staggers, thinking how fast she did that trick. He thinks that it's better to leave before things get more complicated. As Jisoo stumbles from her position and Hwan lets out a disappointed groan, Hwan gets on his bike, taking Lin with him, but thinks how ridiculous it is that Jisoo is trailing behind him with such speed while he is on a motorcycle, and how she is getting faster with each passing second. Just as Jisoo was about to catch on, he shifts gears and gets out. The voice taunts him, saying this is the last time he has decided to help Hwan, since Jisoo cannot be allowed to ruin the main course. He gets to the ancient port, as the voice tells him that the crows will be getting there soon. Hwan thinks about Taylor, Mina, and Lin, and how they all must be connected. Then he thinks of Jisu's voice. The demon taunts him again, telling him to wear the mask. He tells him that he is helping Huan, just because he doesn't want to find another pawn, and he will terminate their contract as soon as he fails. Huan tells the demon that he will make his decision once he sees the guy. Just then, the crow appears, as Huan thinks he has seen him somewhere in an MMA fighting ring, so he must be a fighter. The crow asks why he kidnapped the child, to which Huan tells him that it was the best way to get him out. The crow asks if it is because of what he did to the Dark Sky clan, to which Huan nods and says that he has things to settle with him. Sensing the strong aura coming from him, the crow tells him that his friends were ambushed by the servants of a demon before, so he decided to get rid of everything associated with the demons before they can cause any problems. Huan gets into his fighting position. The crow notices how his hands transform, thinking if he can modify his body parts just like this. As they start their one-on-one combat, both of them fight each other, throwing punches, not including their weapons. But suddenly, the crow launches an unplanned attack for Huan and breaks his hand, as the demon scolds him for not wearing the mask. He regrets trusting a mortal again. Huan wonders if he is even worthy of wearing the mask of anguish. The demon gets angry, saying if he cannot accept it, then he will make him wear it by force. The demon asks if he knows the difference between a contract with a demon and a god. Just then, Huan begins trembling, as the demon tells him that demons can force their will upon them. Huan wears the mask of anguish, even against his own will, as the demon declares that it was getting boring seeing him fight. Like a weakling, he lets out a scream as the mask wears itself on him, and the crow thinks how this can be a problem. He thinks how Huan's stats could be similar to his own current ones, and now that he is wearing the mask that always bugs him, he quickly goes to Lin and holds her tight, looking at Huan, who laughs as the mask takes control over him, saying how good it feels to control the mask. He introduces himself as the 27th ranking demon, Neveroth. Neveroth laughs, saying that it is quite fun to take control of things himself like this. The crow finally takes his sword out, directly warning him to bring it on already, because he does not want Lin to wait in the rain for too long. Neveroth calls him an arrogant mortal, and asks if it is true that he has defeated Karis, because that could not be true. He argues, saying it would be impossible for him to defeat a constellation with that power level. As Huan launches at him, the crow thinks that the mask is not fully complete yet, but still, the sheer strength of the mask is quite impressive. The crow moves towards him. They both fall into a back and forth, swinging and dodging attacks. The crow thinks how he can easily deal with these movements. The crow somehow gets his sword close to Huan's neck, but the sword breaks into pieces upon touch. Neveroth laughs, praising that he is quite strong for a human, then claws at him, saying he still can't outmatch a demon. The crow quickly notices how Neveroth's movements actually became slower than before. Noticing that, he strikes again as Huan stumbles back. The crow understands that if that is the case, then he is just a punching bag right now. He thinks how Neveroth can prevent the body from being sliced with his powers, but he can also feel the pain. The crow stops, seeing Neveroth still laugh. He thinks about how his rank in the ladder has some meaning. Neveroth says that he wasn't so arrogant for nothing, so he can fight pretty well. As he was about to complete his sentence, he plops on the ground, as the demon confusingly asks what has happened, saying that he cannot move. Just then, Huan says that he must have been beaten pretty badly. Within the same body, Neveroth asks how he can still talk like this. Huan replies that his mind has become clear after getting beaten this badly. Neveroth says that he can still take control, as long as he is wearing the mask. Huan exhales and smashes his face on the ground with full force. The crow looks at the scene, thinking if he regained his consciousness, then he is resisting the demon's mind control. He thinks how unusual this sight is. The demon keeps on screaming, taunting if Huan thinks he can break the mask. A demon's artifact can only be destroyed by the demon itself, an entity of an equal or greater status, or the contractor of the demon. The demon screams, asking if he knows that. He is basically terminating their contract by destroying the demon artifact. Huan grabs the mask and pulls on it. He says that he knows he was planning to abandon him anyway, so he will throw him away first. Before he does it, Huan faces the crow, as the crow asks if he's still planning to fight with him. He says that the demon had nothing to do with their fight. The crow thinks how he still wants to avenge his boss, whose face he can't even remember. Huan rejoices how his stats are still the same. After ripping off the mask, Hwan notices how he can see the moves super clearly now as he dodges the attacks, but the crow still manages to throw him off and says that luck was not on his side. Hwan falls down from the sky and lands in water, floating on it lightly. The crow laughs, saying that he must be really lucky. Then Hwan opens his eyes, thinking how he can still be alive after that fall, just as someone hovers over him. He looks at a girl holding an umbrella, welcoming him back. She tells him that he has piqued her interest. He asks who she is, to which she replies that she is one of the 7 prime demons of hell, the demon Azazel. Meanwhile, in some building in Gangnam, Seoul, the Genesis Guild Master Park holds a meeting to discuss an alliance with the Uprising Guild Master, Kong, and the Crimson Spider Lily. Guild Master Lee, Park proposes an alliance with Kong because of the Uprising's power struggle with the waning crescent. However, Kong finds Park's guild a greater threat to him. Meanwhile, Lee grows tired of the quarreling between Kong and Sehan. Kong grows frustrated, but Park calms him down. Other than the alliance, Park gathered the 2 guild masters to discuss the main quest. A lot of time has passed since the update, and there's no sign of a new main quest. He feels that there have been hints of it. He believes that the numerous dungeons that have spawned recently are hinting towards their next main quest, seeing how the guilds have been fighting more frequently over the increase in dungeons. Park thinks that the next main quest will be a competition between the guilds over the dungeons. Therefore, he suggests not a full-fledged alliance, but merely a truce so that they don't fight each other. Players can form guilds after the 4th main quest. Then they can purchase guild houses in the central area of a city to mark them as their safe zones. Park's initial plan was to create his own guild later on, and since the members were already grabbing too much attention from the gods, his original plan was to join another guild as a mercenary. However, meeting Shin Woo changed his plans, and Park realized he needed a safe zone to protect himself from intruders and observers. Meanwhile, Sehan's friends are surprised to see the tall building. Sehan tells them about his initial plan of purchasing sometime later, but he tells them it'll be good for them to stay away from the observers. They all head inside the building to discuss the details. As they walk inside, Sehan notices that Jisoo has been down lately. Jisoo tells him she's upset that she failed to protect everyone. The incident reminded Jisoo of her own shortcomings, and she feels that she needs to learn more techniques instead of only relying on her stats and abilities. Sehan is surprised to see Jisoo wanting to be stronger than she is. Now, however, the encounter with Shin Woo struck something in him. Sehan didn't chase Shin Woo because the ground was blown away, but something intervened to nullify his attack against Shin Woo. Sehan believes only a demon could have intervened directly like that, and if the demon was strong enough to cancel his own attacks, it might be one of the 7 deadly demons of the Dark Realm. Mina asks Sehan when the next main quest will begin, and Sehan tells her he will tell them once everyone is gathered. After everyone gathers, Sehan tells them about the competition. He addresses their concerns, but they are right to think that the increasing number of dungeons is not enough proof to support his theory. Sehan tells them about the dungeon imprint. After a dungeon has been imprinted, only the associated group can then enter it. Right now, there's no restriction on the dungeon's entry, but Sehan believes that could all change soon. For that, it would be advantageous for them to conquer as many dungeons as possible. Besides, the dungeons guarantee a stable supply of resources, points, and experience for the players to grow, which is why it could be a great opportunity for a guild to dominate Seoul. This is a fierce competition, and several guilds have been created in Seoul already. Sehan has gathered everyone to talk about their participation in the guild. Everyone agrees to join Sehan's guild, except for Luke and Lin. They believe they are not strong enough to participate. However, Sehan shows them he'd very much like to have them. He knows Lin is the most talented player to exist right now, and Luke is also suited to be a god's chosen avatar, and he even became the strongest player in the last playthrough, even if temporarily. Luke agrees to follow Sehan, since he considers Sehan a hero. Luke has always wanted to be a hero himself, but he feels that he has already failed by losing once. Mina asks Sehan if she can decide the name of the guild, if he has not already. But Sehan tells her that he has decided already, and it's called Deicide, the Destroyer of the Gods. Sehan stands in the basement of the Deicide headquarters, and he is impressed by the smell of the new building's scent. Meanwhile, Sehan and Jisoo continue their training in the gym. As he goes hand in hand with Jisoo, he realizes there is nothing modest about her killing intent. He can feel it even though she is suppressing herself, and her control over it is impressive. Jisoo continues exchanging their blows, until Sehan finds himself cornered against a wall. Jisoo swings a punch with Sehan, having nowhere to escape. Jisoo drives her punch into the wall and decides to end their training there. Jisoo could not hit Sehan even one time, which makes her wonder where he learned how to fight. Sehan wonders why she is asking that question now, when she has seen him fight so many times. But Jisoo believes seeing and actually fighting are two different things. However, Jisoo now understands how she should be moving. Suddenly, Mina comes running into the training gym. Sehan decides to have her spar with Jisoo later and asks her why she is here. Mina tells him that the egg incubator was making a strange trumpet noise. Sehan grins with happiness as he realizes the Kirin's egg is finally hatching. Sehan and Mina stand waiting for the egg to hatch, when suddenly the system notifies them that the egg has hatched. With the birth of the first Kirin child, Sehan unlocks the achievement of being a beast tamer. Mina sees the small baby in front of her and picks him up. Instantly, a Kirin child is born, with the combination of a prodigy's own blood and the mythical powers of a Kirin. Within a month, a Kirin child grows to look like a teenager, and after that, they grow up like a regular human until reaching their 20s. However, despite their kind-hearted nature, a Kirin child is prone to corruption, and their lives are influenced by their upbringing. Mina grows very protective of the small baby. She decides to name the little girl Bake Seal because she's white as snow as she leaves to show the baby to everyone. Sehan decides it's best to leave her to Mina for now. Meanwhile, Sehan informs everyone that they need to keep in mind the different scoring system for each dungeon. In this dungeon race, no one can participate if they are not a part of a guild. The higher they place, the better the rewards they will achieve, and the number of points depends on the dungeon they imprint. Jisoo thinks it would be hard for their small guild to compete, but Sehan does not plan to occupy all the dungeons. He only wants to focus on the dungeons. They're worth a high amount of points. However, Mina wonders how Sehan can tell which dungeons are worth more, because when she infiltrated the 3 major guilds that used to occupy these dungeons, she found out that even they don't know about them. Mina only learned that Genesis was the only guild doing something, and they were only analyzing the dungeon's pattern. Sehan agrees. There's a pattern in the dungeon spawn. He shows his team the map of recent dungeon spawns that he checked out with his crows over the last week. Luke doesn't believe the map alone could tell their worth, but Sehan assures him they have all the information needed. Sehan tells them they're spawning in the constellation pattern. He points toward Lyra and Boötes, and so, with full awareness of the power that decimated his forces, he still marches forward, intent on annihilation. Sehan pores over recovered documents. The intel is clear. The Dark Sky Guild's lair is hidden within Inchanzwan district. He then senses the ever-present gaze of the gods, their floating eyes, making his skin crawl with their constant presence. Suddenly, one shining golden eye lingers, its gaze fixed upon him. He wonders if this could belong to the witch. However, he reasons she would have sent an avatar invitation by now, just as she did in his previous playthrough, if this observer was truly hers. Therefore, he decides to ignore it and begins planning how to handle the guild members, since their numbers will be far greater than they were in Waga. After being challenged by one of the watching eyes, he begins his journey to first liberate the kidnapped children from the ancient branch's base, because he knows they must be using the children to awaken the dreaded mask of anguish. When Sehan arrives there, he peers from behind a wall and witnesses men dragging lifeless children from a base. Their whispers reveal a grim truth. The children are perishing far faster than expected, and they debate what to do with the small, discarded bodies, since it is usually Shin Huan who handles them. Sehan hears the name Shin Huan and wonders if he encountered someone by that name in his previous timeline. After realizing that, he could not gain much more intel from behind the wall. He reveals himself to the men, who mistake him for a new recruit from his black attire, and so they order him to help dispose of the bodies. But Sehan wastes no time in slicing their throats. When Sehan approaches the corpse, he finds it strange to see the dead girl has a serene expression. He recalls how the mask of anguish feeds on its victim's sorrow, which results in the victim's truly miserable end. He also finds the power stored within the mask is far smaller than it technically should be. Suddenly, Sehan spots a stasis-inducing gas orb, which indicates that someone else used their item here. He wonders who it could have been to try to save the children, but decides to rescue the children first. Kong Cheonwoo explodes with fury when he learns that Juan has not found the wanted man yet. Nevertheless, he decides to ask for more time from Neveroth to once again gather the children. He thinks this person is a demon's servant, judging by his described attire and the presence of crows. But he realizes that no one weaker than Juan can face him. This makes Cheon-woo's informer doubt Juan. He discusses it with Cheon-woo as well, but he denies any such accusations. Suddenly, Cheon-woo notices a large swarm of crows outside his window, which shatters the glass of the window and pours inside. Juan's informer tells him about the bombs attached to each crow's foot. However, by the time that they spot it, the entire building explodes along with the bombs. Juan is on his motorcycle when he learns that the base has been attacked. Neveroth tells him that the whole building has been destroyed, with the mask buried deep beneath it, even though they believed that the player would take it away, along with the children. Suddenly, Neveroth says that the crow constellation was recently replaced when someone killed the previous crow constellation and inherited its divine power, because the seat of the constellation is still empty, since the killer is not yet ready to take it. When asked by Juan whether he knows who the killer is, Neveroth confirms, saying that he is one of the most famous players. However, the man claims that he can't access the gods' forums as a demon. Juan gathers the intel about the player, and knowing that he won't reveal himself to Juan for a fight, he decides to create a situation where the player has no other choice than to fight. Juan asks Neveroth to tell him the location of the player's allies, but Neveroth suggests he should rather take the mask from their base before, in order to ensure his victory against the powerful player. Neveroth then helps Juan get the mask and leads him to the player's teammate's doorstep. Mina watches the relentless downpour and dries her hair, commenting how heavily it is now raining. Lin comes around, offering her some hot tea. Mina thanks her and asks if she knows where Jisoo is. Lin tells her that she is still outside. Mina says that Jisoo must be on watch, even in the rain. Taylor sighs, saying that he really can't understand these abilities. Mina says that it's as simple as using his own hands. Taylor sighs again, saying that he still doesn't get it. Mina looks at him with pure determination, saying that she will help him to understand it. Suddenly, Lin drops a plate as she stares out of the window. Mina asks if she is hurt or if she was scared by the light. Lin trembles, saying that something terrible is approaching them as dark shadows come looming over their very door. Just as their door swings open, Juan stands there. Mina thinks, asking herself if he is a friend of Sehan's, but he hits her in the face. Mina assumes a fighting stance, wondering who this could be. He hits her again as Mina thinks how it still hurts. Even after she covered herself with her mithril, he moves towards her, telling her to stay put so he can end it quickly for her. Mina transforms into her other form and attacks him, but he dodges them just as he was about to hit her. Taylor blocks his punch and taunts him, saying that it looks like he knows how to fight that. It is a shame, because he must have been quite strong before the game began. Juan takes his position and says that he is in a hurry, because they all must die. Taylor laughs, saying that's not going to happen, because he has a daughter that he has to protect, and they both begin to fight one another. At the Dark Sky clan, the crow admires the bomb that he made, thinking how summoning the crows gave him a slight headache. He thinks about how the others can retrieve the mask themselves, just as the eye continues to bother him. He moves towards it, asking what's wrong. The eye tells him that her avatar is in danger. Juan stands in silence, now looking at Mina's and Taylor's unconscious bodies. He thinks how this could have gone wrong, if their stats were any higher. He sees Lin crying over Taylor, telling her dad to wake up, as he is reminded of his own younger self. He quickly dismisses the thoughts as the voice interrupts him, telling him to not kill the kid. The voice tells him that she has an incredible amount of potential, and magic this pure is an excellent offer. He asks if he could do whatever he wants with the others, and upon a yes, he tells Lin to follow him. As Lin looks hesitant, he says that it is the only way she can keep her dad and Mina alive. Lin stands up, looking at her dad, and moves toward Juan to go with him to spare their lives. He quickly takes her out by hitting her head from behind and holding her limb body. And just as he was about to move away with her, Jisoo attacks him with a hatchet. He asks if she also lives with them, to which Jisoo replies with another swift attack, shocking Juan with her speed. He thinks she is faster than him. Juan attacked her wrist, but she evades it, as he thinks that her wrist should have been broken. He thinks how inhuman she is. Jisoo asks why he is moving so strangely while dodging her attacks, as he replies that her movements are weirder to him. He tells her that it is a boxing move. Sway, as Jisoo crackles her neck and takes a boxing stance. Juan looks at her and clicks his tongue, getting into position too, saying how it is annoying him. Jisoo throws him a punch as Hwan dodges it with equal speed. He tries to copy her attack as she dodges it just barely. Hwan snickers, calculating that Jisoo just knows how to aim for the head. But since she is a natural, this could get very dangerous. He thinks of ending the fight with a final blow. As he throws a direct punch at her, Jisoo blocks it while doing the same. He staggers, thinking how fast she did that trick. He thinks that it's better to leave before things get more complicated. As Jisoo stumbles from her position and Hwan lets out a disappointed groan, Hwan gets on his bike, taking Lin with him, but thinks how ridiculous it is that Jisoo is trailing behind him with such speed while he is on a motorcycle, and how she is getting faster with each passing second. Just as Jisoo was about to catch on, he shifts gears and gets out. The voice taunts him, saying this is the last time he has decided to help Hwan, since Jisoo cannot be allowed to ruin the main course. He gets to the ancient port, as the voice tells him that the crows will be getting there soon. Hwan thinks about Taylor, Mina, and Lin, and how they all must be connected. Then he thinks of Jisoo's voice. The demon taunts him again, telling him to wear the mask. He tells him that he is helping Hwan, just because he doesn't want to find another pawn, and he will terminate their contract as soon as he fails. Hwan tells the demon that he will make his decision once he sees the guy. Just then, the crow appears, as Hwan thinks he has seen him somewhere in an MMA fighting ring, so he must be a fighter. The crow asks why he kidnapped the child, to which Hwan tells him that it was the best way to get him out. The crow asks if it is because of what he did to the Dark Sky clan, to which Hwan nods and says that he has things to settle with him. Sensing the strong aura coming from him, the crow tells him that his friends were ambushed by the servants of a demon before. So, he decided to get rid of everything associated with the demons before they can cause any problems. Hwan gets into his fighting position. The crow notices how his hands transform, thinking if he can modify his body parts just like this. As they start their one-on-one combat, both of them fight each other, throwing punches, not including their weapons. But suddenly, the crow launches an unplanned attack for Hwan and breaks his hand, as the demon scolds him for not wearing the mask. He regrets trusting a mortal again. Hwan wonders if he is even worthy of wearing the mask of anguish. The demon gets angry, saying if he cannot accept it, then he will make him wear it by force. The demon asks if he knows the difference between a contract with a demon and a god. Just then, Hwan begins trembling, as the demon tells him that demons can force their will upon them. Hwan wears the mask of anguish, even against his own will, as the demon declares that it was getting boring seeing him fight. Like a weakling, he lets out a scream as the mask wears itself on him, and the crow thinks how this can be a problem. He thinks how Hwan's stats could be similar to his own current ones, and now that he is wearing the mask that always bugs him, he quickly goes to Lin and holds her tight, looking at Hwan, who laughs as the mask takes control over him, saying how good it feels to control the mask. He introduces himself as the 27th ranking demon, Neveroth. Neveroth laughs, saying that it is quite fun to take control of things himself like this. The crow finally takes his sword out, directly warning him to bring it on already, because he does not want Lin to wait in the rain for too long. Neveroth calls him an arrogant mortal, and asks if it is true that he has defeated Karis, because that could not be true. He argues, saying it would be impossible for him to defeat a constellation with that power level. As Hwan launches at him, the crow thinks that the mask is not fully complete yet, but still, the sheer strength of the mask is quite impressive. The crow moves towards him. They both fall into a back and forth, swinging and dodging attacks. The crow thinks how he can easily deal with these movements. The crow somehow gets his sword close to Hwan's neck, but the sword breaks into pieces upon touch. Neveroth laughs, praising that he is quite strong for a human, then claws at him, saying he still can't outmatch a demon. The crow quickly notices how Neveroth's movements actually became slower than before. Noticing that, he strikes again as Hwan stumbles back. The crow understands that if that is the case, then he is just a punching bag right now. He thinks how Neveroth can prevent the body from being sliced with his powers, but he can also feel the pain. The crow stops, seeing Neveroth still laugh. He thinks about how his rank in the ladder has some meaning. Neveroth says that he wasn't so arrogant for nothing, so he can fight pretty well. As he was about to complete his sentence, he plops on the ground, as the demon confusingly asks what has happened, saying that he cannot move. Just then, Hwan says that he must have been beaten pretty badly. Within the same body, Neveroth asks how he can still talk like this. Hwan replies that his mind has become clear after getting beaten this badly. Neveroth says that he can still take control, as long as he is wearing the mask. Huan exhales and smashes his face on the ground with full force. The crow looks at the scene, thinking if he regained his consciousness, then he is resisting the demon's mind control. He thinks how unusual this sight is. The demon keeps on screaming, taunting if Huan thinks he can break the mask. A demon's artifact can only be destroyed by the demon itself, an entity of an equal or greater status, or the contractor of the demon. The demon screams, asking if he knows that. He is basically terminating their contract by destroying the demon artifact. Huan grabs the mask and pulls on it. He says that he knows he was planning to abandon him anyway, so he will throw him away first. Before he does it, Huan faces the crow, as the crow asks if he's still planning to fight with him. He says that the demon had nothing to do with their fight. The crow thinks how he still wants to avenge his boss, whose face he can't even remember. Huan rejoices how his stats are still the same. After ripping off the mask, Huan notices how he can see the moves super clearly now as he dodges the attacks, but the crow still manages to throw him off and says that luck was not on his side. Huan falls down from the sky and lands in water, floating on it lightly. The crow laughs, saying that he must be really lucky. Then Huan opens his eyes, thinking how he can still be alive after that fall, just as someone hovers over him. He looks at a girl holding an umbrella, welcoming him back. She tells him that he has piqued her interest. He asks who she is, to which she replies that she is one of the 7 prime demons of hell, the demon Azazel. Meanwhile, in some building in Gangnam, Seoul, the Genesis Guild Master Park holds a meeting to discuss an alliance with the Uprising Guild Master, Kong, and the Crimson Spider Lily. Guild Master Lee. Park proposes an alliance with Kong because of the Uprising's power struggle with the waning crescent. However, Kong finds Park's guild a greater threat to him. Meanwhile, Lee grows tired of the quarreling between Kong and Sehan. Kong grows frustrated, but Park calms him down. Other than the alliance, Park gathered the 2 guild masters to discuss the main quest. A lot of time has passed since the update, and there's no sign of a new main quest. He feels that there have been hints of it. He believes that the numerous dungeons that have spawned recently are hinting towards their next main quest, seeing how the guilds have been fighting more frequently over the increase in dungeons. Park thinks that the next main quest will be a competition between the guilds over the dungeons. Therefore, he suggests not a full-fledged alliance, but merely a truce so that they don't fight each other. Players can form guilds after the 4th main quest. Then they can purchase guild houses in the central area of a city to mark them as their safe zones. Park's initial plan was to create his own guild later on, and since the members were already grabbing too much attention from the gods, his original plan was to join another guild as a mercenary. However, meeting Shin Woo changed his plans, and Park realized he needed a safe zone to protect himself from intruders and observers. Meanwhile, Sehan's friends are surprised to see the tall building. Sehan tells them about his initial plan of purchasing sometime later, but he tells them it'll be good for them to stay away from the observers. They all head inside the building to discuss the details. As they walk inside, Sehan notices that Jisoo has been down lately. Jisoo tells him she's upset that she failed to protect everyone. The incident reminded Jisoo of her own shortcomings, and she feels that she needs to learn more techniques instead of only relying on her stats and abilities. Sehan is surprised to see Jisoo wanting to be stronger than she is now. However, the encounter with Shin Woo struck something in him. Sehan didn't chase Shin Woo because the ground was blown away, but something intervened to nullify his attack against Shin Woo. Sehan believes only a demon could have intervened directly like that, and if the demon was strong enough to cancel his own attacks, it might be one of the 7 deadly demons of the Dark Realm. Mina asks Sehan when the next main quest will begin, and Sehan tells her he will tell them once everyone is gathered. After everyone gathers, Sehan tells them about the competition. He addresses their concerns, but they are right to think that the increasing number of dungeons is not enough proof to support his theory. Sehan tells them about the dungeon imprint. After a dungeon has been imprinted, only the associated group can then enter it. Right now, there's no restriction on the dungeon's entry, but Sehan believes that could all change soon. For that, it would be advantageous for them to conquer as many dungeons as possible. Besides, the dungeons guarantee a stable supply of resources, points, and experience for the players to grow, which is why it could be a great opportunity for a guild to dominate Seoul. This is a fierce competition, and several guilds have been created in Seoul already. Sehan has gathered everyone to talk about their participation in the guild. Everyone agrees to join Sehan's guild, except for Luke and Lin. They believe they are not strong enough to participate. However, Sehan shows them he'd very much like to have them. He knows Lin is the most talented player to exist right now, and Luke is also suited to be a god's chosen avatar, and he even became the strongest player in the last playthrough, even if temporarily. Luke agrees to follow Sehan, since he considers Sehan a hero. Luke has always wanted to be a hero himself, but he feels that he has already failed by losing once. Mina asks Sehan if she can decide the name of the guild, if he has not already. But Sehan tells her that he has decided already, and it's called Deicide, the Destroyer of the Gods. Sehan stands in the basement of the Deicide headquarters, and he is impressed by the smell of the new building's scent. Meanwhile, Sehan and Jisoo continue their training in the gym. As he goes hand in hand with Jisoo, he realizes there is nothing modest about her killing intent. He can feel it even though she is suppressing herself, and her control over it is impressive. Jisoo continues exchanging their blows, until Sehan finds himself cornered against a wall. Jisoo swings a punch with Sehan, having nowhere to escape. Jisoo drives her punch into the wall and decides to end their training there. Jisoo could not hit Sehan even one time, which makes her wonder where he learned how to fight. Sehan wonders why she is asking that question now, when she has seen him fight so many times. But Jisoo believes seeing and actually fighting are two different things. However, Jisoo now understands how she should be moving. Suddenly, Mina comes running into the training gym. Sehan decides to have her spar with Jisoo later, and asks her why she is here. Mina tells him that the egg incubator was making a strange trumpet noise. Sehan grins with happiness as he realizes the Kirin's egg is finally hatching. Sehan and Mina stand waiting for the egg to hatch, when suddenly the system notifies them that the egg has hatched. With the birth of the first Kirin child, Sehan unlocks the achievement of being a beast tamer. Mina sees the small baby in front of her and picks him up. Instantly, a Kirin child is born, with the combination of a prodigy's own blood and the mythical powers of a Kirin. Within a month, a Kirin child grows to look like a teenager, and after that, they grow up like a regular human until reaching their 20s. However, despite their kind-hearted nature, a Kirin child is prone to corruption, and their lives are influenced by their upbringing. Mina grows very protective of the small baby. She decides to name the little girl Bake Seal because she's white as snow, as she leaves to show the baby to everyone. Sehan decides it's best to leave her to Mina for now. Meanwhile, Sehan informs everyone that they need to keep in mind the different scoring system for each dungeon. In this dungeon race, no one can participate if they are not a part of a guild. The higher they place, the better the rewards they will achieve, and the number of points depends on the dungeon they imprint. Jisoo thinks it would be hard for their small guild to compete, but Sehan does not plan to occupy all the dungeons. He only wants to focus on the dungeons. They're worth a high amount of points. However, Mina wonders how Sehan can tell which dungeons are worth more, because when she infiltrated the 3 major guilds that used to occupy these dungeons, she found out that even they don't know about them. Mina only learned that Genesis was the only guild doing something, and they were only analyzing the dungeon's pattern. Sehan agrees. There's a pattern in the dungeon spawn. He shows his team the map of recent dungeon spawns that he checked out with his crows over the last week. Luke doesn't believe the map alone could tell their worth, but Sehan assures him they have all the information needed. Sehan tells them they're spawning in the constellation pattern. He points toward Lyra and Boötes, but tells them they're only worth 3 points maximum. The hint is that the upcoming quests will be constellation related, so if they want the highest rewards, Sehan believes they should go towards the dungeon, located at the brightest star of the zodiac, and it should be worth 10 points. Sehan believes the most important person in this quest will be Mina, but he doesn't explain why. He chooses Changu to travel with him, and tells Jisoo to keep fighting with other players to a minimum. As for the bad guys, Sehan leaves it to Jisoo. He tells her to avoid gathering too much attention. Suddenly, Sehan receives a message, and he realizes it's from the one who had him as their avatar in his previous playthrough, the Witch of Dreams. The players keep chatting enthusiastically about the contest when the anonymous person joins their chat to give them information about the dungeons. The Norse beauty offers to let the Foreseer's avatar in her guild, but the anonymous person declines. He proceeds to tell them about the Gangnam region dungeons and tells them they will be worth a lot of points. The Norse beauty claims the dungeons for herself, and the other guy asks about some Gangseo. The anonymous user plans to give them information about dungeons with 3 to 5 points. and occasionally drop in a 10-point dungeon to gain their trust. However, he feels that Tyr has him figured out from how he is only showing interest in the 12 Zodiac dungeons. The anonymous person realizes that it means the Genesis Guildmaster knows everything too. After dropping all the information, Sahan decides to take care of the message sent by the Witch of Dreams. Each god is given 10 messages to send to players every month. It is unlikely for a god to spend the limited messages on an ordinary player like Sahan, and he's never been messaged like this in his previous life before. Sahan is surprised to see the goddess message him continuously. The goddess disagrees with other gods that Sahan is already chosen. She knows his power is purely human and is impressed by that. She invites Sahan as her avatar and promises to make him the champion. Sahan is relieved to know that she does not have any memories of his past life, but he does not wish to repeat that ending and refuses the goddess's offer. The goddess respects Sahan's choice, but offers to always help him if he needs it. Meanwhile, Mina stands waiting because Sahan asked her to hide herself by the gate. She sees so many people gathered around the dungeon, which makes her realize that Sahan was right. Mina transforms into a fly and sticks to the mercenaries preparing to enter the dungeon. They gather into a formation and leave a row behind to watch out for the other guilds and jump through the gate. The mercenaries remind each other to be cautious. As they enter the dungeon, Mina flies to the end of the dungeon and transforms back into her human form. She takes out the bombs and puts down a metal pipe. Mina sticks the bombs down to the cave walls and triggers them. A huge explosion goes off, causing the walls to cave in and block the way, while the metal pipe secures her own exit. Mina now only needs to follow the trail and finish the dungeon. Meanwhile, in another area, a group of people cheer on finding the dungeon gate. They hesitate to enter, worried that the major guilds might see them, but their leader tells them no one would enter this area. The leader is excited that he might even get a promotion for finding the dungeon. Suddenly, Jisoo walks in and is surprised to see the dungeon surrounded by people. One of the guys tells his master that he let her in. The master grins mischievously and orders his men to hold her. As the men hold Jisoo, they start trembling in fear, realizing they cannot even make her move. Jisoo recognizes the moon tattoo on their arms. 34 foes are tallied before her. Their expressions twist, frozen in horror, as Jisoo's irises burn with murderous rage. Elsewhere, Park confirms his second-place gambit is proceeding. His strategy: let Outrising lead for one short week. Then they will forge their own legend. He deduces that Outrising and the Crimson Spider Lily are blind to the constellation's hidden map. However, Deicide is now tied with his guild, and not even the heavens know their secrets. Seeing Deicide has also claimed second place, Park concludes they too must grasp the stellar patterns. He must mark them as a credible threat to watch. Si-hoon, from his shadowy perch, watches his grand design unfold. Lesser dungeons fall to the 3 major guilds, and Mina has secured 2 high-value dungeon bounties, while Jisoo has claimed a 5-point prize herself. This brings Deicide's total to 25 points, and Taylor with Changu are performing admirably well. Meanwhile, Lin approaches Si-hoon, wanting to hold Bexel, but Si-hoon warns her the creature is too dense now. She then begs him for Jisoo's intense training regimen, but Si-hoon denies her plea, declaring that true self-knowledge is her first trial. Lin cannot comprehend Si-hoon's cryptic guidance, but the truth is conventional training is useless for Lin. Her power awakens by merely witnessing their clashes, and she must realize this hidden potential before her path begins. Bexel suddenly emits bubbles, making Lin feel revitalized, a strange new energy. Bexel, born just 2 days prior, is already wielding magic. Bexel sneezes, unleashing a laser beam from its horn. This stuns Si-hoon, for no Kirin has ever shown such power. Si-hoon and Changu commence their journey, and Si-hoon predicts Genesis will attempt contact imminently. He expects they will initiate the parley, because the Genesis believe themselves the sole keepers of the secret of the constellation's hidden pattern, and Deicide seizing all High Point dungeons has surely drawn their gaze. However, Si-hoon will not grant them an audience yet. Changu feels unworthy for this crucial journey now, believing Si-hoon could find a more powerful travel companion. But Si-hoon reassures him he's perfect, as anyone stronger would likely be an avatar already. Si-hoon checks his party interface and sees an open slot for a new party member. He mulls over Jisoo, now that her power has awakened. Si-hoon and Changu proceed on their trek, before Mina's fury descends for their perceived idleness. However, Changgu expresses his shock. He assumed Si-hoon would only target 10-point dungeons. But this gate is worth 5, Si-hoon explains. All high-value dungeons are now under Genesis's watch, and a smaller bounty is still a prize. Since monster points have little variance between them, they arrive at the dungeon's maw, and Si-hoon orders Changgu to sheath his blades, because he plans to test the A-rank gear forged with a knight's code, and the Gungi's hide. Meanwhile, the masses gather to witness the guild rankings. They are stunned to see Deicide, a guild shrouded in complete and utter mystery, claiming the top position. Park, Gang, and Lee meet to discuss new strategies. Park informs them that Deicide is seizing all their gates, yet they have no solid proof to confirm their claims. They have a feeling of being hunted. Gang also claims a mysterious man has stalked them lately, but they cannot find him. Park thinks it's a Deicide agent attempting to steal their secrets. However, Gang is enraged that Genesis sits atop the leaderboard, when Outrising had maintained a 20-point advantage. Park feigns ignorance, claiming they have merely been fortunate, that the gates they claimed happened to hold more value. He suggests they pivot their focus on a Deicide, as it will be a disgrace if the 3 guilds lose. Park reminds them only 2 weeks remain before the end. He proposes they cease dungeon clearing and uncover Deicide's network of allies, while securing the remaining dungeon gates, using their own respective guild members. However, Lee notes that this is her current strategy, but Deicide has continued to outmaneuver them. Park reveals that Deicide has been claiming low-point gates, while their forces guard only the high-value ones. Lee and Gang concede to Park that the time to hunt Deicide is now, so they agree to pause all dungeon clearing activities. In return, Park vows he will unmask Deicide. Both Gang and Lee consent to halt their dungeon raids, and in return, Park swears to find Deicide. Meanwhile, Si-hoon continues his surveillance, seeing the posted sentinels. He knows the guild leaders are now desperate to find him. He decides to grant their wish and pay them a visit. Si-hoon appears outside the Genesis safe zone perimeter, with all their forces patrolling distant dungeons. Infiltration will be a trivial matter now. He slips inside, seeking one to guide him to the master. Si-hoon uses Shadow Rush to conceal his form, stalking Gaean. However, Gaean senses his approach before he can strike. She unleashes her sword, but Si-hoon parries it. Si-hoon attempts to state his intentions, but Gaean scoffs at his words and attacks anew. As Gaean continues her assault, Si-hoon evades her strikes effortlessly. She now understands he is no simple trespasser. Si-hoon insists on a peaceful discussion. Gun drops her sword, unveiling a different weapon that shocks Si-hoon completely. He is astonished to see a whip sword in her grasp. Gun relentlessly attacks with her bladed whip, but Si-hoon continues to weave through her attacks. He throws her sword to disarm her, but Gun unsheaths a hidden dagger. Si-hoon is amazed she carries so many armaments. After a furious exchange of strikes, Gaean collapses, finally admitting her utter defeat. Si-hoon reveals he's here for a parley with her master, as an official envoy from the guild Deicide. Gaean is stunned by this startling news, and agrees to lead Si-hoon to her guild master. Si-hoon is impressed by how quickly Gaean granted him an audience. Park doubts Si-hoon's claims of representing Deicide, so Si-hoon reveals his knowledge of the constellation. Park is staggered. Only a select few know this secret, and bids Si-hoon to be seated with him. Park orders Gaean to leave. She tries to stay, but Park demands it, so she departs. After some brief pleasantries, Park asks Si-hoon his purpose. Si-hoon tells him that he was the one summoned. Since Si-hoon is aware of the constellation pattern, Park assumes Si-hoon has come to demand they surrender their dominion over the various dungeons. However, Si-hoon actually wants them controlling the dungeons, but asks Park to keep their meeting confidential, lest other guilds react with open hostility. Park questions why Si-hoon wants them to run the dungeons. Si-hoon presents him a map, and warns him to avoid 2 specific soul dungeons, and 16 more within that region at all costs. Park interprets this warning as a threat, but then he recognizes the Scorpius pattern. Si-hoon explains that bombs are planted within these gates, and now, shards of the vile Scorpius are scattered among all the dungeons. And even Si-hoon himself does not know the bombs' locations, without revealing the full truth. Si-hoon tells Park a monster lurks in the Scorpius dungeons, one that could paint all of soul in blood. Park scoffs at Si-hoon's claim and demands hard proof. Si-hoon offers Park truly valuable intel. Si-hoon cannot let the tragedy from his past life reoccur, and for that, he must secure Park's unwavering trust. Of all the horrors Si-hoon witnessed in his previous existence, this was the most apocalyptic, and he must prevent it. Si-hoon doesn't know the exact trigger for it all. When an unknown guild breached into the dungeons, the beasts broke free, unleashing their nightmare. Si-hoon thinks the publishers made them for the gods' amusement. But once the monsters devoured all the players' mana, they emerged onto the surface, and destruction followed. Two scorpions burst forth from Antares' star fragments, and in a mere week, they leveled a third of soul. The calamity shattered Outrising and the Crimson Tiger. Lily and Genesis were forced to rebuild their forces. The disaster decimated the player growth rate in soul completely, and soon all of Korea was engulfed by the chaos. This is why Si-hoon must stop this from happening once more. Hopefully, 2 of the 18 dungeons representing Scorpius remain the unchanged triggers for this catastrophic event. Park was skeptical of Si-hoon's tale until he got an urgent message from his own scouts, confirming the mithril vein that Si-hoon had mentioned. Park still questions how Si-hoon could have known, and what his true rank is inside Yesai. However, since the ore is mithril, and Si-hoon is so willing to reveal the deposit, Park wonders if they possess something greater. Si-hoon senses that Park is struggling to grasp the situation, but in truth, Yesai already owns 2 mithril veins and refined iron, so this is no great sacrifice for him. Park understands that halting these abominations must be their absolute top priority, but Si-hoon informs him that is why he must continue watching the dungeons. For a time, Park wants to warn other guilds of the threat, but Si-hoon knows the others would never believe him and obey his commands. Park then asks Si-hoon if he foresaw that the other guilds would seize the gates. Si-hoon admits he had contingency plans if they had refused, seeing Si-hoon's absolute confidence in his backup plans. Park questions if it's hubris or pure power. Witnessing Si-hoon's own might, Park chooses to trust him. If Si-hoon fails, then no one else could possibly succeed. Park pledges his aid to Si-hoon whenever requested, to repay his debt for the priceless mithril vein, and Si-hoon takes his leave now. Park is left astounded as Si-hoon simply vanishes, without a single trace. He realizes that Si-hoon could assassinate anyone he chooses. Meanwhile, Si-hoon returns to Diaside's stronghold. The Scorpions are a menace, but are nothing compared to a sentinel. With the right preparations, Si-hoon knows he can defeat them. He dons the mask that Si-ho has crafted. It is a unique gas mask, forged from mithril and 8 other rare materials. It grants the wearer free breathing in the foulest poisons. Si-hoon deems the masks flawless, and for the moment, Si-ho has made 5. Si-hoon offers to purchase something for Si-ho's reward, but Si-ho insists he is content with his workshop. However, as Si-hoon is the primary beneficiary of the workshop, he vows to get him a proper gift soon. Si-hoon is also extremely pleased with the Vicious Knight coat that Si-ho forged for him. Its stats are all A rank with the Wings of Gungi's skill. However, Si-ho questions why Si-hoon coats all his gear with mithril, when refined iron offers more raw power. Si-hoon simply says it is for mithril's unique traits. He offers no more, knowing Si-ho could deduce the rest. Si-ho wonders if he'll face this threat alone, but Si-hoon denies it, stating there is not enough time. The system could interfere at any given moment, so speed is paramount, and Si-hoon knows the time is now. Mina and Si-hoon assemble to investigate the dungeons. Si-hoon tells Mina they won't need to check all of them, because he knows which specific ones to target. He asks Luke to stand watch for any other players, and gives him a bracelet one from clearing a dungeon. Luke attempts to inspect the item, but since the bracelet is bound to Si-hoon's ownership, its power is locked. Si-hoon starts searching with his crows and locates star power at the 5th and 12th gates. Si-hoon notes that one of the dungeons has not yet formed. He knows it must be the final dungeon gate, and where Scorpius's brightest star fragment must lie. The gate will require a few days to fully materialize, so Si-hoon advises they ignore it for the moment. They first peer inside the dungeon directly before them and discover it is swarming with people. Mina could shapeshift to gain entry, but she questions what the others should do. Si-hoon assures her he will handle them before they enter. Mina is taken aback by the sinister look on Si-hoon's face. Jisoo volunteers to do it. She once hunted only criminals, but she's prepared for this grim task right now. Sihun reminds Jisoo to always think before she kills, even if it's necessary. He knows Jisoo is unstable now. She had been restraining the Celestial Slayer's influence until this moment, but Sihun senses a shift in her, so Sihun prepares to deal with it himself. Sihun carves through the soldiers with blinding speed, which leaves Mina utterly speechless. They all proceed inside the dungeon, and though the air seems clear, Sihun insists they all wear their masks. Changa grasps that this dungeon's monsters are unique, if they require such specific precautions. Meanwhile, at the gateway of the 18th dungeon, Luke maintains his vigil as Sihun had commanded him to. Shockingly, Luke gets an urgent message from the goddess, which fills him with a deep sense of dread. The dungeon gate's formation begins to rapidly quicken. Luke knows this means a publisher or GM has interfered, just as Sihun had warned. He moves to alert Sihun, but the dungeon gate itself captures his full attention. Its magnificent appearance makes him think it is 10 points. The dungeon's spectacle also captures Gang's attention. He is overcome with greed. Though his subordinates warn him not to break the treaty, Gang decides one dungeon won't be a problem. Gang is quickly losing his patience now. Seeing how Genesis has been spotted near other dungeons, he chooses to breach the dungeon and orders half his forces to remain behind, while the others will descend with him. Meanwhile, Sihun's party is ambushed by some monsters. They leap at them, but Chenga calmly cuts them down. As they pause, another monster springs from the shadows, but Chenga calmly draws his blade and slices it in two. Chenga's power grew so much because Sihun amplified it. Mina is thrilled to hear about this power boost and begs Sihun to amplify her. But Sihun rejects her, having another path for her. Sihun plans for her to train alongside Jisoo, believing that only a prodigy can truly teach another, and Mina would become exponentially stronger. After several sparring matches held each week, at last, they find a chamber with a massive floating crystal. Sihun confirms he has finally found the star's energy. He grips a spear and tells his team to ensure their masks are sealed. Sihun plunges the spear deep into the crystal. An immense light engulfs the massive crystal. It begins to splinter, and a giant scorpion bursts forth. The scorpion's toxic fog nearly annihilated Soul's players in Sihun's previous doomed timeline, and its destruction was absolute. Because standard issue gas masks proved worthless against it, Sihun tells his allies they can defeat this beast because it is weaker than any sentinel, and they must slay another one as well. The party readies for combat, drawing their weapons. But suddenly, Sihun receives an urgent alert. At the 18th dungeon, Gang soldiers are ecstatic to find moderate mana stones, because before now, they had only discovered lesser stones. Gang finds these mana stones remarkable, and knows they could forge new gear with them, to surpass the other guilds completely. The mana stones validate Gang's choice to invade the dungeon. He is sure Genesis broke the treaty first, so he feels no obligation to obey it. Gang's soldiers summon him after. His scouts discover a huge pit, and Gang follows. Luke continues to monitor the reckless guild's movements. He knows they court death by descending into the gate. If this were normal, the goddess would command Luke to rescue these people, and he would have obeyed. But right now, the goddess desperately pleads for Luke to escape the danger. Luke knows that even if he chose to intervene, the Outrising's guild master would easily crush him, and he might not be able to save them. The goddess begs Luke to flee, but he refuses to forsake innocent civilians. The goddess tries to tell Luke that they are players and not civilians, and they are far stronger than him. Even still, Luke has the unyielding heart of a soldier, and all players are civilians in his eyes. Luke's greatest moment since the world was transformed was when the goddess named him as her sacred avatar and told him he possessed a true hero spirit. The goddess was moved by Luke's valor and selflessness, and she chose to partner with him as the avatar of Astria, the eternal goddess of justice. Luke feels it would be a mockery to retreat now. Meanwhile, Gang stands in awe before the crystal, thinking it is the dungeon's primary imprinting stone. Luke bursts in, screaming for them to evacuate, because a monster will soon hatch from the crystal. The crystal starts to fracture. Gang dismisses Luke's frantic warning. Then he receives the system's order to evacuate. However, it is already far too late. The crystal explodes as the scorpion emerges from its shell, and Antares the Scorpius did not think the breach would open. He grew fascinated with the game after the crow's demise. The constellation, Corvus, and because Corvus's title was claimed by a human. So when Antares was asked to lend his scorpions for the game, he chose to join the bloody spectacle himself. However, since the zodiac's 12 constellations were mid-level beings, or held even higher divinity. Antares' power was scaled down to match the difficulty, and that resulted in this current crisis. Antares begins to unleash his fury in the dungeon. His reduced power is at best a mild annoyance. The players immediately turn and flee, and Antares decides to save his toxic fog for later. He identifies Luke as the chosen avatar of Virgo, but doubts there's anything truly special about it. The game has progressed for some time now, but even still, Antares believes no player should be able to kill a constellation. He thinks a special method must exist, but only the one who slew Corvus can answer him. Antares crushes everyone as he aims an attack at Kong. Luke intervenes, blocking the devastating attack. Antares now sees that an avatar is special. Kong and Luke barely withstand the crushing blow. Kang's arm shatters from the single impact, and he realizes now his greed has doomed him. Luke yells at Kong to escape, but Kong refuses to abandon him. But then Kong sees they cannot win against this monster, and he finally chooses to flee. And Antares is impressed by Luke's selfless heroism, but he is not known for showing mercy. He unleashes another blow, but Luke blocks it, barely managing to stay upright. Luke feels this is his final moment. In his dying thoughts, he thinks of Lynn, knowing the guild will protect her. Luke is on the verge of collapsing, when suddenly the goddess begs him to become her hero. Antares is shocked and infuriated, because Astria has never offered that sacred pledge, even in the ancient age of mythology. Luke is stunned the goddess wants him as her hero. Antares is shocked by Astria's desperate offer, but his shock turns to disbelief as Luke's bracelet glows. The voice tells the goddess to rescind her decision, and Antares is stunned by this sudden intrusion. But he's more amazed by Si-hoon's incredible power, as he stops his claw using only one hand. Si-hoon tells Astria that Luke is worthy of being her hero, but she understands it must not be done. Astria is shocked that he knows about that. Si-hoon adds that since she only offered it to save him, it is no longer required. Si-hoon knew the recall bracelet would prove its worth. Luke wonders now if Si-hoon feels he is unworthy to be the goddess's herald. But the truth is, Luke is too perfect to be her herald, but his mortal form cannot bear that power. In the previous timeline, Luke's body disintegrated because he used Astria's full power, and Si-hoon will not allow that to happen again. Luke thanks Si-hoon for intervening to save him, and Si-hoon tells him to recover as he handles this. And Antares feels insulted by their casual discussion. Si-hoon knows he's here to learn how he defeated Corvus, and he decides to demonstrate how he did it. Antares and Si-hoon continue their furious exchange of blows, but since a lesser constellation, like Corvus, was stripped of almost all its powers, Antares should have been weakened even more. As a top-tier constellation, Si-hoon unleashes his proof of transcendence and attacks. Antares the Scorpius feels disrespected by this underestimation. But the truth is Si-hoon used considerable force in his strike. But Antares' shell is too tough. Si-hoon begins striking the vulnerable joints instead. Antares unleashes his poisonous fog. Si-hoon tells Jisoo to aim for its head. Jisoo dives from above, striking Antares' head. Si-hoon seizes his chance to strike the Scorpius' eyes, and Luke also rejoins the battle. However, Antares knows this fight is no mere game, and he finds Si-hoon to be absurdly powerful. But he questions what unique skills Si-hoon has, because he wields no special enchanted equipment. Antares feels deeply shamed and wishes he could unleash his succession powers. He spreads the toxic mist all around him. But Si-hoon knows Antares must realize the poison is useless. It suddenly dawns on him as Antares retreats through a chasm in the floor. Si-hoon warns everyone to be ready now, because Antares will strike from below the ground. Suddenly, his tail erupts from the chasm to kill them, but they evade it. Si-hoon deduces Antares is sensing their exact locations through vibrations in the ground, and orders Jisoo to keep it distracted. Si-hoon then tells Luke to message the goddess for him, because he plans to borrow the Seven Signs power. Si-hoon asks Luke to summon his goddess, because he wants to borrow the Seven Signs power. Luke invokes the goddess's name, and Si-hoon asks her to summon the seventh sign, Libra. Astria knows Si-hoon will not explain how he knows, but she refuses to grant him Libra's might if he intends for Luke to wield it. Si-hoon promises her that Luke will not touch Libra's power, and so the goddess agrees to summon Libra down. Jisoo continues to keep Antares fully occupied, and Si-hoon asks her to hold on a bit longer. He then coats Antares' claws in orichalcum plate. Luke takes his cue and locks onto the target. He tries to invoke its power, but he feels immense pressure just trying to speak the name. But at last, he focuses his will and summons the scales of Libra. Meanwhile, Park and Gain stare at the sky. They know it is coming from Outrising's territory. Seeing the heavens ignite, Park cannot fathom what has happened, and he wonders if this is why Si-hoon warned him to avoid the dungeons. As a brilliant light descends into the dungeon's depths, Antares is shocked they actually summon Libra. He knows no one here has any shred of divinity, which makes him question why they would summon the scale. Luke barely remains conscious as the scale finally appears. Si-hoon, hidden in the shadows, sees the scale materialize, but it begins to fade, since no one is there to wield it. Si-hoon knows Luke fainted, but he completed his sacred mission well. Si-hoon now takes his stage and rains down fire on Antares. As Si-hoon descends upon him, Antares finds himself completely trapped. He is stunned that someone on only their 5th quest has cornered a divine being as mighty as him. Antares cannot believe this is his fate. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupts, and Si-hoon finds Antares gone. However, Si-hoon knows a Zodiac's death would have greater fallout than Corvus's death, which is why the publisher chose to interfere. Si-hoon is furious because he lost the massive rewards from killing Antares. But since the publisher stepped in, he assumes the system has some failsafe prepared and rewards for nearly killing Antares. Si-hoon checks his system, and just as he suspected, he gets his prizes. He unlocks the Scorpion Hunter title and is granted an A-rank ability ticket. The achievement itself is almost entirely useless, but the A-rank ability ticket makes this trial worthwhile. However, Si-hoon still considers it a major letdown, because he could have received a better skill or divinity for slaying Antares. Si-hoon senses an incredible surge of mana, and as he glances down, he is stunned to see ether. It is a celestial or as durable as mithril, and boasts an incredible resistance to magic. Ether is the supreme known conductor of mana. It has the combined strengths of other metals, on top of its own unique traits, which makes it an unbelievably rare substance. Si-hoon is now content with his earned rewards, but the sole remaining question is, how will he transport Luke and Jisoo, who are both unconscious, out from here? He sees the hole above and thinks about flying. Meanwhile, the other players know the Shadow Guild isn't first. Now, they whisper about the star that fell and Si-hoon's flight. Suddenly, the guild ranking boards refresh, and just as they all knew, Deicide is first. Sanguine claims that Si-hoon can't ever defeat him. With his pathetic little tricks, Azazel is deeply bored from being better than always. So Hwan-shin offers a sparring match with him instead, but she declines, so he tells her to go to the Dark Realm, since some demons might protest if she remains here. Certain that none would dare to speak against her, declaring her immense power grants her the right to be idle. Hearing this, the biker can only erupt in laughter, finding it impossible to believe she's the 3rd strongest demon. With how utterly indolent she is, giggling from her bed, she retorts that her innate strength makes such effort needless, since she never endured training for a single day, due to the fact she was simply born with it. However, in that instant, our silver-haired demon recalls the blonde girl from before. She considers abdicating her throne as the demon of sloth, if that powerful blonde girl desired to become a demon, although her focus returns to the biker, who cannot fathom why Silver remains at his side, since he is just a player who trains relentlessly all day. Sensing that Hwan-shin is lost in his thoughts, she reveals that his very nature is what captivates her, as he is the complete and total opposite of her. She admires his relentless effort to overcome his lack of talent. Also, mere observers tend to just frustrate her now, since it is far more thrilling to see things with her own eyes. Azazel demands to know the reason for his desperate training. In addition to that, she correctly guessed that perhaps it is to seek vengeance against that crow. Without deceit, Hwan-shin admits he was defeated in that battle, but has no specific plan to hunt the man down. He is simply trying to maximize the hand he's been dealt. This makes Silver see this man has no clear objective at this moment, and this is the instant she spots a flicker of doubt inside him. Immediately, she then declares that he must visit a store with her. Bewildered, Hwan-shin asks aloud if she needs to buy something, but Azazel offers him no further information, which only deepens his burning curiosity. Later on, the two of them reach an abandoned industrial zone. At this point, Hwan-shin is utterly bewildered, asking why she brought them here. Perched atop a pile of rusted scrap, Silver announces she will be meditating right here, while Huan Xin just stands there, scanning the area, not grasping what is going on with this woman. Instantly, his eyes lock onto a small child, running in terror inside a building just off to the side. A wicked smirk spreads across Azazel's face, because she knows the biker will not let this slide, as he had saved those imprisoned children with an item before. Without pause, Silver dares Huan Xin to rescue the child, or the little girl will surely meet her end here. Huan Xin questions if it's really a demon's duty at this moment in time to be saving children. On the other hand, the little girl, Swamin, is desperately running for her life. Worried, she knows her future once foretold her death here, but her destiny has become incredibly difficult to read recently. This leads her to believe that some presence, one that should not exist in this world, is interfering with the flow of fate itself, fleeing for her life. The poor child saw 2 or 3 thugs chasing her, but then her head strikes something solid and unmoving, and when she looks up, it is none other than Huan Xin. Swamin has collapsed onto the cold ground, terrified that he is one of the demon's henchmen, following her, but then she senses the distinct aura of a contractor. Swamin damns her own fate as she has met a contractor, while escaping from mere demon minions. The poor girl is absolutely terrified, praying that Huan Xin does not intend her any harm. The demon's minions are baffled by his appearance, while Huan Xin identifies them as a demon's underlings. Though he cannot understand why they are all cloaked in indigo, because they almost always dress themselves in black. One of the thugs confronts Huan Xin directly, demanding to know his identity. He tries to threaten Huan Xin away, since he doesn't want anyone else capturing this girl yet. Huan Xin's fist connects with the thug's face, sending him flying before dispatching all of them. He only gave them a light warning. Next time, they will all be quite dead. Later on, while the bodies are strewn on the ground, Huan Xin questions the terrified little girl. He needs to know why those men were hunting her down. When the girl starts to answer, he tells her to simply leave, assuring her he has no desire to question her further now. The biker feels that he's being far too nosy, telling himself it's not his problem if this girl is caught. But instead of running, the little girl begins to follow Huan Xin, who returns to where Azazel is waiting. Upon seeing the child, Silver demands the girl's name while seizing her chin. Frightened, Swamin gives her name, but is also confused about who Azazel even is. The biker warns Silver not to frighten the child, but Silver tells him they will part ways here, if he plans on bringing the girl along with him. Walking to his bike, Huan Xin prepares to depart, with no intention of bringing her along at all. This stuns Azazel, because this child is a priceless ally, knowing this man has altered her own destiny, since she was fated to perish on this day. Swamin stops Huan Xin, begging him to take her with him. Huan Xin is confused. From where does this child get the audacity to ask this? But he is completely floored when the little girl declares that she can see the future. Moreover, Swamin proclaims that she is the goddess's avatar, the chosen champion of Skuld, who can see what is to come. Huan Xin's eyes glitter with a newfound excitement when the little girl then reveals that she can foresee how this entire game will conclude. This revelation shocks Huan Xin, and to be more exact, she clarifies that she is the goddess of the future. However, the excitement in Huan Xin's eyes vanishes, and he scoffs, asking if this child believes that could be the reason for him to bring her along with him. Stammering, the little girl reveals her older brother will die if he abandons her here. Trembling, tears stream down her face. Swamin cries that her brother is in grave, imminent danger. At first, the girl's brother was fated to live for revenge after she perished here on this very day. Yet, she's still alive right now. Thus, he is the one who will perish as destiny shifts. Hearing all that, Huan Xin lets out a deep sigh, wondering if Azazel had orchestrated this entire event. So he asks Silver if she can manage to find her way home. Smirking, Azazel tells Huan Xin to proceed without her, as she will take a leisurely stroll before returning. Upon hearing that, Huan Xin climbs onto his bike and tells the weeping little girl to climb on as well. Confused, the little girl does not know what has happened, so Huan Xin tells her they will discuss this once they get back. Back at their hideout, Swamin, while sipping some tea, tells Huan Xin the guild that abducted her older brother is the rival guild of the Waning Crescent, and they have named themselves the Shaded Sky. The instant Huan Xin hears that name, he recalls they were a splinter division of the Dark Sky clan, realizing they must be free now to cause such chaos. Curious, the biker asks Swamin if this group was abducting children too, but she states that was not the case at all. and they simply wanted to capture her for her power, since they wished to exploit her ability to gain an edge. In the guild events, the little girl had no plan to aid them, and this is why they seized her brother as leverage, to force the information from her. Suddenly, Azazel appears as well, leaving the young child completely startled. Interested, she asks Swamin the range at which she can see the future. The innocent girl states that she can see roughly 3 seconds into the near future, which provides her a short but clear glimpse. However, this precognition can be activated anytime with a brief cooldown. Additionally, Swamin can pick a specific date to see, a few days from now, or even a month or two. Though the further ahead she peers into the future, the cooldown for the ability grows much longer. Amazingly, Swamin's physical stats are quite average, but her skills far exceed that of typical avatars. Perhaps they are amplified by her own hidden potential. One thing is certain, Skuld must be very fond of her, since this girl is so attuned to her divine power. Just then, the little girl reminds them she even knows how this game ends. Perplexed, Huan Xin demands to hear the answer. At the same time, Azazel questions if this is even allowed, as she thinks, shouldn't a goddess be forbidden from revealing such things? However, it might be that Swamin has bypassed the system and learned of the ending, because she is immortal with no divinity of her own. Swamin clarifies she knows the type of ending. Essentially, she has seen how this world will finally perish. Puzzled, Silver asks if it will be a bad end, due to the simple fact that all planets that become a game end in a terrible way. When the little girl says no, they feel a glimmer of hope that it will be a happy ending. But Swamin denies that possibility too. This game's ultimate conclusion has already been altered once. Swamin has no idea what caused the change, but she knew of it long before the game even began. It is the ending where only one person can survive. However, that ending was changed just before it all started. And what she witnessed then was the new current ending, the madness of the Demon Lord. In another setting, our boy yawns, having been playing for an eternity. He aimed for 2nd or 3rd place, but somehow ended up in 1st. Since his opponent's performance in the dungeons was so pathetic, the MC's attention shifts to Bexel, who is staring intently at our protagonist, wondering what she should call him. Sweat drips down his face from embarrassment and shock when she suggests the idea of calling him father playfully. Si-hoon asks who her mother would be then. Then, very specifically, Snow White states she has no mother, but if she had to choose, she would pick Lin as her mother. Our guy finds this foolish, demanding she just use his name. At this moment, Si-hoon wonders how Mina finds this child, cute enough to bring her along everywhere with her. Yet he could see she inherited Lin's powerful bloodline, since she already knows 5 offensive and 1 regenerative spell, making him certain she will grow to be incredibly powerful. Seeing her staring at him silently, the protagonist tells her to say whatever is on her mind. So, she finally spills that. Chanshu wanted Si-hoon to know that he located the dungeon our boy had been searching for. At first, our boy is confused, but then remembers Chanshu mentioned doing something important around that area. And that is why he was training so desperately in the dungeons. Using the power of the crow, he locates the Dungeon of Dreams. Abruptly, Si-hoon rises to his feet, telling Bexel to come with him, as they need her power. Snow White never imagined that our guy would ask her to join, but this time, her power is absolutely essential. They need the might of a divine beast to open the dungeon. The Dungeon of Dreams exists within its own separate realm, due to the fact that it is a unique instance dungeon. But even among all the instance dungeons, to breach this Dungeon of Dreams, a divine offering is an absolute must. Despite this requirement, the prize of this dungeon is Lapis's Hourglass. The Lapis Hourglass is a legendary S-rank item, which can show a person's future for 30 minutes. But it is viewed as a terrible reward, as it can only be activated for 30 minutes. But Si-hoon has sworn to obtain it, no matter the cost. A smirk appears on his face when he notices Jisoo, too. With Bexel, he knows it's impossible for them to go in alone. This time, however, Jisoo insists that she wants to go, because she wants to witness what an instance dungeon truly is. Plus, they need protection for Bexel once inside the dungeon, so Jisoo will be an invaluable asset. Standing before a colossal, ancient door, our boy turns around to face Bexel, asking if she is truly ready to do this. Nervously, Snow White nods, and upon tilting her head, she fires a magical bubble straight towards the door, which impacts directly against the ancient door, causing a brilliant flash of light as the dungeon unseals. Impressed, our boy pats Snow White's head. Just then, Jisoo asks if she should wait for him right there. but Si-hoon instructs them to return to the base first. With that, our boy reaches his hand toward the dungeon's gate, channeling pure energy from his body into the gate. After a moment, Si-hoon finds himself sprawled on the floor of a building he does not recognize. This Dungeon of Dreams crafts a unique mission for every single person who enters, and almost every time, it connects to the one thing a person desires the most. Though this is our guy's very first time here. Upon awakening, Si-hoon wonders if he's trapped in a dream or a past memory. Our protagonist is lost deep in his thoughts, unable to remember the time he ever stayed here. Before he could even process what was happening, a deafening roar is heard, and a cataclysmic explosion erupts. Our hero sensed the imminent danger and escaped the building by wrapping a barrier around himself. Now Si-hoon understands that he was sent into the one quest that he regrets above all others. Gazing at the devastation, the MC continues to press onward alone. But the instant he senses a presence behind him, he intercepts the person who is about to strike him down. It is none other than Suho-min. Suho-min breathes a heavy sigh of relief, because the magic circle summoned by our boy to stop him could have easily killed him, but by pure luck, he was spared. Leaping high into the air, Suho-min lands gracefully on a nearby rooftop. Upon seeing him, the protagonist demands to know why Suho-min is here and why now. Smirking, the cool shade declares he is here to kill our guy. Hearing this, Si-hoon gives a weary smile, knowing it is all playing out just as he remembers it. A flawlessly constructed and perfect simulation. Following this, Suho-min lets out a condescending sigh, mocking our guy for refusing to accept a compromise. Though the cool shade understands what our boy must be thinking. Keeping players alive is far better than saving civilians. There are just too many of them this time. With that, he reminds the hero he was planning a sneak attack on all of them. Sahan just stands there, stunned, hating the cruel tricks this dungeon is playing on it. The quest was the thing Sahan regretted the most, and the mission's objective was brutally simple. There was one group of 1,000 elite players and another of 100,000 civilians. Thus, they could only save one of the two groups. A specific area was given to each side by the GM, and the outside players had to choose only one. Additionally, they had to eliminate the group they abandoned. Our guy chose to save the 1,000 players, because more players were vital to continuing the game, instead of civilians. And this is why he had to kill this man. Suho-min, looking at Si-hoon, standing there like a statue. Suho-min offers him a chance to retreat, and he'll be spared. He claims that he is different from our guy, since he doesn't think that every single enemy must be killed. That being said, our guy remarks to cool shade that's an easy thing to say. Furthermore, he announces he will back down for now, but states he will not give up on completing the quest. Suho-min doesn't mind, as he's certain they'll win, no matter what tactics Si-hoon's team tries to use. His confidence was completely understandable, as the guild the cool shade belonged to was the strongest one. However, our guy declares he will retreat, which seems very out of character for him to Suho. Afterwards, Si-hoon covers a massive distance with his incredible speed, though his body feels much older. Since the time this quest first appeared, he was only 30 years old in his past life. Our MC had actually murdered Suho-min, so it has certainly altered things from his past life. Too many thoughts are racing through his mind. He wonders what Suho's guild will think of him, retreating so easily. While moving through the ruins, his gaze falls upon Lynn Taylor. That is when he remembers the greatest sin of his past life. In his previous life, Si-hoon murdered Lin. After some time, Si-hoon is walking down the road, and that is when a familiar voice calls out to him. It is Seo. He wants to know how things went, and if our guy won. Looking at Seo, the protagonist just freezes for a moment, finding it surreal to see his old friend here. But then, he reveals he retreated due to too much interference. Upon hearing that, Seo sighs with disappointment, but is unable to say more. Behind him, a huge crowd of people have gathered, questioning Si-hoon about so many different things. Some are worried if the enemy players were preparing an ambush, while the others plead with him not to abandon them, because they all need to know the answers, since they have very little time left until the quest ends. Nervously sighing, the hero states that he isn't aware of everything either, so they should all just try to calm themselves, as he has many things currently weighing on his mind. Pushing onward to rest, Si-hoon arrives in his bedroom. His mind is reeling with countless chaotic thoughts, and he can't believe how twisted this dungeon is, playing with his fragile psyche like this, and learns that his overall progression. Speed is very sluggish in this current timeline, but that was to be expected by him already. though his eyes go wide with shock as he sees more abilities. And his quest is to clear the Dungeon of Dreams, where his very memories have been brought to life. To clear this quest, he must finish his past mission within the original time limit. This is absolutely shocking for our hero, because this means he has to kill his opponent, just like in his previous, tragic life. He questions if this time it will all be easier. However, all of this just feels so incredibly wrong to him, and this is why he plans to find another way to do this. His attention turns to Yahello, who in his past life would appear out of thin air. Even now, she is encouraging our boy, promising him her unwavering support, and being certain that his choice will save many lives. Yet, this all seems like a complete lie to him. Yahello knew already how the world would be in jeopardy if things proceeded this way, and that he was already far beyond the point of no return. Still, Sehun is not one to blame her, as she truly cared for humanity. Following that, the protagonist speaks her true name, and demands that she provide him an answer. Hearing her name, Yahello is completely awestruck, as everyone else only calls her a witch, Dream Witch Yahello, an outer god from the Cthulhu mythos, and the sole god with any interest in humanity. Yahello is a rogue god from another realm who joined the gang, but no one was ever able to move against her, because the power she wields is both perfect and absolute. The ironic part is that even the system itself did not dare to oppose her. The protagonist is still not sure why Yahello chose him as her avatar, but she always supported him because she wanted humanity to live. Yet she abandoned Earth after the world was destroyed. Blushing, Yahello could feel that her avatar was behaving a bit differently today, though. She focuses on the question Sehun wants to ask her. Cleverly, our guy asks her about the Dungeon of Dreams. Upon hearing this strange question, Yahello is a bit surprised, as she did not expect this at all, but our boy feigns that he is only just curious. However, Yahello has deduced that this entire reality is a construct of his memory, and that is why he called her by her actual true name. When our guy tries to deny that this is the truth, Yahello reminds him that a person's nature does not change overnight. She states that this applies to anyone with humanity, revealing that humanoid gods are exactly the same. She acknowledges the fact Sehun does not dwell on the past, enough to mention this topic out of the blue, and he has never once been to the Dungeon of Dreams. Thus, she can only assume it is all a simulation, as there is no direct link to the current situation with the Dungeon of Dreams. Her calm demeanor about this shocks Sehun completely. She does not seem to care that she is a simulation. Yahello explains that it is of no concern to her, but then she notes that our hero has never addressed her by name in the real world. She finds this all very thrilling and even has questions, but she decides to suppress this curiosity for now, ignoring that the MC shows extreme urgency to learn about the Dungeon of Dreams. Something about it being too realistic bothers him deeply. He explains that he can't recall every player he has ever met in his past, but those very people exist within this world. So he demands to know if they are here by random chance, or if they actually existed within this past timeline. This question makes Yahello seem quite proud, and she states that a reality as perfect as this cannot be built from memories alone, which means his past timeline was scanned based on the data that his own memory contains. This is how the dungeon has crafted a copy of that world, and this could only be done with aid from the system. In the end, all of this is a perfect recreation of his past or future. Everyone here is repeating the same actions from the past, but in reality, they're just mere illusions created by the Dungeon of Dreams, and that even includes this version of Yahello. After hearing all of that, our MC has finally grasped how to beat this quest. He must complete this godforsaken quest all over again, and he must do so by recreating the exact same events that happened in his past. But he must try different methods to get a better reward. It might be possible that the dungeon doesn't want the same result as before, and desires Sehun to achieve what he failed to do in the past. At this point, our guy wonders what will happen if he saves Lin. Later on, the MC finds Seo, who is smithing weapons. Sehun tells Seo that he must find Mina Lee. Upon hearing this, the protagonist becomes quite confused, wondering aloud if Sehun needs her aid for future battles, not being certain she would agree, given how selfish she is. However, the protagonist requires an item only Mina Lee can craft, an elixir. The fact that Seo is not very skilled with alchemy is why he is unable to make it, though he is completely certain that no player knows Mina Lee. Just then, Seo's statement makes one thing perfectly clear. No one knows Mina Lee because Seo, being the world's best blacksmith, knows absolutely everyone, and if he has not heard of her, then no one else has. Having no other choice and unable to open his chat, in the status window, our boy calls Yadra to find Mina. The moment she appears, she grabs his face from behind him, playfully mocking him for being so needy now, since he used to be so incredibly dismissive. Smirking, our guy admits how shameful he is being after learning they're all just mere fabrications. Simultaneously, he genuinely asks if she really needed to manifest herself instead of just sending a message, as it costs her many points to do this. If this is all really just a simulation, Yadra does not care at all about the points. With that, she reveals Mina Lee is a Chianan right now. Upon getting this crucial information, they decide to depart as quickly as possible. Sehun arrives at Chianan High School per Mina's location. Upon stepping inside the school, our boy discovers countless dead bodies on the floor, with blood pouring out of them. It was the perfect setting for a horror movie. While observing the countless dead bodies, Sehun's focus lands on the uniform worn by the corpses. It is the same as Mina's. In an instant, the hero detects a presence right behind him. But before it could cause him any real harm, Sehun parries the attack with his sword without even looking. The person who attacked him is none other than Mina, who did not expect our boy to block an attack like that. But then again, he never expected her to ambush him either. Approaching him, Mina tells him that it is better to be a hunter instead of the hunted, given the state of the world now. The MC expressed how cruel that sounds to hear a reunion. At first, Mina doesn't grasp the true meaning behind this, but then remembers she saw his face about 2 years ago. Without wasting any more time, Mina demands to know why he has arrived at this place. She just prays he is not here to hunt her. She is also curious as to how he found her. Proudly, the hero flicks his finger, showing off the witch's observer, leaving Mina stunned, as she did not think an avatar could still communicate directly with their god. This reminds Sehun of the god that was also fond of Mina, but she lost all contact with her about a year ago. This reminds the protagonist that the last time he met Mina, he did not see her familiar. So this is nothing but a game for them to grow stronger. However, Mina is now certain our boy truly wants to discuss something, so she suggests that he follow her, so that they have a suitable place where they can speak. Both of them enter a room where Sehun finds memorial photos. But tragically, Mina could not find photos of all her classmates. Observing her actions, the hero thinks that she must have been very close to them, but is stunned when he learns she didn't have many friends, and only ended up this way because of how the world has drastically changed. Since she was a rather timid child before all this began, the way she is now makes it hard to believe she was shy. Quest, she ignited a will to survive, even mastering the art of deception. She vividly recalls the fateful day the world was shattered. At that time, she was playing hooky with comrades in Seoul. Then, in a flash, the entire world was irrevocably altered. Sehun questions if Seoul was truly her place of origin. Mina clarifies she was merely a visitor there, because her friend's sister had some prior business. So they had journeyed there for adventure. But in the chaos, they were torn apart. Therefore, she remained in Seoul for a time, hunting for them. She even resorted to looting banks for funds, but her efforts proved entirely futile. Their only link was their matching school uniform, so she wore it as a beacon. Eventually, she found them, but it was far too late, because they had likely forged a pact with some vile demon, and it consumed them until their very last breath expired. All of it showed her how utterly meaningless everything is, and that is why she holds this solemn, private memorial. Here, even her own parents perished on that first day, so she truly had nowhere else to go. At the mere mention of a demon, Sehun wonders if the girls were ensnared by the Dark Sky clan, but then his eyes widen in shock as he recoils, because he annihilated the Dark Sky clan in this timeline. Unable to restrain himself, the hero questions Mina if she or her friends were ever tied to the Dark Sky clan. Mina is uncertain about that, since her friends had joined a different faction. This revelation brings Sehun some small relief, and he realizes he cannot slay demon contractors so carelessly. He decides he must relay this important lesson to Jisoo. Getting to the matter, Mina asks what our hero had wanted to request earlier. The hero admits that, at first, he was going to ask for her aid in their current quest, but that plan has changed. So he now asks if she can craft him an elixir instead. Hearing about the quest, this girl blurts out she chose to save the players by mistake. Hearing this, Sehun can't help but let out a grim smile, because he has only encountered tragic accidents. But here, she chose the right path by sheer chance. Bored, Mina agrees to make it and asks for the quantity. Sehun only requires a single vial, though he needs something more. which is quite simple. Our boy retrieves something from his pocket and asks Mina to make it potent enough for top-tier players. Elsewhere, Suho Min is deeply troubled, certain that a plot is currently unfolding. Because he knows the MC never retreats from a fight so easily, and now he is missing. His focus shifts to Taehan Kim, who snaps that they are in the middle of a war council, so he should go and daydream somewhere else. A war meeting of the guild Erjitlam is underway now. Sangwon Cheon, the guild master, orders everyone to conclude things swiftly, as only a few days remain before the quest deadline. Smirking, Yin Sikong suggests he handle it himself, as he can end it all with a single ability. Though Sangwon, Cheon warns Yin Sik not to misjudge their adversary. He concedes their guild's power is absolute, but the enemy has mighty players on their side as well, like the so-called Saint Yu Hua Sin is with them. Jun Sik tells the guild master not to call that girl a saint, as she abandoned 100,000 civilians. Though Jun Sik knows someone among the players, a man in black who wields many different weapons. He is speaking of our protagonist. When Sangwon realizes that Jun Sik is talking about Si-hoon, he can't help but acknowledge the immense power he wields, and that he is one of the strongest foes they now face. Jun Sik's expression darkens, and a cruel smile forms as he glances over at Lin, who desires only to kill Si-hoon. Before Sangwon can berate Jun Sik for his pointless remarks, a man bursts into the room with extreme urgency, informing them all about a large number of players spotted just outside the containment zone. With that, Jun Sik is eager to face them after a long wait, but Taehan Kim volunteers to go instead, since Jun Sik could cause harm to his own allies. Before departing, Taehan vows he will crush these players as quickly as he can in just 2 days. Mina crafted the elixir and all the other items our guy needs. Her speed both surprises and impresses Si-hoon greatly, making him know she will reach an entirely new level soon. At the same time, he laments not asking for her help, as she is so helpful. However, this day marked a catastrophic defeat for Si-hoon's forces. Following our hero's clash with the formidable Suho Min, his side could barely hold their ground against the onslaught, though Si-hoon was forced to kill most of them. After checking the time, the protagonist plans to leave at once. After a final meeting with Seo, he recalls Taehan Kim was the one who led the assault. Thus, he must be marching to the battlefield alone now. Therefore, the hero decides to seize this chance and eliminate him. At the battlefield, Taehan Kim has indeed arrived. Panic washes over every single player's face when he offers them all one final, grim warning. At this moment, the players regret not retreating at once, after their initial ambush had failed. The cannon fodder who came with this giant behemoth mock their hopeless situation while their leader is stunned, not knowing what he should possibly do. They are even consumed by their own pointless pride, because retreating now would be a great humiliation. Assessing the grim situation, the chief notes how Taehan offered them a warning, even though he is far more powerful than them. So if he desired, he could have crushed them in seconds. So maybe there is some reason he is not attacking yet. So he chooses to challenge Taehan instead of running away. Gripping his weapon, the chief vows to take Taehan's head today. When Taehan's lackeys try to attack them in his place, he commands them to stand down, vowing to handle everything from his point on. His teammates try to warn this great behemoth, reminding him that his foes include high-ranking players too, but the underlings cannot say another word. When this giant behemoth glares at them with his deadly eyes, without another moment of warning, leaping high into the air, the chief strikes directly at Taehan with his aura axe. To his shock, the giant behemoth is not blocking the attack, which makes him believe that he is too fast for Taehan. But the moment the chief lands back on the ground, his axe doesn't harm Taehan in the slightest, leaving him completely stunned. Looking right into his eyes, Taehan asks him if he knows the name Balder. Terrified, the chief grinds his teeth, remembering a little about him. He could recall Balder being the supreme god of life, as the legendary son of Odin. Abruptly, the chief saw Taehan radiate an immense amount of energy, and without a single hesitation, he swung his fist, striking the poor man, while revealing Balder was loved by all creatures. Nothing could ever harm him, while slamming the chief to the ground. He explains that Balder's blessing applies to him as well. At this point, the chief could not even speak. His eyes were now completely lifeless after that punch, and being smashed into the hard ground. All the players there are now frozen in utter terror, because this giant behemoth just eliminated a high-ranking player with a single blow. Panic floods across their faces. They turn around and immediately begin to flee. But Taehan already gave a warning, and they chose to ignore it. So now they must all face the grim consequences. The poor players were frozen right where they stood, resigning themselves to their fate, as the giant behemoth closed in with blinding speed. However, before his blow could land on the helpless player, his strike was intercepted by none other than our hero, Sehun. Sehun blocks the massive attack with his blade. Seeing him, Taehan instantly recognizes him, that he's the same man everyone has been talking about. He always wondered how powerful Sehun would be now. Our boy Small Blade is somehow holding back Taehan's giant weapon. The giant behemoth is somewhat surprised, as he heard our boy wasn't one to fight directly like this. Our protagonist admits that the rumors are true, but clarifies that he had to intervene, since those idiotic players were on the verge of death. Seeing how our guy blocked the attack stuns Taehan, since he knows no one is physically stronger than him, even within Erjitlam. His focus snaps back to Sehun when he asks the giant behemoth about the issue with RPG games. When this confuses Taehan, our boy explains that in RPG games, it forces players to hoard many items, even when tons of them are collected but never used. All of this only enrages Taehan, as he doesn't understand any of this at all. The hero is trying to make a point, but his eyes widen with sudden panic when the MC declares that this giant has no chance to win. Before Taehan could even process what was happening, the system screamed at him to flee immediately, but it was far too late, as his eyes rolled back and blood erupted from his body. This is all a bizarre puzzle to him, because he tried to activate his own power, but instead, this has happened to him, making him realize that Sehun has somehow poisoned him. The giant behemoth falls to his knees, while our guy leaps back to gain distance from his foe, as he cleans his blade, now coated in poison and blood. In a weak voice, Taehan could only curse Sehun, but our boy just stood there, relishing the sight of his powerful enemy being defeated. It is certainly a magnificent start for him. When news of Sehun killing Taehan spread like wildfire, Seo Gyo Park visited our boy to see if it was true. He slams his hand on the table, demanding to know if the rumors are actually true. The way our guy is so calm about killing someone like Taehan leaves Bluey absolutely shocked. Though, Sehun knows it'll be easier to move if he becomes infamous. He regrets not using the mistletoe much sooner, since it could have prevented so much damage. Right now, Sojia Park is finding this all unreal. He had always known that the MC was powerful, but he never imagined this was his true might. Sehun admits that he was not aware of it either, but he could have defeated all the Erjitlam commanders completely on his own. At that moment, hearing that, Sojia Park wonders aloud if defeating them all by himself is even possible. He fears that our guy might be telling a lie. Sehun clarifies to Bluey that he has no reason to be deceitful, and he makes a grand proposal to him. The protagonist demands 3 days from Seo Gyo Park to bring a final end to this quest. Later on, Saint Yoha-sin meets with Sehun. She's beyond impressed, because not only did our boy kill that giant behemoth, but he also brought the corpse all the way here. She tries to imagine what is going on in his mind. Our boy says that Yuha is the greatest healer he knows, so he simply wanted to see if she could revive him. This sounds utterly absurd to Yua, because how could she possibly resurrect someone who is dead? Smiling, he says he thought that it would be possible for the great Saint Yua. Him calling her a saint irritates her to no end, but she states clearly that he is completely dead, and her healing magic will not even work on him, though she notices the way some wounds were already mended. So the MC says that he used some elixir on the giant behemoth just before he had died. At first, Yua does not fully process his words, but the instant that realization dawns on her, she looks up at Sehun, asking him how this man died, if the protagonist had used the elixir, realizing he might be testing her with some new plan, because if Taehan was still alive when Sehun used the elixir, he must have perished right afterward. But if the elixir was applied, it should have fully healed him. All of this just irritates Yua, because the main lead always tries to feign ignorance with her. She now sees that our boy has another scheme in motion, and this is why he needed her to preserve the body for him. She leans in close to him, tapping a finger on his lips. When he confesses, she is the only one he can truly trust. With that, she sighs and asks him if there will be more bodies like this coming to her. Without any lies, Sehun confirms that there will certainly be more bodies, but he will be sure to handle them himself. Zipping up the body bag and taking it with her, Yua tells our guy to give her a warning next time. Our guy vows to bring her a special gift, too, next time. As she departs, he watches her quietly, deep down, knowing that Yua will perish in the next quest after this. This moment is just a phantom created for him by the dungeon. And once he beats this quest and exits the dungeon, all of this will simply just vanish into nothing. He recalls how he never had the chance to thank her, and how Yua had always been there to support him. And she tended to his wounds after his battle with Suho Min, and after he recovered, he never saw her face again. Therefore, now he thinks of something to give her as a gift. At the Airget Guild, Jinseok finds it incredible that Sehun possessed such power. Simultaneously, Sangwon believes that our guy knew of Taihan's weakness and exploited that as a perfect opportunity. He likely used a mistletoe against him. Jinseok does not believe that is the case, but Sangwon heard that Sehun prepares for all opponents. Accordingly, ignoring that, Jinseok turns to Lin, asking if any of this surprises her. But it doesn't, because Sehun is the one who killed her father. And this is how our boy became infamous. Because of the collapsing soul incident, Aldebaran of Taurus was defeated by Luke Taylor, and Sehun was the one who killed him as he couldn't be stopped. The protagonist was in the spotlight for a short time, but then people lost all interest once he had vanished. At this moment, Lin reveals the goddess Astria has a contract with her after her father had died, but she has never spoken, likely because of Luke's tragic death. Still, she feels that Astria watches over her now. Lin has an overwhelming urge to kill Sehun due to the immense agony he has caused her. Jinsu is sure that she could be granted her magical prize, but he simply cannot wait for that, since he vows to be the one to kill Sehun first. Ignoring all of this, Sangwon slams his hand on the table, reminding them all they have underestimated everything. But right now, they are in a crisis, having lost their most crucial member. Thus, they have no time to be careless and must work in groups. They will repay their opponents in full once they finish their preparations. After 2 days on the other side, our boy has infiltrated the Airget Guild in complete silence, taking out one of the security guards to move forward. Sehun is now far outside the civilian-occupied zone. From the witch's observer, Yidra asks the MC what his next move will be. However, this question is utterly foolish, because the protagonist has no choice but to fight them. Yidra is not certain he could defeat them all alone. She is somewhat surprised to see him being this reckless, being truthful. Sehun admits he would have never acted this way before, but now he has seen that he has many more options, and he must learn to use them. He also admits he never took Yidra into account because he was so hesitant to ask for God's power. He believed that it was the same as strangling himself, though he agrees that he still feels this way. Now his perspective has slightly changed. Now, he doesn't mind a little bit of strangling, especially in a place where everything is a mere illusion. Just then, playfully, our boy asks Yidra if she really knows how to edit games. On the rooftop of the building, Sangwon questions Suho Min about the number of hostiles that have been located. Suho and his squad are not sure, but they believe that there are not very many of them because they are advancing very, very slowly. It is somewhat shocking for Sangwon to not be able to locate any of them, which makes him wonder if they have already escaped, or perhaps they have a cloaking skill of a very high level. Just then, Serin Lee approaches them all. She finds this entire situation very annoying, suggesting they should just attack at this point. Yet, Suho Min reminds her that there must be some infiltrators for diversion. Though Siren is certain of one thing, there are not many people who have breached their territory, since they're so difficult to find. She doubts that 2 or 3 people could cause major damage, as they have their entire army. So it is best to make the first move themselves. Still, Suho Min does not agree with this plan, as they are not aware of anything yet. This behavior completely frustrates Siren, due to the fact they all look like a bunch of cowards. But Suho has a very bad feeling about this. Moreover, Siren tries to make them all see that this way they are just being manipulated by the enemy. When no one else responds to her, she decides to handle things her own way. While moving outside, Siren is cursing her own guild leader, not believing that they are afraid of 2 or 3 people. Abruptly, she spins around when she senses a new presence, but there is nobody there, which makes her believe that it was just her imagination. But then she actually feels a faint trail of energy, making it clear that something is truly here right now. Her gaze shoots down to the ground, finding a bomb. A smirk forms on her face. She is a magician, so she has a firm faith she can turn it into scrap in seconds. The moment she tries to cast her magic, nothing happens, even after she dispels the Mana Stone's energy. The moment she understood that it was a trap, it was already too late. A massive explosion rocked the area, leaving everyone in a state of utter panic. Everyone in the Airget Guild panics as well. Some people even collapse after breathing in the smoke, making the rest of the people see that something is wrong with the smoke from the explosion. Sirin, who was so overconfident moments ago, managed to escape the blast. But right now, she is gasping desperately for air as she inhaled the gas. Sitting on the ground, the girl wonders what kind of gas this is. The dense smoke makes it hard for Siren to see anything. But the moment our boy approaches her, mocking her that he knew that she would find it first, Siren declares his plan a failure because she is alive. However, when the smoke clears, Sihun's smirk is plain to see because she survived, but the civilians could not escape it because of her. The smoke has spread across the entire city, which made his plan 10 times more effective. Panic and guilt slash across Siren's horrified face. Furthermore, the MC tells Siren this is the end for her, as he doesn't wish to deal with Morgan anymore. Her jaw drops, since Sihun is aware of her god too. Realization hits her that this man is incredibly strong, so she resolves to finish him off with a single blow. But the moment she is about to chant her strongest spell, blood bursts forth from her mouth. The state she is in makes it impossible to cast any magic, and our boy just grins upon seeing this. He can't believe that Siren did not see the illusion. The bomb performed its job perfectly, because this girl is already affected by the bomb. But in her illusionary world, she believes she had escaped it. While Siren lies on the ground, now completely lifeless, the hero resolves to end this before the others arrive. When Jun-sik and Suho know it might be Sirin who is hurt, they both quickly burst out from the building. Both men grind their teeth upon seeing their greatest threat. At this moment, Suho regrets ever letting Sihun escape, and thinking he would actually fight for humanity. Suho can't believe the smoke is spreading so quickly, and countless civilians are already dead. Even Siren is dead because of him, and the players are in danger too after this explosion. Thus, Suho aims to kill the protagonist. Now both Jun-sik and Suho exchange a knowing glance, vowing not to let this man get away with this. Suho, who is bonded with the god Machu, and Jun-sik, who is bonded with the god Agni, decide to kill Sihun right then and there. Both men possess the blessings of their gods. One holds the storm, and the other holds the fire, which empowers both of the mighty men. Upon seeing this, Sihun finds it truly terrifying. Not wasting a second, Suho lunges forward with his weapon, charging swiftly at our boy. The MC can't help but note how incredibly fast Suho is. The moment he sees the cool shade is extremely close. Sihun summons clones everywhere to confuse him. This tactic deployed by Sihun just makes Suho frustrated. However, Jin-suk stands atop the building, summoning an immense wave of fire, striking at the hero. But without any hesitation or even a struggle, Sihun conjures a shield to protect himself and evades the enormous amount of fire, leaping high into the air behind Jin-suk, spotting the MC right behind him. Sweat poured down Jin-suk's terrified face. He sees Sihun holding a crystal formed by a spell, which is actually just pure fire, and he can snuff out all flames by cutting off oxygen and mana, summoning waves of flame all around himself. Jin-sik slams his hand onto the ground, causing a massive fire typhoon to erupt on the building, to engulf Sihun in flames. But in the blink of an eye, Sihun escapes the attack. Both Jin-sik and Suho are panting hard, looking absolutely frustrated. Smirking, the main lead informs them he is done with running away. His gaze drifts to the side, wondering where Sang-won is now, and if he trusts these two men to deal with Sihun. No matter the case, this is a win-win situation for him. Right then, Sihun mocks the men for looking far too exhausted, but they won't admit it, blaming it on the MC's habit of fleeing. However, when Sihun assures them he will not run anymore, Suho feels that something fishy is definitely going on. Suho is very much aware that Sihun only appears if he sees an advantage, meaning he only fights when he is 100% sure he'll win. He had vanished from this entire world, and then returned to this land completely alone. In addition, he is prepared to face two Ergetlam warriors. This makes Suho know that the Sihun he is familiar with would never do all of this, so this is certainly a trap. In an instant, he grabs Jin-sik and screams at him to run, but it is far too late. An arcane magic has them firmly rooted to the very ground. Our boy has activated the mystical traps he laid in wait to put these very men in a trap. However, Suho is not prepared to give up, since he has this swamp filled with paralyzing toxins with him, so he tries to smash his weapon on the ground. not caring at all about his moves. The protagonist stands there completely unfazed, suggesting they should not think of his methods as being cheap, as he is alone, fighting against two men. Chapter 70. Lying there, Suho understands he is utterly finished. Serin Lee was eliminated first. She was the only one who could have dispelled the magic. All of this was avoidable if they had only been smarter. Later, the main lead finds himself being relentlessly hunted. Despite wanting the conflict to conclude peacefully, chaos continues to swirl around him. More importantly, he can't seem to evade the attention of Sangwon Cheon. Then, out of nowhere, Mina Lee materializes to check on him, leaving him baffled at how she managed to find him here. As she stands there, a group of men try to ambush her. With a mere snap of her fingers, she calmly blocks their assault. She suggests that she could be of assistance, since she's also involved in the quest. However, she makes one thing clear, that the only thing she really cares about is how the quest will finally conclude. During their talk, she effortlessly evades several more attacks, without ever breaking her focus. The main character takes note of this, realizing how aware she is of her surroundings, and decides that he can indeed trust her. Meanwhile, Sangwon Cheon is blaming himself for the attack, thinking he could have somehow played a role in stopping. Before long, he reaches the protagonist's exact location and shouts his name without a moment's hesitation. He vaults over the building where Si-hoon is now standing. He tries attacking him repeatedly, forcing Si-hoon to know that this is a battle he must take with absolute seriousness, or he will risk being struck down. Si-hoon mocks him, saying his biggest flaw was overconfidence. Sangwon denies it, admitting instead that his true mistake was showing too much mercy and not eliminating Si-hoon when he had the chance. The main lead sees that Sangwon is not as terrifying as Suho-min, but he is still a considerable threat. Si-hoon then makes his move toward a desolate area, intentionally baiting Sangwon to follow after him. Sangwon taunts him, claiming he has no weaknesses and cannot be defeated. When they finally reach the lonely, abandoned location, Sangwon scoffs aloud, wondering what kind of illusion Si-hoon is living under. Si-hoon only smirks, revealing his grand stage is now set. Si-hoon admits he lacks the raw power and skills to match Sangwon, but he claims to possess one thing that far surpasses Sangwon. When Sangwon demands to know what, mocking if Si-hoon means his capacity for pure villainy, or his bottomless arrogance, Si-hoon agrees and accepts those titles. However, he declares there is something else entirely, something Sangwon must experience firsthand to truly grasp, and he speaks the divine name, Yidra. Lightning erupts at the utterance of Yidra's name, and the players below stare at the sky in confusion, wondering what now haunts the heavens above. The truth is that in the sky, Si-hoon and Sangwon are now poised for their final battle. Sangwon demands to know what sorcery Si-hoon has just unleashed. But before Si-hoon can even respond, a colossal figure begins to materialize from the storm. He tries to question the emerging entity, but the figure soon coalesces into the true form of Yidra. Yidra, upon manifesting fully in her true divine form, introduces herself as the eternal Witch of Dreams, and formally invites Si-hoon to become her sacred herald. Si-hoon smiles and nods, gazing upon his patron, and in that moment, he becomes the herald of the outer god, Yidra. Following this pact, he gains the evocation ability, a power that lets a mortal vessel channel a god's mind. Although Si-hoon has chosen this path himself, he was unprepared for the risk of death that comes. Hand in hand with this power, he could barely feel his own body, sensing that he might lose his very sanity if he did not hold on. Nevertheless, he takes a steadying breath, because humanity's final player cannot be so easily broken. He will not give up. Si-hoon opens his eyes once he has focused all his might, and with newfound power, rises from the ground. He launches himself high above the earth, the very rocks shattering beneath his feet. However, Sangwon remains standing, completely unfazed, and declares he couldn't care less if Si-hoon is a herald. As Si-hoon closes the distance to Sangwon, he swings his arm, unleashing his new lightning ability, whereas Sangwon counters with his own flame ability. Their powerful arms collide at the same time, but to Sangwon's utter disbelief, his clam solace disintegrates upon impact with Si-hoon's attack. Before Sangwon can even process what he should do, Si-hoon seizes his sword and plunges it deep into Sangwon's body, forcing him to spit up a mouthful of blood. Si-hoon then scoffs down at Sangwon, reminding him he was already told that he must experience to understand the advantages Si-hoon holds over him. While Si-hoon still has his blade in Sangwon, Lin appears from the shadows behind him, lunging to attack. Even so, Si-hoon instantly detects her and teleports to her back, causing her to stab nothing but empty air. Lin does not surrender and quickly pivots before charging straight towards Si-hoon. Si-hoon realizes that Lin is now using Suho's power with the aid of her unique imitation ability. On top of that, she is not merely copying, she is wielding it with near-perfect precision, despite being a complete novice with it. Lin closes in on Si-hoon, but he manages to evade her attack. She then unleashes another ability of pure fire, through which she conjures a blazing fire tornado. He sees that she is now using Jun's 6 own ability, and acknowledges the sheer scale of her hidden talent. However, he wonders if her talent is still unrefined, and he moves forward to clash directly with her. Lin continues her relentless assault while Si-hoon evades, but when he finally moves to counterattack her, she takes a devastating blow. When Yidra sees it from above, her interest is piqued as she never expected this trick. Yidra then proclaims that the stage is set, and her avatar, Si-hoon, also becomes charged up with new abilities. A battle between a young woman who is seeking vengeance for her beloved father's death and a chosen herald who has slain countless players, now finally begins. This is a fascinating clash that must not be delayed. Lin and Si-hoon continue their furious exchange of attacks. He demands to know why she is so determined to kill him, and asks if it's because of what he did to her father. After a brief, tense silence, Lin lunges forward, saying that is only part of the reason. Si-hoon manages to evade the sudden attack, and it is then that she continues that the reason she must end him is that he is too cruel to himself and to everyone else around him. And if this path continues, no one will be left alive. Si-hoon scoffs at her earnest declaration, calling it a joke, and asks why she is lecturing him when she has accomplished nothing on her own yet. She ignores his arrogant words and tries to make him see he could have been better if he wasn't trapped in the hell of his own making. Lin materializes a sword, and she further claims that the events of today are merely the beginning. So even if he survives all of this completely unscathed, he would still come to regret his actions later on. Therefore, she vows to stop him as the daughter of Luke Taylor, since he would have done the same. Once Lin's sword has fully materialized, she calls out to the goddess of justice, Astria, and begs Astria to accept her as her new herald. When Astria gazes upon Lin, she is reminded of Luke and instantly grants Lin's request. Jester, who is resting in her realm, feels quite bored, wondering if she should enter the game, and perhaps transform herself into a male god. It is then that she looks upon the game, and witnesses two chosen heralds locked in combat, and she sees that one of them is Astrius, whereas the other one belongs to Yidra. She scoffs and calls it a fight between an ant and an elephant. Jester acknowledges Lin's effort in putting up a good fight against a ridiculously powerful opponent, and recognizes Si-hoon as a man of extraordinary talent. She notices how he is holding his own, despite being under the strain of the evocation spell, and states he has the potential to become a god if he only had more divinity. After knowing this intense battle is not to be missed, Jester snaps herself out her thoughts and decides to try logging back into the game. Once Mina is done handling the other players, she arrives to witness the fight between Lin and Si-hoon. She had expected Lin could wield the powers of a herald, and after seeing her, she thinks how it would have been so much different had she become the herald instead of her own father, Luke. Nevertheless, Mina tells herself she has no time to be amazed by Lin, since she could be killed instantly if she drops her guard. While this monstrous prodigy grows stronger with every passing minute, Si-hoon unleashes his overwhelming abilities and begins to assault Lin from multiple directions. Lin manages to evade those blades coming at her and leaps up. She lands directly behind Si-hoon, and with no time to spare, she pierces her own sword into Si-hoon's body. Unfortunately for Lin, it turns out the Si-hoon she just stabbed was merely an illusion of him, which evaporates into thin air after being struck. When she looks up, she sees dozens of illusions of Si-hoon in different spots, and her rage peaks. She grips her sword tightly and creates a huge explosion of fire and lava from the ground. Si-hoon then conjures a massive artificial meteor, forged from the combined Eternum or found in dungeons. He makes it plummet and crash into the ground. After impact, It cracks open instantly, and immense energy radiates from it, making the meteor shatter into pieces and scatter around. Lin is struck by those pieces, and using his powers, Si-hoon cages her inside a giant sphere made of the rocks. However, it was not nearly enough to stop her, since she uses all of her divine power and breaks herself free from that sphere of rocks. This causes the rock sphere to explode as she leaps away. Si-hoon begins to feel it's impossible to keep her contained and thinks of her as the true pinnacle of humanity. The two of them once more prepare themselves to attack, and she soars towards Si-hoon to finally land a hit. Lin conjures a radiant blade to strike Si-hoon with, but he immediately leaps up before the blade can hit him. The sight of this escalating battle leaves the players stunned, and they question the existence of the glowing blade. Mina's eyes widen and her jaw drops in pure shock, and she wonders if she is simply dreaming. Just like Lin's unbelievable shining blade ability, Si-hoon's swords emerging from multiple portals leaves everyone absolutely devastated. Mina remarks that the fight has gone far beyond the scope of a simple human conflict already, and is amazed to see what a clash of heralds looks like. Soon enough, Lin and Si-hoon's powers violently collide, and a massive explosion occurs. Meanwhile, Mina suddenly flinches as she senses something behind her, and upon turning around, she sees a large number of the gods' observers in the sky. She cannot believe the sheer number of those present there, and recalls how she only saw this many in the earliest phases of the game. All of a sudden, she realizes something crucial about Si-hoon and admits that he is a truly incredible person. Without any hesitation, Si-hoon draws out his sword, while thinking that should have been enough of a grand visual display. Using that sword, he defends himself against Lin's onslaught of shining blades and opens a portal to absorb the attack. This stuns Lin, and she has a hard time believing Si-hoon just sealed her attack. Inside of a pocket dimension, Lin now accepts that her simple and direct attacks are not going to be effective against Si-hoon. Therefore, she charges towards him, trying to divert his focus with a feint. So when he moves to block it, she decides that she will strike his neck from the side. Lin swings her shining blade and thrusts it into Si-hoon's chest. She had fully expected him to block it, but he didn't. Instead, he swings his own sword and plunges it into Lin. She cannot believe he chose to trade blows like this. In a situation like this, Si-hoon shoves Lin back after the attack and clutches his hand over his own chest, whereas she collapses down onto the hard ground. The two of them stare into each other's eyes before Lin completely falls down onto the floor. The gods' observers are disappointed by this result, wondering if the battle will now end with the death of them both. On the other hand, Si-hoon clenches his chest and deeply feels the absence of his celestial slayer and his regenerative powers. He tries to compose himself, reminding himself that he still has unfinished business to attend to. While he wonders if he has any time left for an elixir, he gets a notification that his quest is now complete. This news brings him immense relief, and he looks forward to the magnificent ending. He takes out a magical stone and crushes it, which results in an incredibly bright flash. The players are confused, and Mina wonders what has happened. Lin awakens and sees that the once dark place has brightened up with warm, natural daylight. She manages to sit up and asks about what has just occurred, to which Mina explains to her about the magical item, which releases a gas that puts people into a deep coma if they breathe it in, while pouring elixir on Si-hoon's wound. Mina further tells Lin that a few people used this item in the game's ancient days, since it also had an effect on the monsters. However, since it only affects much weaker mobs, quite a lot of players forgot about it over time. This time, Si-hoon used it to fake everyone's death, so that the quest could finally be cleared. Mina reveals that Si-hoon came to her several days ago to have her craft an improvised bomb that could spread the coma-inducing gas and an elixir from the concentrated parts of the same item. Then, using the bomb, he spread the gas among the civilians and stabbed the high-level players with an elixir-infused blade. Keeping everyone safe was also absolutely necessary. Thus, the gas allowed them to fall into a deep coma. At the same time, Mina tells Lin about how Si-hoon made sure to be thorough by even lacing the sewers with the powerful elixir. Therefore, she also came to aid him in handling some of the players, and this is how everyone who was involved in the quest was able to fake their deaths. After learning the truth, Lin is annoyed that they were not asked for their help. Mina answers that it is so, because then nothing would have been changed once the quest ended. After saying this, Mina points at the god's observers in the sky, and Lin finally realizes that she was wrong about Sihun, since he had already found a far better way for them. And Lin thanks Sihun. Mina chuckles, finding it all far too emotional. She looks over at young Jester's observing eye, and asks her for her own opinion by calling her by her true name, Loki. Yaedra looks over at the result of Sihun's master strategy and compares it to a grand scene from some movie. She analyzes how not a single person has truly died, and even the gods have returned again to this world, making this lifeless game flourish with vitality once more, with a much better ending for all of humanity. Yaedra finds it quite ironic, because this world is a dream. Yet Sihun showed immense determination to see this through. Moreover, he managed to achieve what no one else could, which doesn't make him humanity's last player for nothing, but rather an incredible avatar of whom Yaedra is so proud. When Sihun used the powerful evocation ability, it's when Yaedra finally learned the truth. She never thought he'd sign a pact with her counterpart in his world because it would prevent him from opening the gate. Thus, Lin is the most important and crucial key. So Sihun will need 2 keys now to open the gate. Yaedra waits for him to realize this, so she can enjoy his reaction. Nevertheless, she still feels bad about Lapis's hourglass being the only reward for this spectacular ending. Thus, she decides to bless him with her own personal gift. Sihun awakens in a dark, empty space and wonders if he has returned to the real world. This saddens him, since he wanted to see everything change, but he accepts the harsh reality anyways. While thinking about it, suddenly he sees the lapis hourglass in his hand, which can reveal the future of a single person. He gets up and prepares to leave, but suddenly a new notification appears. Sihun has unlocked a new achievement, a herald that I used to know, and he becomes the first person to have it. Moreover, he obtains a new skill as a very special premium reward due to an unknown and mysterious intervention. He looks at all of this in confusion, wondering if it wasn't just a dream made by the dungeon. Bexel and Jisoo look at him sitting inside and call out to him, so he asks them about how long they have been waiting. When Bexel claims it has been exactly 7 hours, 22 minutes, he is shocked, but tells them both to come along as they step outside of the place. Sihun now knows that he has a real chance to change this world. On the other hand, Jisoo hides behind Lapis's hourglass, while Yaedra hopes that Sihun enjoys her parting gift. After returning, Sihun learns that he has gained Yaedra's succession ability of pocket dimension as his newly acquired power. He recalls using it in his past life with the evocation spell, but finds it's impossible to use it on living beings or massive objects under these normal circumstances. Even so, he finds it can be used to link to his inventory. Sihun then wonders how he received this skill. When dungeons never reward players with succession abilities, he is certain that Yaedra is involved in this, so he will wait for her to contact him when she learns that he now has her ability. When Mina learns of Sihun's brand new ability, she seems quite surprised. But Sihun is more surprised to see her back in her old self. When he learns out that she is going out for a walk, he realizes that she must be going to search for her friends. So he advises her to be wary of any strangers. Once she has assured him that she'll be careful, she mentions to him how different he's been since returning from the dungeon. When she asks him if the dungeon was extremely tough, he confirms and tells her to stay away from them. He leaves home after she says she is not interested either. Sihun wonders if he should assist Mina with her problems, since it had something to do with the powerful demon. Thus, he resolves to first gather more crucial information. Later, Jisoo searches through Sihun's home, but cannot find him. She is then reminded of Lin and Bexel, and recalls how terrifying they felt, even though she had done nothing wrong to them. Jisoo then thinks about how she also entered the dungeon and found the place was an exact copy of her own world, a perfect replication of her childhood nightmare. Even though she failed to perfectly clear the quest, the dungeon had been satisfied. She then takes out Lapis's hourglass and wonders what kind of person she would see if she used it. Nevertheless, she abandons the thought and is reminded of when Luke Taylor had asked her if she's a demon contractor sent by the Shaded Sky clan. He remembers the clan is taking over the Gangbuk district, and their grandmaster is supposedly a powerful demon contractor. Therefore, she decides to meet them out of sheer boredom. John meets Sujian, the deep web of the underworld, and asks him about the new Shaded Sky. When asked about what exactly he wishes to know, John asks for their current location. Sujian has already recognized John, so he wonders why he's asking about the Shaded Sky clan, when his own clan has been completely annihilated. He can't even consider the possibility of John wanting to fight the new Shaded Sky clan, since he won't be able to fight them all alone, even if that is a newly formed guild. Therefore, Sugan considers it harmless to give the location of the clan to John and asks for 1,000 points in exchange. John finds this quite cheap, but the truth is that Sugan asked for a cheaper price because he did not wish to put himself in danger by asking for too much. Thus, after getting his points, Sugan leaves immediately. After Sugan has departed, Azazel appears and asks John why he asked for their location when he already knew it. He replies to her that it is so because he wants them to know that he is hunting them, since it will create some gossip, which will ensure the Grandmaster of the clan is present when he goes there himself. When John claims he is famous enough for them to spread news, Azazel questions his confidence for thinking he can handle them all on his own. Instead of answering, he asks her for her own opinion, so she immediately concedes that her question was unnecessary. He then announces he will visit the Shaded Sky clan tomorrow, because Sugan will be spreading the rumors right about now. Thus, he hopes that the Steel Demon, Park Doyen, will not disappoint. Once Sehun discovers where Mina's friends are being held, he thinks about how to break their demon contract. He considers a few options, like destroying a demonic relic, like with Shinjon, but realizes that it won't be easy, since he has only seen it happen once, throughout both of his entire playthroughs. Whereas, the simplest way is for the demon to break the contract, but it will not be that simple. Sehun returns home and finds that there is nobody there, except for Lin and Bexel. When Lin reveals that they're out to farm more points, whereas Mina went out for a walk, Sehun asks about where Jisoo is. She answers that Jisoo has also gone out for a stroll, which makes him suspicious about Jisoo's current whereabouts. Sehun knows that Jisoo doesn't wander around without a reason, since she used to be busy studying for her college. And ever since the new world began, she has always been either training or slaying monsters. Suddenly, Lin remembers that Jisoo told her about visiting a guild, so when she tells this to Sehun, he flinches. As soon as Lin reveals the name of the guild was Shaded Sky, Sehun immediately spins around and bolts away. He knows for a fact that Jisoo only remembers the names of the guilds that she intends to utterly annihilate. He wonders what has suddenly gone through her mind, and worries if she is rational enough to spare. Mina's friends, the Grandmaster of the Shaded Sky Guild, Doyen, gets word that John is now searching for them. He wonders what the reason could be. He flips his table over in a fit of rage and thinks about how he had also wanted to fight against John and become the strongest demon contractor in the world so that he could capture SUA, to have the entire Seoul region under his control. He plans on making his minions attack her after he's done with John, because if he cannot have SUA's incredible powers, then no one else can have them either. Afterwards, he plans on being called the Shaded Sky SUA. John's future is changing, and she chooses to follow him, because it means that someone else is affecting his destiny. However, she does not reveal this information to him, and they enter the building of the Shaded Sky Guild. To John's surprise, the building seems completely silent and empty until he hears sounds. Before he could go up the stairs, SUA tells him that her brother must be in the basement, so he goes down to the basement with her. While walking downstairs, John detects two people talking about how it's the perfect place for them to hide, so he decides to search in the other direction. When SUA insists he should check that exact direction, he reveals what he has already sensed, adding that it did not sound like her brother. However, she continues to insist upon it, so he understands she must have had a vision. One and SU enter the clan that took SUA's brother, but one discovers two girls trying to hide from them. That took him by surprise, as he then asked, "What are children even doing in here?" He then mumbles to himself, saying that he knew the clan members were lowlifes, but they're even using kids as their employees. The kids in the corner look at one another, as one of them whispers to the other, asking where everybody is gone, because they told them to come up here due to this guy, referring to Juan. The other girl starts to worry, asking what if they had all been killed, and they are hiding because they don't want to fight. The girl with the ponytail clicks her tongue and begins to stand, saying that there is no other option but to do that, as they both kneel down in front of Juan, begging him to spare their miserable lives. Juan just stares down at them and then asks SUA if she knew this would happen, and this is why she led him here. SUA nods her head. Then Juan asks if SUA wants him to take the girls with him. SUA quickly says no, as Juan begins to think, asking himself if there's something special about the two girls, when they're nothing more than just devil servants. SUA runs away, telling Juan there is no more time, and they must save her brother, and Juan follows her. leaving the girls. A heavy thump then stops him, but one thinks they'll face whatever that is sooner or later. One stops following Sua and asks the girls why they're following. The girl with the ponytail replies that they somehow arrived here by themselves, so they wonder if they could get out alive with him. Then she introduces herself to him as Hammy, and the other silent girl there as Gizion. One cheekily replies that he did not ask them to introduce themselves. He thinks that there is no way kids would have joined the Cape of Darkness on their own. He turns around to say something to them, but just then, Sua finds her brother and calls out to him. She sees her brother lying unconscious inside a cell. One looks at Suho and asks if this is her brother. Sua nods her head with teary eyes, saying that Suho is indeed her brother. One bends the bars and then holds Suho. He tells Sua that Suho has a very high fever, so for now, it's best to take him up to the upper floor. One holds him as they go to the upper floor with Sua, Hammy, and Jizian all following closely behind him. One looks around at the empty floor and concludes that something is very wrong here, that he cannot see a single insect anywhere. Suddenly, Sua senses something as one yells for them to get down. Jisoo smashes the ceiling and comes down, holding Doyen. Hammy recognizes their guild master, asking herself if he is dead already. Jisoo throws him to the ground and turns to greet Huan, exclaiming that at last they meet once again, and says she wasn't expecting that they would meet like this. Huan examines her with a new, much proper weapon. Suddenly, Jisoo charges at him with her full speed, as Huan barely manages to dodge the attack. But Jisoo tries to strike at him again, going berserk. One wonders why she is acting so recklessly, and punches her hard in the stomach. But Jisoo keeps on attacking him, taking him by surprise. His attack had no effect, as he understands that Jisoo has no intention of blocking. She attacks him right on his face, but Huan heals from it quickly, taking a much proper fighting stance. Now he thinks how he has hardened his body with demonic power, yet he is still in such a bad state. He looks down at Doyen and wonders that he must have lived up to his nickname, Iron Horse, seeing his limbs are still somehow attached. He looks at Jisoo, whose eyes have now turned red, and she stands there like a starved tiger. He concludes that if he takes even one direct hit in this fight, he will die. Jisoo takes her weapon as Huan keeps staring at her. She slams it on the ground, creating a massive explosion, then strides toward Huan, taking him off balance. Huan thinks as he's falling how Jisoo has become so much stronger than before. It is not just her stats that have greatly increased. She also does not rely on her raw senses anymore. She has learned the proper way of responding to attacks. She keeps moving forward, aiming her deadly weapon at him, as Huan keeps retreating and dodging her heavy blows. He concludes that fighting with Jisoo right now will cause damage. But if he flees just because of that, then Sua, her brother, and the girls would not be safe at all. Then he remembers how the girls are puppets of the devil.